Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the George W. Norris Legislative Chamber. The afternoon session is about to reconvene. Senators, please record your presence. Roll call. Record, Mr. Clerk.
There's a quorum present, Mr. President.
Thank you. Do you have any items for the record?
I have no items at this time.
Please proceed to the first item on the agenda.
Mr. President, Legislative Bill 574, when the legislature left at noon, there was a pending motion from Senator Hunt to bracket the bill.
Senator Raybold, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I speak in opposition to LB 574 in support of the bracket motion. You know, one of the things that I always love to talk about, and I think that every single senator here should read thoroughly, is our Blueprint Nebraska. It really gives a roadmap and guideline on how we can be a better state, both economically and a more welcoming state. And what I find is that every step that we've taken in this legislature is like taking 3 steps backwards. One of the things that Blueprint Nebraska talks about that I think everyone in this chamber should be worried about, they say to remain a vibrant place for business, the state must create an environment that enables entrepreneurs and their companies to succeed. Nebraska has difficulty already retaining and attracting young talents. We're ranked 39th, right at the bottom among all states. In addition, Nebraska recorded one of the lowest growth rates, 0.5%, for the population of 25 to 29-year-olds. Nebraska is losing people in the war for talent to other states. The state lost about 3,300 residents to other states in 2018. And I don't know if you read the Lincoln Journal, but David Drozd, who is a demographer at the University of Nebraska of Omaha, phenomenal. He just said 2 days ago, we're continuing to lose young people out of our states. And when we pass bills that don't focus on jobs and quality of life and things that will help retain our young population, we're shooting ourselves in the foot. I just want to say that we need to be a welcoming state. Blueprint Nebraska talks about diversity and inclusivity. And certainly I can say that we are not even coming close to the mark or the benchmarks we need to be as a state if we want to grow our economic vitality and vibrancy and viability. I want to share with you what young people have been saying and writing and emailing to me about LB 574. Dear Senator Raybould, thank you so much for talking with me in a small group during Out Nebraska's Lobby Day. We're glad to have you as an ally in this work. As you said, we should support folks both staying and coming to Nebraska and being welcoming and inclusive to the LGBTQ plus community is a critical part of that. Dear Senator Raybould, thank you for taking the time to chat regarding bills impacting the LGBTQ plus community here in Nebraska. I appreciate your advocacy for trans youth and ensuring that people like me feel welcome in our state. I have dreams of staying in Nebraska, but I don't think I will if policies like these pass. Your defense of queer Nebraskans means the world to me, so thanks to you for all you do. Keep fighting the good fight. Dear Senator Raybould, thank you for taking the time to speak with us today. It's reassuring to have a representative who serves the state and its people with the understanding that a better Nebraska makes space for all of us. Mr. President, I would like to yield the rest of my time to Senator Day.
Thank you, Senator Raybould. Senator Day, you have a minute, 15 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Raybould. I am going to continue the letter that I was reading earlier from William and Jill Manhart. On the bright side of all of this, our family has become much more politically active. We have made connections in our community. Builds nothing. We and other parents who are voters and taxpayers are now paying attention to what our senators are doing. Our children are also paying attention to what our legislature is doing. They are the future voters. And do not say you are, quote unquote, protecting children with these bills. We continue to witness the harm the mere existence of these bills are causing children. Daily, we are holding the children that you are harming. We spoke to many senators who shared they did not support LB 574. They said they felt the government had no place in people's personal medical decisions. Yet, we watched as those same senators voted to advance this bill. Remember that transgender children and their families have the right to health care, the right to make decisions with their medical professionals.
That's your time, Senator, but you're next in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. President. Remember that transgender children and their families have the right to health care, the right to make decisions with their medical professionals to best support their needs, the basic human rights that are afforded to all other children and families. Those decisions are for parents and medical professionals, not for the government. The idea that this attack on our family and our rights could somehow be made better by an amendment drafted and debated by people who refuse to listen to medical professionals and family like ours is absurd. Senators do not have permission from our family or others to accept an amendment that violates our rights as parents and Nebraskans. This bill cannot be made better. You cannot compromise the rights of families like ours without compromising the future of our state. And again, that's from William and Jill Manhart of District 15. Back to the testimony, the committee testimony from LB 574 from Ms. Rachel Ogborn. When my child's voice dropped, the world went dark for her. I didn't know this, as I made cute comments about my baby growing into a man. However, eventually, I found out her truth after several emergency room visits. After evaluation by 2 different therapists and multiple professionals at UNMC, which is one of the best medical centers in the country, she was able to start testosterone blockers and estrogen. I went from having a suicidal, depressed, self-harming son who didn't see himself in the future at all to having a happy, healthy daughter who smiles and talks at the dinner table. She wakes up early for school now, and she's excited to see her friends. Thank you. Sorry. Now she's making plans for her future. Unfortunately, one of those plans is running as far away from Nebraska as she can. She feels under attack when she sees this bill and others in the media. And she said that She told me that she's scared she's going to be a part of the next genocide in history. I know that the worry behind this bill is not wanting things forced on children, and I absolutely agree with that sentiment. I'm not forcing this upon her. I would never in a million years wish struggles upon anyone like this, especially my own child. I wish that I could just that she could have a normal high school experience and the easiest life possible, and that neither of us had to worry about her losing her medical care. If anyone's forcing anything upon her, it's anyone who endorses this bill. By denying her medical care, they'd be forcing their ideals and their desires upon my child. It's not the legislator's job to tell my children's doctor that she can't have health care. It's not any legislator's job to invalidate medical research or disregard statistics and data or make a moral show of my daughter's existence. I don't know why I'm here begging you guys to listen to medical professionals. I don't know why you're threatening the jobs of experts. How would you feel if someone denied you health care because they didn't believe in your medical needs? I urge you, please don't take away my daughter's right to receive health care and pursue happiness. Please don't threaten her existence in legislative bills. And if it makes you feel any better, neither myself nor my daughter have ever considered surgery for her as a minor, but it's absolutely nobody else's business anyway. I just want her to live into adulthood. Thank you, and I'm so sorry I cried all over you.
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Kavanaugh asked her, Ms. Ogborn, about her daughter and asked what her interests were. She said, well, she can find anything that nobody else cares about and make it interesting. I don't know. She loves everything. She reads books and tells me all about them. The most recent book she read, I think, was called Scythe, and it was about some futuristic society and was telling me all about it. She loves reading. She is the dungeon master for her D&D club at school. She joined a sign language club at school. By the way, she was never a part of any club at school before this year. She's also a part of the Saga Club at school, which is a sexuality and gender alliance for kids that don't quite meet the norm. They meet after school. She likes watching movies. She loves anime and playing video games. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Day. Senator Wayne would like to recognize his cousin, Tristan Scorpio, who is under the south balcony. Please stand and be recognized by the Nebraska Legislature. Senator Blood, you are recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Fellow senators, friends all, I love that we are now hearing the stories, that we are validating the experiences of these trans families. I think it's important to get that on record. With that, I do stand in support of the bracket 2. I do stand in support of Senator Hunt's motion to bracket it, and I do not stand in support of LB 574. So with that, I hope people are actually listening, because I know we have a lot of chatting going on because there's so many people here that already know how they're going to vote. I'm going to bring up some things that I've talked about before, and I really want you to consider these things. The bill itself is flawed. Take out your speeches about where you think this is some kind of trend where doctors are making money off of these kids, which is ridiculous, because I also didn't hear you guys standing up against circumcision. Think of all these children that lost their foreskins without their permission. That is the #1 surgery in the United States, and an unnecessary surgery medically. But of course, that's not really the issue, is it? The issue is that you claim to be about the children. You claim, based on junk science, that this is bad for the children and that their parents don't know what's best. So when you look at this bill, here's one of the flaws that you guys are missing. And I don't know why I always tell you where your flaws are in your bills, because you keep passing these bad bills that do nothing. I go back to 814. 814 did nothing, except to make it more dangerous for a woman to be a woman. But you passed it. You just passed a bill that codified something and gave more power to the executive branch. You guys passed that. So let's talk about some of the flaws in this bill. I'm a female bodybuilder. I'm a teenager that's in sports, that's a female. I identify as female. I decide I need testosterone, and I take it and I get it from GNC. Based on this bill, by adding that additional testosterone, I am now committing a crime. You guys realize that, right? You read the bill. You're so stuck in the culture war part of it, you're not paying attention to the actual text of the bill. Let's talk about parental consent. It requires a minor to obtain his or her parents' consent before receiving elective medical treatment, such as an abortion. So we're giving the parents their due responsibility to give that child permission or not to have permission to get any type of medical care, including compassionate care for children that are trans. If a 15-year-old comes in with a baby to a doctor's office and the baby is sick, and the mom goes, "Doctor, I also need you to look at me. I think I have the flu." Legally, the doctor can only treat that baby, but the 15-year-old is still a minor. And they need parental consent to be treated. But here's where your flaw is in your bill. What about emancipated Nebraskans? When you are an emancipated minor, for those that are actually listening, when you are an emancipated minor, you get the parental responsibilities of being able to say, yes, I need this medical treatment. But you've crafted a law based on age. How is that legal? If I am emancipated, I can make my own medical decisions regardless of how old I am. So I think we're going to have a lot of kids going to court here to get emancipated, to get the care that they need. And well, they should be able to do that. You keep writing these bills in reference to culture wars, and you don't read them. Instead, you spit out junk science. You talk about how it's for the babies, it's for the children. Well, if it's for the babies and it's for the children, why don't you do your due diligence and write a bill that makes sense? Instead, we're going to have so much collateral damage from this bill, and we're going to be in court so long. I don't know if the state's going to be able to afford that, because I certainly encourage people that are having their rights violated to hold Nebraska accountable, because we are knowingly doing this in the body. We are knowingly passing this bad legislation, and we are knowingly trampling on your rights, and we don't care. And we're going to keep doing that and keep doing that until the next culture war comes. First it was voting. Now it's the trans community. What's next? I don't know, but I bet they're coming after you next. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Blood. Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you are recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is, I'm certain, my last time to talk. I can't see them because I can only see the other balcony. I can't see this balcony, but I know that they're all up there. I know that the families that this is going to impact are up there. I know that the parents are up there. I know the parents. And I wish I could see you. I wish I could look at you right now while I'm talking. And I'm just sending you all of my love. I'm sending you all of my love.
And I will continue to do everything that I can for your children. And I hope that you know how much you matter and how much you are loved. And that I will give everything that I can for your children, just like you would give everything you can for your children. I am going to give you everything I can for your children, and I will continue. No matter what happens today, I will continue, and I am sorry that there's nothing more I can do within my control. I am doing everything I can within my control, and I am sorry. I am sorry. But you are loved, and you are great parents, and you have shown up for your kids in ways that are unimaginably hard. And I am grateful to you for that. And I am sorry that your children have been brought into this. And I'm sure there's going to be some really fabulous meme of me doing an ugly cry, and I don't care. You are loved. Your children are loved. You matter. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator Dover has some guests in the north balcony. Fourth graders from Jefferson Elementary in Norfolk, please stand and be recognized by your Nebraska Legislature. Senator Reapy, you're recognized to speak. Senator Conrad, you are recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good afternoon, colleagues. Wanted to just clarify a quick point for my good friend, Senator Erdman, in regards to the oath that we take when we pledge to serve the people in this august institution. We commit to upholding the Constitution of the United States and the state of Nebraska. Article 3, Section 1 includes the fact that Nebraska has a one-house chamber. Article 3, Section 7 in the Nebraska Constitution includes the fact that we have a nonpartisan legislature. Just wanted to make that part clear. I know it's late in the session and people are tired, but there's some things that we shouldn't have disagreements about, and that's the basic structure of the institution and the fidelity to our oath. The one piece that I wanted to focus my remarks on, perhaps more generally, are two components in relation to the bill. There's been a lot of discussion about the pending amendment and whether or not that a state may help to alleviate some fears and concerns by some members about the extreme nature of the measure unamended as proposed. And I do just want to acknowledge that some of the people that are looking at that amendment are looking at it with open minds and big hearts. I also want to acknowledge that no type of amendment may be acceptable to those that see this as a human rights violation, as a violation of fundamental family rights, and an act of harm against trans youth in Nebraska. So I think that's pulling at a lot of heartstrings and furrowing a lot of brows. But what I want to remind the members who are looking carefully at that proposed amendment by Senator Kauth is that that amendment concedes that counseling is appropriate. That amendment concedes that hormone blockers and other treatments and services are appropriate. It's a concession that essential health care should not be denied to trans youth by their government. And I want to acknowledge that, because they're not all of a sudden talking about that amendment today or talking about it in different ways than when it was previously proposed. The final piece that I wanted to leave you with, that's probably be my last time on the mic before cloture, is that how critical it is that we think about role of government. And even if we have different points of view as to how we would take up medical care for our children if they identify as trans, that's a family decision in consultation with medical professionals. It is not for the heavy hand of government to deny human rights, parental rights, and essential care for a certain aspect of its citizenry. And to the
1
trans
minute.
Nebraskans, thank you, Mr. President, and their families and their allies and all of the advocates in the medical community and otherwise working on this measure. I know it's painful. I know it's harmful. I know it's divisive. But I encourage you, as we're trying to do in this chamber, to not give up, to lean in harder, to love harder, to not shy away, to be more visible, to be more resolute, to stand in solidarity, to build community, and recognize nothing about this vote is going to be because it's right or medically required. What you're going to see is an exercise of raw political power, and it doesn't define you, and it doesn't define your allies, and it doesn't
That's your
define
time,
your future.
Senator.
And we stand with you.
Thank you, Senator Conrad. Senator Hardin, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I found an article written by Ryan Anderson, president of the Ethics and Public Policy Center and author of When Harry Became Sally. In his article, Transgender Ideology is Riddled with Contradictions. He brings out some serious questions about transgender ideology. When speaking about transgender activists, he says, on the one hand, they claim that the real self is something other than the physical body, in a new form of Gnostic dualism. Yet at the same time, they embrace a materialist philosophy in which only the material world exists. They say that gender is purely a social construct, while asserting that a person can be trapped in the wrong gender. They say there are no meaningful differences between man and woman, yet they rely on rigid sex stereotypes to argue that gender identity is real, while human embodiment is not. They claim that truth is whatever a person says it is, yet they believe there's a real self to be discovered inside that person. They promote a radical expressive individualism in which people are free to do whatever they want and define the truth however they wish. Yet they try ruthlessly to enforce acceptance of transgender ideology. It's hard to see how these contradictory positions can be combined. If you pull too hard on any one thread of transgender ideology, the whole tapestry comes unraveled. If gender is a social construct, how can gender identity be innate and immutable? How can one's identity with respect to a social construct be determined by biology in the womb? How can one's identity be unchangeable, immutable, with respect to an ever-changing social construct? And if gender identity is innate, how can it be fluid? He goes on to ask how a person feels affects reality on the issue of sex, but on nothing else. The way we feel doesn't change our age, height, or race. Why can a 17-year-old not identify as being 21 and go get a drink, or a 12-year-old decide they're actually 16 and go get a license? If we must accept transgender as reality, then we must throw out all other areas of society which dictate reality. LB 574 is about protecting children. I support that, and I stand in opposition to the motion. I yield the rest of my time to Senator Kauth.
Senator Kauth, that's 2 minutes, 4 seconds.
Thank you, Senator Hardin and Mr. President. I'd like to address something Senator Conrad mentioned. The amendment that we offered was not a concession that puberty blockers and cross-sex hormones are okay in any way, shape, or form. It was an olive branch, and that olive branch has been roundly rejected. So here we are. I'm going to read some more from the International Journal of Transgender Health, which is, again, the official journal of the World Professional Association for Transgender Health. Despite the slowly growing body of evidence supporting the effectiveness of early medical intervention, the number of studies is low. There are few outcomes studies that follow youth into adulthood. A systematic review regarding outcomes of treatment in adolescence is not possible. Some adolescents may regret the steps they have taken. Therefore, it is important to present the full range of possible outcomes when assisting adolescents.
1 minute.
Thank you. Detransitioning may occur in young transgender adolescents, and healthcare professionals should be aware of that. There's limited data on the optimal timing of gender-affirming interventions, as well as the long-term physical, psychological, and neurodevelopmental outcomes in youth. And finally, diverse gender expressions in children cannot always be assumed to reflect a transgender identity or gender incongruence. These are from their own standards of care. They are questioning their care and the stuff that they put out. We cannot give these to kids. We need to protect the children from getting these types of cross-sex hormones, puberty blockers, and surgeries. We need to encourage them to get the therapy they need to deal with the issues that they're experiencing. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Cowles. Senator Erdman, you are recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon. I haven't been on the floor a lot lately. We were doing appropriations exec committee. That's going well. Hope to get that done this week. Senator Hardin, I appreciate your comments. They were right on. They were very good. Here's a question that people have asked. Is gender dysphoria for children a permanent condition and one that requires medical treatment? Here's what it says. Research shows that dysphoria in children usually goes away on its own when they reach young adulthood, if transition is not encouraged. This avoids the harmful effects of cross-medical intervention. 85% of the young people who are left to make their decision their own when they become adults don't do transition. So I have been in this legislature a little over 6.5 years. We have on numerous occasions tried to repeal Nebraska's helmet law. And every time that we have talked about that on this floor, the conversation goes to the fact that we're going to have to treat all of these people who have brain injuries from not wearing a helmet, riding a motorcycle, and it's going to drive up our Medicaid costs because we're going to have to pay for their health care. And I know it's been stated that Medicaid doesn't pay for transition or puberty blockers at this point in the game. So let's consider this thought. Let's consider somebody has had surgery or puberty blockers and many have read on the floor what happens when you do those things. You have medical consequences far-reaching beyond your youth. So let's assume that these people have had puberty blockers or a sex change operation and they have health issues going forward and now they're on Medicaid. Who pays for that? It's quite obvious what the answer is, but we don't seem to want to talk about what the consequences are of what we're trying to do or what puberty blockers do or the surgery does. So I think it's important that we consider that because at some point in time, Medicaid is going to have to make a decision. Is that treatment that we're offering caused by their own decision to take puberty blockers or have a surgery, or is it something that we normally cover now? And we haven't spoken about that at all, but it is an issue that needs to be dealt with. And so let's wait until let's make these children or let these children wait until they're 18 or when they're able to make their own decision. By then they may have grown out of that opinion and we won't have to deal with all these. I am standing against the bracket motion and I am in strong support of 574 because I believe we need to protect children in the state of Nebraska. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Erdman. Senator Kauth, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you. I'm going to read some of the problems with transgender procedures. The APA Handbook on Sexuality and Psychology states that premature labeling of gender identity should be avoided. This approach runs the risk of neglecting individual problems the child might be experiencing. In the Nordic Journal of Psychiatry in 2020, an adolescent's gender identity concerns must not become a reason for failure to address all his or her other relevant problems in the usual way. Trans identification and its associated medical treatment can constitute an attempt to evade experiences of psychological distress. And then let's talk about minors cannot give consent. In the UK High Court, in Bell versus Tavistock, and Tavistock was the largest gender clinic in the world. They've been shut down. They're in the process of ceasing their services because of the abuses, very similar to what was happening in Missouri. There is no age-appropriate way to explain to many of these children what losing their fertility or full sexual function may mean to them in later years. We're talking about kids. They have no way to understand the ramifications of these long-term decisions. So gender-affirming care is not evidence-based. These interventions are being endorsed based on consensus, not actual evidence. The Dutch studies, which have been the foundation of transgender procedures, have been discredited. They form the foundation, the best available evidence for the practice of youth medical gender transitions, but their methodological flaws. Subject selection ensured that only the most successful cases were included in their results. The finding that resolution of gender dysphoria was due to the reversal of the questionnaire that they employed. Concomitant psychotherapy made it impossible to separate the effects of the psychotherapy from those of the hormones and surgery. So with the Dutch protocol, they don't know whether or not it was all the therapy that they were doing or if it was actually the hormones and the surgery. Longitudinal analysis of patient records from the world's largest gender clinic, Tavistock, showed that there was no difference in the suicide rate for those who had not yet received treatment and those who had received treatment in the form of puberty blockers and cross-sex hormones. Data from the world's this clinic accumulated over an 11-year period found that the proportion of individuals who died by suicide was 0.03%, which is in orders of magnitude smaller than the proportion of transgender adolescents who report attempting suicide when surveyed. Actual deaths are much lower than perceived deaths. Suicide is never something to mess around with. It is serious. It should always be taken seriously. There are many different aspects to it. It is a multi-disciplinary, it's multi-complex. It's not just one thing. And when we start telling kids that if this happens or if this doesn't happen, you might commit suicide, it sticks in their brain. The physical risks and side effects of taking the puberty blockers and the cross-sex hormones, the bone development problems. Many of you have seen Scott Nugent talk about his bone deformations, where he is already losing bone density, and he started as an adult. Brain development problems.
1 minute.
Thank you. The brains of youth are constantly growing and developing. Adding these hormones to them does not help. It stops the development. It makes it much more difficult for them to actually grow to their full potential. The FDA has added a warning label for puberty blocking hormones, which would be Lupron, to monitor patients taking the GnRH agonists for signs and symptoms of pseudotumor cerebri, including headaches, papilledema, blurred or loss of vision, diplopia, pain behind the eye or pain with eye movement, tinnitus, dizziness, and nausea. They're talking about brain bleeds. That's what can happen when you put kids on these treatments. These hormones have only been approved for precocious puberty, not gender dysphoria in pediatric patients. They are not approved for halting normally timed puberty. And that's what we're talking about. We're talking about stopping.
That's your time,
irrational.
Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Kauth. Senator Hunt, you are recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't even know what to say. I want to speak to the trans kids of Nebraska and the people that are affected by this. I want to speak on the record to my colleagues who are movable, who are in the middle, who don't want this bill to pass. But it changes minute to minute, but it sounds like your masters have circled the wagons, whipped all of you up, and they've got you all on board because it's more important to discriminate against kids than to lose, to have the perception that you've lost, to have the perception that Megan and Michaela won. To paraphrase, what Ellie Mistal said on the radio last weekend, you would shoot yourself in the foot if it might go through and hit me or Michaela or my kid. The reasons for the fight, the reasons for the stubbornness and the grudges and the obstinance are not equal. I am fighting for my rights as a parent. I am fighting for the human rights of children in this state. And I'm fighting for the humanity of LGBTQ people en masse in this state. You guys are fighting to be right. You guys just want to win. You're fighting to teach us a lesson. And you're giving up the whole session to do that. And this actually illuminates something that's been perplexing me since last night. Senator Jen Day got on the microphone last night and talked about how she went out into the rotunda and an abortion opponent got in her face and was telling her she was disgusting. And when you're speaking passionately to someone and they're doing it in your face, they get spittle on you. She's nodding, yeah. That's happened to me so many times here. I'm sure it's happened to Jen Day more than one time, but I've already heard stories of at least 3 of you who came to her in tears or who have been crying about it under the balcony going, oh, look what our democracy's turned into. People are spitting on each other. This is the height of injustice. No, what's unjust is passing a bill to ban healthcare. I don't care if people spit on me. Don't vote to ban healthcare. It is so illustrative and instructive of what's wrong with all of you that you think it's worse to be spit on than to have your rights taken away. Senator Day's nodding too. The offense is not the spit. The offense is your vote, which takes away the civil rights of people to control their own bodies and futures and the generational impacts that has. But you think the bad thing is to get spit on. You think the bad thing is to quote unquote lose. When that's exactly what the people affected by this bill go through every single day. You guys are going to be fine. And by the way, you're going to be able to pass the grip of bills. You're going to be able to pass all kinds of things, this and that, because we're going to stand down. But you can't even give yourselves that win. You can listen to Senator Kauth, who came in here with an agenda to discriminate against LGBT people. Or you can listen to a parent who's actually literally gone through this, who's gone through the years of counseling, who's gone through the doctor visits, who's spoken to these doctors. Kathleen Kauth is saying, here's what doctors say to parents. No, they literally don't. I'm one of those parents. It is not the standard of care to say, if you don't give your kid surgery, they're going to kill themselves. No doctor would ever say that. That's not happening in Nebraska. Look up in the balcony. The doctors up there are nodding in agreement. There are people here who give this care, and there are people here who work with you in this body who have received this care, and you don't believe them. This is the blind for me, guys. Like, our relationship is really done. It's really done. Like, please never speak to me again. It's done.
That's your time, Senator.
Irreparable.
Thank you, Senator Hunt. Senator Merman, you are recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Lieutenant Governor. I would like to just say I really appreciate Senator Kauth for what she is doing. She's brought a bill that the vast majority of Nebraskans believe that it will protect Nebraska's children from these hormones and chemicals that are not approved for what some would like used on children, and also to protect those children from the surgeries, of course, that are irreversible. But on that note, I know Senator Kauth in her earlier testimony was talking about the side effects that can happen from, that do happen from the hormones that are used. And I'm just going to go through it. I don't know if it's been done for a while, or if it's actually been done in the testimony, but I'll just go through some of the side effects that happen. Suppressed puberty is often presented as a relatively safe and reversible modality. However, one cannot ignore the fact that this has been linked to the potential for altered timing of pubertal growth spurt, delayed fusion of bone growth centers, which may affect adult height, decreased bone density, osteopenia and osteoporosis, increased risk of both arterial and venous clotting events, emotional instability, for instance, crying, irritability, impatience, anger, and aggression, suicidal ideation and attempt, convulsions, decreased white blood cells, diabetes mellitus, paralysis, hypertension. Beyond those physiologic risks, delaying puberty beyond that of their peers can be emotionally stressful and predispose the child to experiencing lower self-esteem. Hormone therapy carries potential adverse effects at all ages, and there are additional concerns related to use before adulthood because of the irreversible effects a child or adolescent could be left with if they decide to detransition or desist. For example, lower voice, male pattern hair, and enlarged clitoris in trans-masculine youth, breast development in trans-feminine youth, compromised ability to have a genetic child in those whose endogenous puberty was suppressed early in puberty. So I just thought it'd be a good reminder to give those side effects of these chemicals that are not approved for what some would like done in children. And with that, I will yield the rest of my time to Senator Kauth.
Senator Kauth, you have 1 minute and 23 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Merman. I'd like to address what Senator Hunt said. When you tell people like Luca Hine, our Nebraskan who had this happen, when you tell her that her experience of having a doctor tell her and her parents that she was suicidal against what she was saying, and that they can either have a dead daughter, thank you, Mr. President, or a live son. When you claim that that never happens in Nebraska, you do an incredible disservice, not just to Luca, but to every other youth or adult who has gone through this and has decided it was the wrong choice. I made a mistake. This still doesn't feel right. By claiming that this never happens here, You are absolutely delegitimizing and erasing the pain of Luca Hine and of other people who have gone through detransitioning. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Kauth. Senator Van Gilleren, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I yield my time to Senator Kauth.
Senator Kauth, that is 4 minutes, 54 seconds.
Thank you very much. I want to talk about some of the trends. We have heard a lot about how this is a social contagion, how this has started within the last 10 years. We've really seen an increase around the world. 0.03% of people are transgender or experience transgenderism. That's 1 in 10,000 people. It historically has been primarily males transitioning to female. That has completely flipped. It is now predominantly young women who are experiencing this. When one person states that they're trans or non-binary, 3.5 of the people in their friend group come out at the same time. When we saw the lockdowns in 2020, you can see very clearly on the charts that in March of 2020, all of a sudden there was a rise in the reports of gender dysphoria. And what happened in March of 2020? We had a pandemic. We closed down society. We took kids out of their schools. We took them away from their friends. We scared them, and we gave them access to social media. And when you go on social media, there's a tremendous amount of this sort of influence. Helping kids understand that they need to take the time to figure out what's going on and why they feel gender dysphoric is critically important before any type of permanent physical actions are taken. You cannot untake these actions. I think one of the saddest conversations that I had with a youth who was dealing with this, a young man who was transitioning to a girl, and his comment to me when we talked about detransitioning was, if I don't like it, I'll just go back. I'll get it reversed. And I had to explain to him that there are some things you cannot undo. A teenager does not have the capacity to make that determination. They don't understand how long life truly is and all of the things that are going to happen to them. To give them these medications and these cross-sex hormones and the surgeries before they have even gotten the chance to be an adult is wrong, and we need to protect our children. I yield my time.
Thank you, Senator Kauth. Senator Lowe, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Lieutenant Governor. In 1977, I was a junior at Kearney High School and on the high school yearbook and newspaper staff. I had heard that there was going to be a local press conference and where a nationally known radio host was being interviewed. Being young and not knowing protocol, I grabbed my school's Kodak Duraflex camera. Some of you press might want to look that up. And I checked out of school. I was able to get past the press checks and get into the room in the front row. The radio host was a soft-spoken and impressive, as he had the room in the palm of his hands. I tell you this to quote one of his most astonishing monologues, and it was done in 1965, almost 60 years ago. There were at least 18 senators not even alive at that time, and a few more that claim they weren't. If I were the devil, if I was the prince of darkness, I'd want to engulf the whole world in darkness. And I would have 1/3 of its real estate and 4/5 of its population. But I wouldn't be happy until I had seized the ripest apple on the tree, thee. So I would set about however necessary to take over the United States. I'd subvert the churches first. I'd begin with a campaign of whispers, with the wisdom of a serpent. I would whisper to you as I whispered to Eve, do as you please. To the young, I would whisper that the Bible was a myth. I would convince them that man created God instead of the other way around. I would confide that what was bad is good, and what was good is square. And to the old, I would teach them to pray after me, Our Father, which art in Washington. And then I'd get organized. I'd educate the authors how to make lurid literature so exciting that anything else would appear dull and uninteresting. I would make TV look worse than movies, and then make movies look worse than TV in a vicious cycle that gets worse and worse. I'd peddle narcotics to whomever I could. I'd sell alcohol to ladies and gentlemen of distinction, and I'd tranquilize the rest with pills. If I were the devil, I'd soon have families at war with themselves, churches at war with themselves, and nations at war with themselves, until each in its turn was consumed. And with the promise of higher ratings, I'd have mesmerizing media fanning the flames. If I were the devil, I would encourage schools to refine young intellects, but neglect to discipline emotions. Just let those run wild until, before you knew it, you'd have drug-sniffing dogs and metal detectors at every schoolhouse door. Within a decade, I'd have prisons overflowing. I'd have judges promoting pornography. Soon, I could evict God from the courthouse, and then from the schoolhouse, and then from the houses of Congress. And in his own churches, I would substitute psychology for religion and defy science. I would lure priests and pastors into misusing boys and girls and church money. If I was the devil, I'd make the symbol of Easter an egg and the symbol of Christmas a bottle.
1 minute.
Thank you. If I were the devil, I would take from those who have and give to those who wanted until I had killed the incentive of the ambitious. And what will you bet? I couldn't get whole states to promote gambling as the way to get rich. I would caution against extremes in hard work and patriotism, in moral conduct. I'd convince the young that marriage is old-fashioned, that swinging is more fun, and what you see on TV is the way it is to be, and thus I could undress you in public and lure you into bed with diseases for which there is no cure. This was done by Paul Harvey in 1965. If you listen carefully, everything that Mr. Harvey said that the devil could influence us to do, we are doing it right now, and even worse. For now, we are attacking our own children. God made each of us in his own image, but that is not good enough for many. They want to change their children into something they are not or never can or will be. We kill our own
That's your
infant
time,
children.
Senator. Thank you, Senator Lowe. Mr. Clerk, for a motion. Item.
Senator Hunt, I understand you wish to withdraw MO 664, MO 102, and MO 663
Did I need to be yielded time to do that?
in this case.
Yeah, Kathleen Kauth, let's see the olive branch. Motions.
In that case, Mr. President, next item, Senator Kauth would move to amend with AM 872.
Senator Kauth, you're recognized to open on the amendment.
$872 is the Shell Amendment, correct? So we are 25 minutes from having our vote. We have our votes, and now all of a sudden, there's an issue with, oh, we'll accept an olive branch. We'll accept this. We've been working very hard on this. We are going to go through with the vote on the bill as it is. I'd like to withdraw AM 872.
It is withdrawn. Mr. Clerk, for the next item.
Mr. President, Senator Kauth would offer AM 975.
Senator Kauth, you're recognized to open on AM 975.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to talk more about how some people have needed to detransition. In 2016, there were more than 3,000 sex reassignment surgeries performed, indicating a 20% increase in these procedures between 2015 and 2016. Although some claim that medical transition is improving lives, the long-term studies call into question whether transition has long-term positive effects. These are some stories from people who have detransitioned. They feel that when they went through the process, it was a mistake. I was told my transgender feelings were permanent, immutable, physically deep-seated in my brain, and could never change, and that the only way I could ever find peace was to become female. The problem is, I don't have those feelings anymore. Another one. It was apparent that I had developed a dissociative disorder in childhood to escape the trauma of the repeated cross-dressing by my grandmother and the sexual abuse by my uncle. That should have been diagnosed and treated with psychotherapy. Instead, the gender specialist never considered my difficult childhood or even my alcoholism and saw only transgender identity. Coming back to wholeness as a man after undergoing unnecessary gender surgery and living life legally and socially as a woman for years wasn't going to be easy. I had to admit to myself that going to a gender specialist when I first had issues had been a big mistake. I had to live with the reality that body parts were gone. My full genitalia could never be restored, a sad consequence of using surgery to treat psychological illness. And that was someone who did this as an adult. This is Mike, a detransitioned man. I was clinging to the accomplishment of becoming a woman, but wasn't yet ready to admit that my real accomplishment had merely been a successful impersonation of one. This victory, which carried with it such sexual and social collateral damage, it was becoming less and less worthy of celebration. All along, I had never been a woman, and honestly, couldn't say anymore that I'd ever felt like one. Still, I couldn't give it up. What I now realized, but could not admit, was a need to pretend. This is Kale, a detransitioned woman. I couldn't fit in with other kids. I really hated myself for a really long time. I think I wanted to become someone else. I started to investigate online and came across the word transgenderism. It was really scary, but the more I read, the more I felt it must be what I was going through. At first, transition felt like the answer to my problems. But after a year or so, the old feelings of not fitting in began to plague me again. After around 18 months, I began to realize I had been changing my gender for all the wrong reasons. It wasn't because I wanted to be a boy. It was because I felt uncomfortable with my female body. A lot of people think that transition is something that you get to the end of, and then suddenly you're happy. I thought, oh, once I'm past a certain stage of transition and I'm accepted as a man, then I will fit in. But that never came. It wasn't what I wanted. Lou, a detransitioned woman. I thought the only explanation for my gender dysphoria must be that I was actually a man. I was struggling with self-harm and had attempted suicide on a number of occasions. I became convinced that my options were transition or die. I didn't understand that the degree of disconnect from and hatred of my body could be considered a mental health problem. The darkest moment was when I realized that I had actually looked normal for a girl, that I had actually been slim and pretty, that my body hadn't been grotesque in the way that I thought it was. I will always have a flat chest and a beard, and there's nothing I can do about that. If I was talking to a gender dysphoric girl who hated her body the way I hated mine, I would tell her to get out into the mud, to climb trees, and to find a way of inhabiting her body on her terms. When we look at studies of children with gender dysphoria, and we look at the desistance rates, we see, again, nearly 85%. In 1972, a study by Leibovitz, there were only 16 people in the study. 12 of them stopped identifying as transgender. In 1978, a study by Zuger, again, 16 in the study, 12 stopped identifying as transgender. In 1979, Money, 9 people in the study, 9 stopped identifying as transgender. Another study by Zuger in 1984, 45 in the study, 33 stopped identifying as transgender. A study by Davenport in 1986, 10 in the study, 6 stopped identifying as transgender. 1987 by Green, 44 in the study, 43 stopped identifying as transgender. In 1987, Koski, 8 in the study, 8 stopped identifying as transgender. In 2008, Wallian, 54 in the study, 33 stopped identifying as transgender. Another study in 2008 by Drummond, 25 in the study, and 22 stopped identifying as transgender. In 2012, a study by Singh, 139 in the study, and 122 stopped identifying as transgender. And in 2013, a study by Steensma, 127 in the study, and 80 stopped identifying as transgender. The desistance rate is incredibly high. We need to give children the chance to grow. Just a minute.
What you're thinking? Why don't, can we just, we've got about 15 minutes. There's a group of us meeting now in the back hallway. Why don't we just keep?
Speaker Arch, you're recognized for an announcement.
Colleagues, we're going to stand at ease for a few minutes here. This obviously is time for some discussions to go on, and so we're just going to stand at ease right now, and we'll be back. We'll take a 15-minute break and stand at ease. Thank you.
The legislature will now stand at ease. Mr. Clerk, for items.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your Committee on Enrollment and Review reports legislative bill 815, 816, 282, and 799 to be placed on select file, and 799A to be placed on select file, 799 having E&R amendments. Additionally, LR 95 from Senator Blood, that'll be laid over. Mr. President, Senator Conrad moved to recess the body until 3:00 p.m.
This motion to recess until 3 o'clock. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, nay. We are in recess.
Senators, the legislature is scheduled to reconvene at 3 o'clock.
The legislative session is about to reconvene. Senators, please record your presence. Roll call. Mr. Clerk, for items.
There's a quorum present, Mr. President. I have no items at this time.
Speaker Arch, you're recognized for an announcement.
Thank you. Colleagues, I appreciate your patience in this situation. I think we understand the impact of this bill, not only on the public, but also on our legislature. And I appreciate that you've given us some time to process and to think through this. So we took 45 minutes to discuss, to have those discussions of that obviously that we understand the complications and the complexity of the matter, as well as I said, the implications. The motion, or I should say the amendment coming up was quick. And I did want to speak to Senator Kauth on how the options that were available to her on how to handle this amendment and where she is on her bill. I did ask her to not pull the amendment, and I was concerned that was about to happen, and I asked her to do that, but to take the amendment to a vote. And so again, I do appreciate your patience with this. This is a difficult time. This is a complex problem, and as I say, it impacts not only the public, but also the proceedings of the legislature. And so this time, I think, was well spent. And with that, I'm finished with my announcement at this time.
Senators will return to the speaking queue. The order is first three are Senators Jacobson, Holcroft, and John Kavanaugh. Senator Jacobson, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Speaker Arch, for your comments and everyone for your patience. I'm going to yield the remainder of my time to Senator Kauth.
Senator Kauth, that's 4 minutes, 47 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. President. So this has been an exciting day. We had the votes to get to cloture today. We were ready to do that. This offer to work together comes as a very welcome surprise. We had put this amendment up 2 weeks ago with very little discussion. And I'm thrilled to be able to say that I think we should vote no on this amendment because I have an amendment sitting on final reading, and I'm committed to sitting down and figuring out how to make this bill better. So as we go forward, I'd like to withdraw AM 975. Oh, I'm sorry, not withdraw. I'd like us to vote on AM 975, and I'm asking for a no vote so that we can do the work between now and final reading to get something that works better for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Kauth. Senator Holcroft, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Lieutenant Governor, and I also yield my time to Senator Kauth.
Senator Kauth, you have 4 minutes, 53 seconds.
Okay, I'm getting a lot of extra time. So this is something that we're going to have to work on. Again, we'll get to cloture, which is how much time do we have left before cloture?
Around 15 minutes.
Around 15 minutes. So we can continue talking about the damages that these puberty blockers and cross-sex hormones do. We can continue talking about how we want to make things better for kids in this state and protect them. I would like everyone to get up and share what this means to them. We'll take this time to actually have some debate and discussion. We've heard a lot from both sides. We have 15 minutes. Can we? No? Okay. So I will continue talking about adolescent development and psychosocial functioning after starting cross-sex hormones for gender dysphoria. This is from the Finnish psychiatrist, Dr., I can't say her first name, Kaltiala. And what she says is there are vast structural and functional developments in the brain and extreme, extensive cognitive and emotional and social changes that are characteristic of adolescent development. Again, we're talking about children and how children's brains develop. And we need to make sure that everything that we do going forward makes sure that they are not harmed. The literature exploring adolescent development and functioning among adolescents with gender dysphoria and/or transgender identity is scarce. When someone who's been in the business for that many years is telling you that the research is scarce, we should pay attention. Psychiatric comorbidities, particularly depression, anxiety disorders, and autism spectrum disorders, as well as suicidality and self-harming behaviors, are common among adolescents seeking gender assignment. That's where I would really like us to focus on helping kids who are having those coexisting mental health crises to make sure that we are giving them the therapy and the counseling that they need. On cross-sex hormones, in one of the studies that she looked at, there were no statistically significant improvements in functioning. This is in disagreement with earlier studies that suggested improvement in functioning. The studies are not clear. The science is not clear. We have to do no harm to our kids. I yield my time.
Thank you, Senator. Senator John Kavanaugh, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's an active day in the legislature. I appreciate everybody's, attention on this issue. And especially, I think everybody stayed here while we took a little break to kind of figure out where we are going. So I have stood in opposition to LB 574 and AM 975 previously and continue to stand in opposition. I'm happy to hear Senator Kauth's words about making an effort to work between now and final reading to find some common ground on this bill. I'm a fervent believer in the fact that just because we can do something doesn't mean we should. And I think we are seeing a recognition of that here, which is, I think, a very good thing to recognize. So as we get close to cloture on this bill and everybody is going to vote how they're going to vote, if this bill continues on to the next round, I have said before and I'll say again that I'm certainly willing to have a good faith conversation and discussion that is centered around what really matters to Nebraskans and is based in the appropriate science and fact and takes into account the opinions of experts in the medical community, the families affected by this, and the senators in this body who have stood up in opposition to this bill. And it's not, I'm happy to be a part of this conversation in a constructive manner, and I'm happy to contribute in any way that I can if I'm invited to that conversation. And I hope that this is a step in that direction to having that sort of constructive conversation. Because so far in this legislature, we've had one-sided negotiations, and that's led to a position where we are offered what are called compromise amendments, where the proponents of a bill have only compromised with themselves. And so I look forward to that conversation. I look forward to seeing what the results of a true negotiation around this bill will look like. But at this point, I'm still going to be opposed to cloture on this bill. I'm still going to be opposed to AM 975. I'm still going to be opposed to LB 574. And I would just point out for those who are new here, structurally, where we're at is we're on select, and if this bill goes to final, there is not an opportunity to amend a bill on final. The mechanism is it has to be moved back to select for a specific amendment, which means we will have to have a conversation, a negotiation, and come up with a specific amendment that then gets put up on a motion and then we would move it back to select, and then we would adopt that amendment, and then the bill would go back to final again. And so it does seem like a late hour to be making these changes, but I guess better late than never is a saying for a reason. So with that, Mr. President, I would yield the remainder of my time.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator Hansen, you are recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Lieutenant Governor. I'm going to echo a little bit of what my colleague John Kavanaugh said, that, and he kind of phrased it very well. Even though sometimes we have the ability and the power to do something, doesn't mean we always sometimes should. And I think sometimes that maybe has been lacking a little bit this year in the spirit of listening, in the spirit of collegiality, that sometimes discussions do need to take place to see if we can make a bill better. And so I think, in my understanding, that is something that Senator Kauth is trying to facilitate here. So I'm encouraged. You know, I know when I ran on my campaign trail, I always said, God gave us 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason. And sometimes we need to listen more than we talk. And so I have a feeling maybe that's what's happening here. And so I have full faith in Senator Kauth to be able to listen, work with people, and see if we can make this bill better. So the little bit of time that I had here, I at least wanted to express my thoughts. So we'll see what happens between now and final reading. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hansen. Senator Vargas, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you very much. There's 2 things I think we should do. I do appreciate the good faith conversations on a negotiation, and that happening on final reading is tricky for me because that means we're putting a lot of trust in this happening in the last stage debate. And this underlying amendment, if there are still changes that are going to happen in the last stage of debate here, I think that we should move the amendment as is to give us the ability and leverage to have a real good faith negotiation on final reading. Now, I trust that the people that are going to be at the table are going to work on an amendment and work on something in final reading, because I have to give trust to people doing that. But we do have an amendment in front of us. It is something that had been brought. I do think it's something that we should take up. But I do think it should be clear that the people that are going to be working on this, I don't know who they are, we're putting a lot of faith into these individuals, that they are truly taking into account what Senator Kavanaugh, John Kavanaugh, said. And we're putting a lot of trust into them. With that, I'll yield the remainder of my time back to the speaker.
Thank you, Senator Vargas. Senator Dungan, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. And colleagues, I still rise opposed to LB 574. I think that we find ourselves in quite the interesting predicament. Frankly, I don't know how I'm going to vote on AM 975. I think it's important that we continue to have good faith negotiations and conversations. And I would echo the sentiment that others have said, which is that in order to have negotiation and compromise, there needs to be an actual conversation. And I think that conversation needs to include experts. I think that conversation needs to include those who are affected. And I think that conversation needs to include those on both sides of this issue to ensure that nobody feels cut out. And so I do accept the idea that we can move forward and try to figure something out. But what we're going to try to figure out cannot include harming people. It cannot include harming people's physical person or infringing upon their rights. But But I do understand there are folks in this body who want to protect children, and I think that that's something we can all share. We want to make sure kids are safe, but making sure kids are safe, oftentimes ensuring that their mental health needs are treated and that they're provided the care that they need. We certainly don't want to get between a parent and their children, but I also agree we all want to make sure there's a framework within which children are protected. So colleagues, I think there's a conversation to be had here. I'm hesitant, I'm nervous, but I am hopeful that we can continue talking, and I yield the rest of my time. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Dungan. Senator Sanders, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I yield my time to Senator Kauth.
Senator Kauth, that's 4 minutes, 54 seconds.
Thank you, Senator Sanders. Thank you, Mr. President. As we look at this, it does take a lot of trust. And I think that has been in short supply this session. Coming in as a freshman, this was a very big bill, and I understood that. We have had a lot of tension and hostility on the floor. And so, yes, it does take a lot of trust, but the tension and the hostility has been coming in one direction. I am committed to sitting and working with people on this. I have filed an amendment on final reading to make sure that if something happened, we would be able to adjust. And that's what we're going to do. We will sit down, we will adjust, we'll bring it back on select, and we'll vote. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you, Senator Kauth. Mr. Clerk, for a motion.
Mr. President, Senator Kauth would move to invoke cloture pursuant to Rule 7, Section 10.
Senator Kauth, for what purpose do you rise?
I'd like to invoke cloture on the amendment, please. Call of the House.
There's been a request to place the House under call. The question is, shall the House go under call? All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
32 ayes, 1 nay to place House under call.
The House is under call. Senators, please record your presence. Those unexcused senators outside the chamber, please return to the chamber and record your presence. All unauthorized personnel, please leave the floor. The House is under call. All unexcused members are now present. Members, the first vote is the motion to invoke cloture. All those in favor, vote aye. All those opposed, vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
33 ayes, 16 nays to invoke cloture.
The motion for cloture is adopted. Members, the next vote is on the adoption of AM 975 to LB 574. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed. Request for a roll call vote. Mr. Clerk.
Senator Aguilar. Yes. Voting yes. Senator Albright. Voting no. Senator Arch. Voting no. Senator Armendariz. Voting no. Senator Ballard. Voting no. Senator Blood. Voting yes. Senator Boston. Voting no. Senator Bostar. Not voting. Senator Bostelman. Voting no. Senator Brandt. Voting yes. Senator Brewer. Voting no. Senator Breezy. Voting no, Senator John Kavanaugh. Not voting, Senator Michaela Kavanaugh. Voting yes, Senator Clements. Voting no, Senator Conrad. Not voting, Senator Day. Voting yes, Senator DeBoer. Not voting, Senator DeKay. Voting no, Senator Dorn. Voting yes, Senator Dover. Voting no, Senator Dungan. Not voting, Senator Erdman. Voting no, Senator Frederickson. Not voting, Senator Holleran. Voting no, Senator Hansen. Voting no, Senator Hardin. Voting no, Senator Holcroft. Voting no, Senator Hughes. Voting no, Senator Hunt. Not voting, Senator Ibaugh. Voting no, Senator Jacobson. Voting no, Senator Kauth. Voting no, Senator Linehan. Not voting, Senator Lippincott. Voting no, Senator Lowe. Voting no, Senator McDonald. Voting yes, Senator McKinney. Not voting, Senator Mosier. Voting no, Senator Merman. Voting no, Senator Raybold. Voting yes, Senator Reapy. Voting no, Senator Sanders. Voting no, Senator Slama. Voting no, Senator Vargas. Voting yes, Senator Von Gillern. Voting no, Senator Walls. Voting yes, Senator Wayne. Not voting, Senator Wishart. Voting yes. The vote is 11 ayes, 28 nays, Mr. President, on adoption of the amendment.
The amendment is not adopted. The next vote is on advancing LB 574 to E&R for engrossing. All those in favor say aye. Their request for a roll call vote. Mr. Clerk.
Senator Wishart. Voting no, Senator Wayne. Voting no, Senator Walls. Voting no, Senator Von Gillern. Voting yes, Senator Vargas. Voting no, Senator Slama. Voting yes, Senator Sanders. Voting yes, Senator Reapy. Voting yes, Senator Raybold. Voting no, Senator Merman. Voting yes, Senator Mosier. Voting yes, Senator McKinney. Voting no, Senator McDonald. Voting yes, Senator Lowe. Voting yes, Senator Lippincott. Voting yes, Senator Linehan. Voting yes, Senator Kauth. Voting yes, Senator Jacobson. Voting yes, Senator Ibaugh. Voting yes, Senator Hunt. Voting no, Senator Hughes. Voting yes, Senator Holcroft. Voting yes, Senator Hardin. Voting yes, Senator Hansen. Voting yes, Senator Holleran. Voting yes, Senator Frederickson. Voting no, Senator Erdman. Voting yes, Senator Dungan. Voting no, Senator Dover. Voting yes, Senator Dorn. Voting yes, Senator DeKay. Voting yes, Senator DeBoer. Voting no, Senator Day. Voting no, Senator Conrad. Voting no, Senator Clements. Voting yes, Senator Michaela Kavanaugh. Voting no, Senator John Kavanaugh. Voting no, Senator Breezy. Voting yes, Senator Brewer. Voting yes, Senator Brandt. Voting yes, Senator Bostelman. Voting yes, Senator Bostar. Voting no, Senator Boston. Voting yes, Senator Blood. Voting no, Senator Ballard. Voting yes, Senator Armendariz. Voting yes, Senator Arch. Voting yes, Senator Albright. Voting yes, Senator Aguilar. Voting yes. Vote is 33 ayes, 16 nays, Mr. President, to advance the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. LB 574 advances to E&R for engrossing. I raise the call. Raise the call. And Mr. Clerk for items.
President, next item, legislative bill 753. There are no E&R amendments. Senator Hunt would move to bracket legislative bill 753.
Senator Hunt, you're recognized to open on your amendment.
What am I recognized to open on?
Excuse me, your bracket motion.
Thank you. Of course the motion's mine. Good. I rise encouraging you all to support the motion to bracket LB 753. I rise in opposition to LB 753. And this was a piece in the negotiation for 574 for the last bill that we discussed. Senator Linehan, who doesn't support the bill, who doesn't support taking rights away from trans kids in her heart, she had to vote for it or she'd lose too many votes on this bill. I said I would vote for the bill. I would let them speak for themselves, but several of my colleagues said they would vote for the bill. We would whip the votes for her to kill 574. Too scared, won't do it. Let me be clear and direct with Senator Kauth and the proponents of LB 574 about what just happened. Me pulling my motions was not an offer to work together. She stood up all saccharine and said, "Oh, I'm so happy that now we want to work together at the last minute, but guess what? It's too late." That was not an offer to work together. You misunderstood. She was up on the mic earlier saying, well, we had this olive branch. We were trying to work together. We had this amendment that Senator Jacobson introduced. He gave up $24,000 in 2 meetings to stay here in the legislature and vote for my bill. And then didn't end up wanting the amendment after all, did you? I'm not taking the olive branch. I don't want that POS amendment. But I'd like to see it, is what I said. I said, let's see your olive branch. And then not only did you take the amendment and run home, you shut down the process of the entire legislature. What? I would like to see that ever happen to any bill introduced by one of the opponents of LB 574, when at the very end you get got by procedure and you don't know what to do, and then you pick up your ball and you run to the speaker's office and you say, hold on, time out, we're doing a do-over. Speaker Arch came up here and said, whoo, that amendment came up quickly. No, it didn't. That amendment was introduced weeks ago. It's been up for all of you to read and understand for weeks and weeks, to think about your vote. And after listening to what made me pull my motions was Senator Kauth saying, oh, and we've tried to compromise, we've tried to talk. Here's an amendment, for example, that nobody wants to even vote on. Let's vote on it. Show me the olive branch. Not only do we not do that, we quit and go home. You cannot do that. It's like at the end of a football game, you're losing all of a sudden, and you call a timeout and you say, actually, we're going to reset the ball and just try it again. We're going to do over. You shouldn't get do-overs in this. And I guarantee you, any of the opponents of 574 never would have gotten a do-over like that. We should have called a point of order. We should have motioned to overrule the chair. You can't just quit because you get caught and you don't know what to do. If you were embarrassed, I would get it. I'm not embarrassed. Not only was Senator Kauth not ready for that amendment to come up, the speaker wasn't ready. And I think the reason you had to quit, the reason Speaker Arch went up to Kathleen Kauth in the middle of her time to speak, where we had this, really awkward moment of silence so they could confer and decide what to do and just quit and go home, was because they were afraid the bill was going to fail. They were afraid that if we didn't get that amendment on, that the bill would fail. Speaker Arch said last night, oh, well, you talk about 574 every day on every bill. That's why Westboro Baptist is here. That's why we're going to debate it on Thursday. I don't know what he said. Did he say he thought it would put it to bed? I don't know if he said that or if I'm imagining it, but it will not put it to bed. Lest the public think otherwise, we had 10 or 12 irons in the fire. all day today as far as a way out of this. Deals, votes, promises, ideas, ways to give people cover who don't want to vote for this. Even that amendment, we were prepared to support. All of us who were not voting, if it would have been able to get 25 votes, we would have stood up and changed our votes. But even the amendment would have only gotten 21 votes then. So you guys are full of crap. You introduce an amendment to try and deal with us, and then you take it away, you're not dealing. You shut down the session. You go in Arch's office where nobody from the opposition's even allowed to come in. Senator John Kavanaugh tried to join you. Senator Justin Wayne tried to join you. Senator Danielle Conrad tried to join you. None of them were allowed to know what was going on. The way that we have broken norms and hurt this institution, hurt the collegiality in this body, hurt our relationships because of Senator Kathleen Kauth, because of one green senator who doesn't know what she's doing in terms of this bill, is a shame. It's embarrassing. I oppose LB 753 because I don't support public funds for private schools. Is it because they're religious? No. Is it because of anything that they teach necessarily? No. I don't like it that they don't allow gay staff or gay kids or gay parents to have their kids enrolled in there. That's bigotry and that sucks, but that's like your favorite thing. Point blank, I don't support public funds for private schools. Public funds belong in schools that serve all kids. Any conversation about the weaknesses of public schools or private schools or the strengths of public schools or private schools or what a great time your kid had there and what a tough time your kid had at the other one, it doesn't matter. It has no bearing on the morality of LB 753. We cannot give public funds to private institutions. Subpoint, private institutions that are allowed to legally discriminate. I'm also curious, this is a real, I'm serious. I'm curious about how the opportunity scholarship tax credits are doled out to the scholarship granting organizations. Could Senator Michaela Cavanaugh and I start a scholarship granting organization for LGBTQ and trans kids? And then could we apply and receive dollar for dollar tax credits for all the contributions to our scholarship granting organization? And then could we take 10% off the top of that for administrative fees? Then I'd be making money like Senator Jacobson, who's been giving it up to come in here and discriminate against trans kids. I was really hopeful for some good relationships with you guys this year. I mean, Senator Brandt and I, he's been a good friend to me until now. Senator Hughes and I hit it off at the Legislative Council meeting that we had. I'll probably never go to Legislative Council again. I mean, like, I know you're really sad about that, but this place is a joke. You aren't serious about progress or relationships or the future of this state, or what we should have as our shared goals of workforce development and economic development. All you want to do is race to be the next Florida, race to be the next, Greg Abbott's Texas, DeSantis's Florida. It's a race to the bottom, and I don't know what you're getting out of it. What's in it for you? I won't say who because it's too mean, but I know that so many of you did not want to vote for that bill, but you were so afraid of, quote, being kneecapped, quote, being spit on. Like anything you could experience as a state senator is worse than what the trans kids of Nebraska are going through because of your discrimination and bigotry. Please grow up. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hunt. Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you are recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Hunt, I am all in on that scholarship fund. Let's make it rain. I mean, part of it is a compliment that people just want to hear me talk more. But I don't need any more compliments. I don't need any more compliments. It's nice that you all want me to talk more, but I'd rather not. But I will, because here we are. You know, Senator Hunt, in a lot of ways, I feel kind of liberated. I feel liberated. I had a conversation with Senator Brandt where I told him we're never going to speak again because he didn't vote his conscience in his heart. And that's really, frankly, going to be true of everyone. Senator Armendariz voted against this bill, now voted for it. Senator Hughes didn't vote for the bill last time and now voted for it clean. And just don't talk to me again, please. Any of you. There's 15 people in this building, in this room, that I am willing to talk to from this moment forward. Senator Lippincott, don't ask me about my kids. Don't give me a high five in the hallway. I don't want to talk to you. I don't want to talk to any of you ever again. It is unbelievable how that end of that bill was treated. That amendment was filed, I don't even know when it was filed. It was filed when Mike Jacobson decided to get his nose involved in all of this BS and screw up everything for the entire session by coming up with an amendment that clearly nobody wanted. Even the people who voted for it, myself, the 11 people who voted for it, we didn't want it. So thank Mike Jacobson for the fact that I'm still talking, because he decided to get involved where he had no business getting involved, put together an amendment that he didn't want anybody to know that he was involved in, but it was entirely him. Get you all riled up that we're going to have this great compromise amendment and convince people to vote for the bill so that we get the compromise amendment, and then we pull off everything so that you can get to your fudgesicle amendment, and then none of you vote for it. And now we're supposed to negotiate in good faith with you when you couldn't even attach your internal compromise amendment. You couldn't get that attached. And now I have to negotiate with you on the underlying bill. That's tied, that doesn't matter. You don't care. You don't care. You don't care. You care about Senator Kathleen Kauth's hate-driven bill more than you care about opportunity scholarships, the budget, anything else that's on this agenda for today. You care about legislating hate more than you care about anything else. Actually, that's not true. You care about hurting me personally more than you care about anything else. That was pure, clear pettiness. Because what? Because I'm getting some national attention? I don't care about that. The only reason I'm getting national attention is because this is a big effing deal. That's why. And it is a big effing deal to have somebody stand up and say, this is wrong. That's why.
1 minute.
That's why I'm getting national attention, because what you are doing is wrong, problematic, hurtful, detrimental, unconscionable. So yeah, when I stand up and say all of those things, the people out there are excited because somebody's standing up for something that's right. Somebody's standing up for the right for people like Senator Brewer and Senator Wayne to exist. And for people like Senator Aguilar and Senator Sanders to have their marriages. And Senator Vargas. I'm standing up against hate. And you're standing side by side, shoulder to shoulder. with hate. With hate, Senator Brewer. With hate. With hate, Senator Aguilar. You couldn't be married to your spouse if people didn't stand up against hate.
That's your time, Senator. Thank you, Senator. Senator Linehan, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Welcome to colleagues in Nebraska. Today, we are going back to select on LB 753, which is the Opportunity Scholarship Bill. This bill would allow children and their parents to find the best school that fits their needs, even if they can't afford to move to a different school district or they can't afford tuition to a private school. I have worked on it for 7 years. There's multiple questions of how it works. The basics are this. If you are a donor and you donate to a scholarship granting organization, of which there are none in Nebraska now, there can't be any until this bill passes. You donate money to a scholarship granting organization. That scholarship granting organization, therefore, henceforth, gives scholarships to children who otherwise wouldn't be able to attend a school that fit their needs and their parents' judgment. The way the scholarships are stacked, you have, and this has been a confusion, and I understand Senator Raybold's talked to me about this, others. In the bill, it says that the scholarships first go to a child who received a scholarship the year before. That does not mean a child who's on a scholarship in a private school today. Those children are excluded from this bill. If they are already in a school and they're on a scholarship, they're not eligible for this program. With one exception, kids leaving elementary school to go to high school, that because there's such a difference in schools, then they're a new student if they're leaving 8th grade to go to high school. So these would be new entrants into the system. Your donation to the scholarship granting organization would yield a tax credit, which could be as much as 50% of your income tax owed to the state. It can't be more than 50%. You can't wipe out your whole tax liability, but it's capped at 50%. Also, the scholarship granting organization, and I'm just trying to go over the things that I've had questions about, and I'll be here for 4 hours to answer any other questions. Scholarship granting organization can't be set up for just one school. They have, it's not about the schools, it's about the children. So I'm not going to name a school because I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings, but let's say there was ABC school. ABC school couldn't set up this program just for their school. It has to be for multiple schools. Also, the donor, like say Grandma Linehan, can't give the scholarship granting organization money and say, but I want that money to go to my grandkids. Can't do that. You cannot name the child that gets a scholarship. We are now, as soon as the governor of North Dakota signs the bill, which they have passed, the House and the Senate, we will be the only state in the union without any school choice legislation. The only state. The program is capped at $25 million for the first 3 years, meaning that that's all it can go. And then over the next 10, it could go up to $100 million. And I'm sure, because I've been busy this morning, I'm not quite as prepared as I should be. I'm not answering questions, but one important thing that has changed between now and when we were on general is an amendment that both Senator Hughes and Senator Kay worked on. It's a friendly amendment. I hope we will get to it sooner or later, and it answers a lot of concerns that they had and others had. And I had planned, because I was thinking I had 10 minutes, to ask Senator Hughes about the amendment. Senator Hughes, would you yield to a question?
Senator Hughes, will you yield to a question?
Yes. We only have a minute here, but you are helper in the queue, right?
I am. I'm like I cannot see. 2 down, 3 down.
Okay.
I can talk to the.
And then you will talk to the amendment?
Yes, I will.
Okay, I'll yield my time back to the chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Linehan. Senator Slama, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate it. I'm just going to take a moment here before I yield my time to Senator Linehan. It would seem that Senators Kavanaugh and Hunt have left the floor, but if you happen to be in your office or off the floor, please come back because this message is for you. Let's take a moment to talk about entitled liberal white women. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, we're not acting out because we're mad about you getting attention. I'm pretty sure 4-year-olds stopped saying that. Senators Aguilar, Sanders, and Brewer don't owe you a thing because they happen to be minorities. That comment was incredibly racist. Incredibly racist. They don't owe you a damn thing. And you don't even care. Here's the thing. You don't even care that you're spouting that racist nonsense on that floor. Get over yourselves. This isn't about you. This is about Nebraska not standing for sterilizing and mutilating children. Senator Kavanaugh and Hunt, you say the word "I" on this floor more than the rest of the legislature combined. I have a spreadsheet because I've been bored and tracking it. None of this is about you. It's about protecting kids. And maybe if you could check your ego at the door for a minute, you'd be able to see that and wouldn't be a punchline in the state of Nebraska. Because here's the thing, you can get up and fight the righteous battle and say you're doing this for yourselves when you just eat up the fact that you get the attention. Like, good for you. You're not stopping any legislation this year. Like, you realize we have a plan with the speaker to do literally everything we were planning to do this session through committee priority bills and Christmas trees and figuring out on the agenda how we can combine good bills. You are stopping nothing. You are doing literally nothing but making a fool of yourself. So check the ego at the door and let's move forward with being serious legislators. I'd like to yield the remainder of my time to Senator Linehan.
Senator Linehan, you have 2 minutes, 55 seconds.
Thank you. Is Senator Hughes here? Or Senator Kay? Senator Hughes, would you yield to a question?
Senator Hughes, would you yield to a question?
Yes.
Senator Hughes, would you remind me exactly what concern you had and how your amendment addresses it?
So my particular concern was that the way it was originally written is that ultimately it could grow first to 25 million and then to 100 million with no ties to scholarships given. So hypothetically, it could grow to total of $100 million and they give maybe $2,000 of scholarships out and some SGO entity is making either 5 or 10% management fees on it. And the intent of this is to give scholarships. And so that's what we really wanted to address.
Thank you. And now, if they don't give all the money out that they have, or they get to keep some for overhead, right? It's like 25%.
Yeah, we did quite a bit of research. We did some Zoom calls with other SGOs in other states, just talking to them about, because you have to have a little bit of carryover year to year, because if you don't know exactly what's coming in every year, and so you don't want to have given some scholarships and then the next year have to pull them or not have money left. And so came to the conclusion that a 25% carryover year to year would be allowed, and anything over that, first, it could be offered to other SGOs if they have outstanding scholarships to give. And if that doesn't work, then that money will be turned back to the general fund here at the state of Nebraska.
Thank you.
1 minute.
Thank you, Senator Hughes. I believe that will ensure that people find children who need scholarships if they have to give it back to the state. So that was Senator Hughes' part. And then I don't know if Senator Kay is here, but next time I'm up, I will ask Senator Kay to explain his part. And then I think I've just got a list of questions here from Senator Raybould, and I think Senator Brandt is going to have questions for me or Senator Hughes. So I will yield anytime I have left back to the chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Linehan. Senator Brandt, you're next. And recognized.
Good afternoon, Nebraska, and thank you, Mr. Lieutenant Governor. Would Senator Linehan be available for a question?
Senator Linehan, will you yield to a question?
Certainly.
So to refresh us, and when Senator Hunt was on the mic, she made a comment, but who qualifies to be an SGO? Who qualifies, who would be able to access opportunity scholarships? Is it just the private schools on record today, or can a new 501c3 start up and qualify for this?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch the last.
How would a new school, what are the requirements to qualify to be an SGO? Or a school?
Okay, well, there are two different things. So first, the SGO, we don't have any because they'd have to follow they'd have to be 501c3. They have to be a nonprofit. They raise their money. They have to use no more than 10% of it for overhead unless it goes up to 35 million some years out. Then they have to drop that overhead to 5%. All the rest of it has to go to scholarships for kids. And Senator Kay, his part of the amendment, when we get to that, they will have to report back to the legislature every year who got the scholarships, including demographics and how many children and what their income levels were. So the legislature will constantly, every year, have oversight. That report is supposed to go to the chairman of the Revenue Committee, the chairman of Appropriations, and chairman of Education Committee, and they should have a meeting and make sure the program is working the way it should. That's to check the SGOs, that part. On the schools have to be nonprofit, and they would have to be accredited or approved by the Department of Ed, the Nebraska Department of Ed. So it can't just be, and some have mentioned this before, somebody opens up a school and shopping center and says, here, we're going to set up a scholarship organization. They can't do that. The Department of Ed has to be involved in all of this.
So the chicken and egg thing here. I'm a parochial school. Do I set up an SGO, or does an SGO set itself up and say, I can help you? What's the order for this happening?
An SGO sets itself up, and it will probably help. I mean, in other states, there's some states that have several SGOs. There's some states that just have one and they do it statewide. What I've learned since I've worked on this, it's better not to have too many because then there's too much getting spent on overhead. But you don't want it probably, especially in Nebraska, we don't want just one. You want to make sure, and I've talked to people about this, that you have SGOs that go clear across the state.
But do any states run their own SGOs rather than paying an SGO 10% of the money to operate? Could our Department of Education become the SGO?
Okay, I don't want the Department of Education get angry at me, but I think if we had it run through the Department of Ed, they would ask for more than 10%.
But if that were not the issue, would you have any issue with the State Department of Ed being the SGO?
I know of no state that has done that, and I think that would become problematic because I think it's very hard to remove politics from that situation. And I'm never when just one organization is doing something, be it state or private, and there's no competition, that concerns me.
1 minute.
So when we do establish the SGOs, you anticipate there being several and they would be competitive?
I don't think so much this is what I really envision. I envision that maybe each Catholic diocese would have one, so that would be 3. I envision that Lutherans would have one, that might be statewide. I envision that other private schools might have one. I envision that there are several schools, especially, name slips, but a school that, and I'm embarrassed, I can't recall right now, an academy in Omaha that helps a lot of kids that are dyslexic. I expect that there will be some SGO, it may be one of those, some SGO that will be set up to help kids with learning issues. At least I hope so.
All right. Thank you, Senator Linehan.
Thank you, Senator.
That's your time, Senator. Senator Hughes, you are recognized to speak.
Thank you so much, Lieutenant Government, Government, Governor. I was going to just address a little bit of the amendment, and I know we're not on that as of yet, but I know this is a new thing for Nebraska, and there's a lot of concerns, and I, prior to this, served on Seward School Board, and I understand those concerns coming from our public schools. Like we were talking about before, one of my main concern, and as well with others, was to prevent this fund from inadvertently creating a tax shelter where tax credits grow without corresponding growth in scholarships for low-income kids as they are intended. AM 1253 requires that between 90 to 95% of the revenues of SGOs, the revenues that they receive, depending on the annual limit on tax credits, is allocated to educational scholarships. AM 1253 requires that SGOs shall not carry forward any more than 25% of its net revenue from one year to the next, and that any amount carried forward has to be expended for educational scholarships. If these carry forward dollars are not expended for scholarships within an SGO, they can transfer them to another SGO in need. And if no SGO can utilize these funds, then the money is returned to the general fund of the state of Nebraska. We also wanted, as a group, and this, she'd mentioned Senator DeKay, some additional information provided to the legislature, specifically to the Appropriations, Education, and Revenue Committee on a biannual basis. And the purpose of this enhanced reporting is to provide future legislators greater ability to understand and evaluate the bill or how the program is working, and if it's working as intended, and if there's any issues or anything that needs to be addressed. This report will be on the biennium, and it shall include, but is not limited to, gotta get my glasses on, a review of the progress of the Opportunity Scholarships Act, the number of students currently waitlisted or denied from receiving an education scholarship and the reason for waitlist or denial, the dollar amount of education scholarships given by SGOs, the demographic information of students receiving these education scholarships, and that would include, but is not limited to, income level, grade level, and geographic location. I know at one point, and I have not talked to him specifically, but Senator McKinney would like to have race included in this report, and that definitely can be included, as the word demographic would encompass race. So the whole point of that reporting is to just be a check-in measure and say, this is a whole new thing for Nebraska, the Opportunity Scholarship, and the intent is to provide options for low-income students, another option. And that is what that report is going to try to get a handle on. Is it doing what it's intended? And if it's not, then we make the changes to make sure that it is. Thank you. And I can yield my time back to Senator Linehan.
Thank you, Senator Hughes. That's a minute 33. Senator Linehan.
Thank you, Senator Hughes. Thank you, Mr. President. So I have a little bit more detailed information for Senator Brandt's question on what is an SGO. Authorizes Department of Revenue to certify an organization as a scholarship granting organization if it meets the criteria such as completes with Section 10 of the legislation and gives first priority to eligible students who received an education scholarship in the previous school year, and then to new applicants whose household income.
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. Household income levels do not exceed 185% of federal poverty level, or who are in foster care or out-of-home care. The SGO must prioritize eligible students, applicants in the following order. And I won't go into that, but at some time, I will list out the orders of the students. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Linehan. Senator Merman, you're next to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Lieutenant Governor. What is best for students? That seems to be on the mind of many this week in the legislature. I want the best outcome for every student in every classroom across Nebraska, which is why I rise in support of LB 753 and opposed to the filibuster motion. I think every member of this body would agree that we want every Nebraska student to have the best education outcomes possible. How do we achieve this? Well, if you ask the 49 members of the body, you may get 49 different answers. But I'm willing to bet that the overwhelming majority of parents, students, teachers, and administrators all believe that when all parties work together, they achieve the best outcomes in educating young people. This is true in both public and private schools across the state. I believe that this possibility is opened up further by the adopting school choice policies like LB 753. Opponents of this bill have made claims that this legislation is about attacking public education or an attempt to defund any school district in our state. That couldn't be further from the truth. The vast majority of school funding in Nebraska comes from the local level, which is a concept everyone in this chamber is very familiar with. So let's get the facts straight. This bill is about providing enhanced education opportunities for the most needy in our state. I know in my district we have some incredible public schools, many of whom serve kids who may potentially benefit from LB 753. These schools will continue to support students long after LB 753. I know there are many others in the chamber who are proud of the work the public schools do in their district. To that point, I've got good news for everyone. There is no provision of LB 753 that takes away a dime from a public school. Not in any district across Nebraska will that be happening. LB 753 is about giving children, particularly students who are in poverty, a chance to access the education that best fits them. And when you get to the bottom of it, it becomes very clear that this legislation is the moral thing to do. So thanks to Senator Linehan for her tireless work on this legislation, and I'm happily yield her time if she would like it.
Thank you, Senator Merman. And Senator Linehan, you'd have 2 minutes.
Thank you. So thank you very much, Senator Merman. Thank you, Mr. President. So going through, I think 2 minutes could be enough time to go through the students' priority. So the first tier priority, again, are students who received a scholarship from the SGO the previous year. And that's obvious, so you don't have a child start and then they can't get a scholarship to keep going to the same school. The second tier are students whose household income does not exceed 100% of poverty. So that's below free and reduced lunch. It's 100% of poverty. Students denied option enrollment at another public school. Students with the IEP or individualized education plan, special ed student. Students who are experiencing bullying, harassment, hazing, assault or sexual offenses, fighting, robbery, threats, intimidation. In other words, kids who are miserable at school. Students in foster care, students who are in a family with a parent or guardian serving in a branch of the armed forces or National Guard or killed in duty. Third priority, students whose household income is above 100% but below 185% poverty. That's free and reduced lunch. And mind you, free and reduced lunch is 46% of the kids in the state. The fourth priority is students whose household income is above 185 but does not exceed 213% of poverty. And we had a big discussion on this during general. That is the same group of children who are eligible for CHIPS, which is the state's children's insurance program. So all the children who are eligible for this are also eligible for a program that we already fund, whether it be insurance or school and free and reduced lunch. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Linehan. Senator John Kavanaugh, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I guess I rise in support of the bracket motion and opposed to LB 753. And it does sound like we're talking about AM 1253. So I figure maybe I'll talk about it. It's not on the board at the moment, and I think it's down the queue. But my assumption would be if we got to that point, it might be a substitution amendment. But I, don't want to put words in other people's mouths. So I'm looking at the AM 1253, and I still am studying it. I don't know exactly where I'm at on the amendment. Everybody knows that I'm generally opposed to this scheme of tax credits for scholarships to private schools. I don't think we should be giving government money to private schools. If anybody who knows me knows that I think that. So, but just specifically to the technicalities here, I'm listening to Senator Hughes and Senator Linehan talk about some of the parts of AM 1253, the new reporting requirements. I think, like I said, I'm often in favor of making something better, even if I oppose the idea in principle. And so I still, even with this adopted, I'm probably going to oppose the bill. But like I said, I need to take a closer look at the amendment and see ultimately what it does. But the reporting requirement does seem like a really good step in the right direction. If you're going to do a program to give these type of tax credits with the stated objective of improving educational outcomes, you should have some metrics that you're measuring. You should have, I'd like to see us, looking at some way to capture educational outcome, results, looking at testing, looking at grades, looking at graduation rates, finding some objective comparable data. And last time we had this debate was, well, not this bill, but last year, I think it was, I spent a lot of time looking at other states that have pretty robust reporting requirements and just looking to see what those say. Like the state of Louisiana has a pretty robust grade performance requirements. Washington, D.C. has some pretty robust requirements, and they were able to look at those. Higher ed institutions were able to take a look at that data and see that whether kids were actually having better outcomes as a result of taking advantage of that particular state's scholarship program, and whether kids, you could see an actual benefit with kids who left the public schools, went to the private schools, and then they went back to the public schools. So you were able to kind of track all of that information because they were capturing it. So this doesn't go quite that far. From my first glance at it, it looks like it's capturing just some demographic information. But I do think that is an improvement on the bill overall. I heard the conversation about how the funds can roll over and SGOs using them and spreading them out to maybe other SGOs, which I don't know where I fall on that, but I had a question, and I won't call Senator Hughes to the mic to ask it, but I asked her, this money, there's a part where it rolls over first to other SGOs, and then ultimately it rolls back to the Treasury at the end. And I'm still trying to parse out, I guess, what that means exactly, but it sounds to me like someone can give a tax credit to or give a donation to one of these entities, get 100% of that as a tax benefit, and then ultimately that money goes back to the state treasury. And I have some questions about that.
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I'll keep thinking about it. I'll push my light and get back in, and maybe I'll talk to some folks about it, because this is an entirely new concept when this resolution or amendment was introduced. But it does seem to me like someone's getting a tax benefit for money that's going into the treasury or the general fund. And maybe it's a good thing to not waste that money and keep it in these SGOs, but it does really seem like we're just giving someone who has the disposable income to give a donation to a scholarship fund a tax benefit for money that they're paying into the general fund. So I don't know. I'm going to think about it. I just wanted to put that out there in case anybody else had something else to say about it, so they can maybe educate me further about it. But I'll get back in the queue, talk a little while. I'll keep reading about this. I appreciate the conversation. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator Lowe, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Lieutenant Governor. I stand in support of LB 753. And I'm receiving emails, and a lot of them, not 50%, but a lot of them say, I'm writing to you for you to oppose LB 753. Private education should come from private funds. Our taxpayer dollars go to support the children from all walks of life. And I think that's what we're also talking about here, because this is a tax credit. They say that the money will be funneled away from our public schools. Well, maybe they would like us to get rid of the other 30 tax credits that we have in Nebraska, something like the affordable housing tax credit, the community assistance tax credit, the renewable energy tax credit, qualified emergency responders tax credit, the community college tax credit under the Nebraska Property Tax Incentive Act, the Social Security income tax exemption, the military retirement assistance, retirement income exemption. These are all tax credits. These are before it gets to the IRS. These all take money away from public schools. No, they don't. Not in their minds. Only this one does. And with that, I'd like to yield the rest of my time to Senator Linehan.
Senator Linehan, that's 3 minutes, 15 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Lowe. So I want to address a couple of things Senator Kavanaugh said, which I appreciate because I like questions because then I can remember what I've forgotten to say. This is not government money. The Supreme Court has decided, the U.S. Supreme Court and several state court decisions have been made that say clearly that it's not government money until we have it in our hands. So as Senator Lowe, thank you very much, Senator Lowe, just pointed out, we have multiple tax credits on the books already. The biggest one being our incentive package, which is hundreds of millions of dollars every year that was re-upped. It started in 1989, it was 775, and then it was Nebraska Advantage, and now it's the Nebraska Imagine Act. It's huge. And we've had it for 4 decades, and we have still managed to do many other things. So the comparison of this tax credit with others is tiny. It's not government money. Unless you want to make the argument, and I'm sure there were some that would, that every dollar we earn in our private lives belongs to the government unless they decide to let us keep it. Because that's where, if you follow the trail on this being government money, that's where it takes you. The only money that belongs to you is what the government doesn't take. I think Senator Kavanaugh also asked a very good question about someone should track these students. Are they in public school and then they go to private school and then they go back to public school? I don't know that specifically in the bill, but I think the legislature could definitely ask for that because the Nebraska Department of Ed is responsible to track every student in the state of Nebraska. They need to know what public school they're in, what grade they're in. They also have to track private school students, where they are, and homeschool students.
1 minute.
There is, and I will speak to this next time I get an opportunity, there is this fallacy that somehow private and accredited schools aren't under the purview of the Nebraska Department of Ed. We have one of the most stringent overviews of private schools in the whole nation. In the book, I have plenty of them here to share. There are 6 pages of regulations that the Nebraska Department of Ed, and I'm sure the legislature helped with this, has over the private schools. So don't think that they're not regulated. They are highly regulated. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Linehan. Senator DeKay, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of AM 1253, which we will be talking about later, and LB 753. I would like to thank Senator Linehan and Senator Hughes for working with me on this amendment. On the bill itself, I think there is merit to the proposal. I want the best for all the families in Nebraska and for all children to get the best possible education they can. There are times when a public school offers the best education opportunities for a student, but there are also times where I could see where a private school may be what is best for a particular student. Senator Linehan has alluded to the criteria that will be part of this LB 753, and she's alluded to it twice, so I'm not going to rename all the criteria that's involved in this. With that said, it's been mentioned on this floor that Nebraska does not have a system in place where it comes to private school scholarships. I have two concerns that I feel AM 1253 addresses. First, AM 1253 would close a potential loophole by limiting how much a scholarship granting organization can carry over to the next year. SGOs are capped carrying over 25% of the net eligible contributions per year and must transfer excess funds to another qualified SGO. If there is no SGOs that can take the funds, then the funds will be transferred to the general fund. Ultimately, I don't want to leave open the opportunity that money will just sit there and accumulate without doing anything year after year. Additionally, if there is a high demand in one area of the state and low demand in another part of the state, the SGO in the low demand area would distribute its excess to SGOs with a high demand, thereby ensuring more students can benefit from the scholarships. Second, AM 1253 would create accountability by requiring that each scholarship granting organization report annually to the Department of Revenue. This report is then forwarded to the governor and members of the legislature to review. There will also be biennial reports to the chairmen of the Education, Revenue, and Appropriation Committees that will take into effect on June 30th, 2027. I feel if we are going to grant tax credit, the legislature should have the opportunity to evaluate where the money is going and how it is being used. With this information, we can be better informed on how to make tweaks and fixes moving forward. This will also help us be able to evaluate what the benefits and detrimental process would take place within the public schools, how it would benefit them, or if it would be detrimental to public schools and to private schools. Every school in the state would be under the scrutiny of this process. I would also urge the body to vote in favor of AM 1253, and thank you for your time. I yield the rest of my time to Senator Linehan.
Thank you, Senator Decay. Senator Linehan, 1 minute, 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Decay, for that explanation. So I'm just going to go back to the accountability and accredited of what private schools have to do. Teacher certification, they have to have the same teacher certification that public schools have. There's questions about testing. They have to have norm reference testing required.
1 minute.
Approved non-public schools must administer whole grade norm reference tests no earlier than grade 2 and at least in grade 1 in at least one grade in each of the following 3 levels, 4 to 6, 7 to 9, 10 to 12. And as far as I know, the private schools all pretty much take the ACT because that's how we all measure results at the end. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Linehan. Senator Breezy, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good afternoon, colleagues. I first want to thank Senator Linehan for her work on opportunity scholarships. She's been working on this endeavor for years, and appreciate her relentless efforts in this regard. And in my view, it's a program whose time has come for Nebraska. It's time we put this in place. And it's really a program that truly can create opportunity for our young folks who might not thrive in a traditional school setting. In fact, it targets some of those kids. It targets low-income kids. It targets kids that have been bullied. It targets the disaffected children who really need this help. It creates opportunity for those who need it most. But yet we do hear concerns leveled at the idea. You know, some suggest, well, we're using state dollars to support private schools. You know, if you're talking vouchers or charter schools, that might be an accurate description. But this is different. With opportunity scholarships, we're simply leveraging state dollars to encourage contributions to the privates. But perhaps the loudest concern leveled at the idea is the suggestion that this somehow takes away dollars from public education, that we're going to somehow hurt public education with this. And that just really doesn't resonate with me. And I want to address that here. If the issue is taking dollars from public education, then the same thing really can be said about every aid bill that we pass. And I think Senator Lowe did a nice job of describing some of the programs that the tax credits we use that really don't garner any opposition from the education community. But this one does, unfortunately. And we are talking $25 million a year here. This really isn't going to harm public education one bit. You know, we dedicate roughly $1 billion in TOSA aid annually to our public schools. And then you add in SPED and several other programs. When I say 1 billion, I'm talking equalization aid. But when you add in SPED and several other programs, we're getting up to close to $1.5 billion a year that we put in state money into public education currently. And indirectly, we're probably putting in another $560 million through the 1107 refundable income tax program. And I would suggest that 60% of what we put into the property tax credit fund currently arguably goes towards public education in Nebraska. So there's roughly $2.25 billion we already put into public education. And with the governor's proposals, we're going to add another $350 to $400 million to begin with. And that's going to grow to $600-700 million, somewhere in that area. So at the end of the day, I would suggest to you that we're currently putting in, or soon will be putting in, $2.6 to $2.7 billion per year into public education in Nebraska. And what are we talking about here? We're talking about $25 million. And I'm not a math major, but I believe that that is less than 1% of what we're talking about putting into public education, 1%. But yet public education squawks about this. You know, colleagues, this isn't going to harm public education one bit. You know, this is something that a large swath of Nebraskans and a large swath of your constituents want to see put in place. And it's time that we respect their wishes on this. We're not going to harm public education by doing this. We're not taking away dollars from public education. And I submit it's something that we need to get put in place. And I would ask for your support of LB 753. And I would yield the balance of my time to Senator Linehan.
Thank you, Senator Breezy. That's a minute 14, Senator Linehan, if you want that time.
I'm sorry, Mr. President, how much time?
You've got a minute 5.
Okay, thank you. So I'm getting several questions on the floor. So I do know that the fiscal note changed, which is ironic because I argued for 5 years that it could save money, and now that it does save money, it's a problem. So I don't know. I will address the fiscal note if somebody wants to ask me a question on the mic. The other thing I handed out and I would like to talk to when I get a little more time is comparing Nebraska to Florida, because there's been several people who said this hurts public schools. If you look at Florida, where Jeb Bush, and Jeb Bush is one of my heroes, I will admit that. He has spent his whole life, well, not his whole life, but since he's been governor in Florida, he has spent all of his time that I know of working on making life better for students in public and in private schools. He is a reformer, and he spends considerable amount of time on this. So when I get up next time, hopefully when I'm at Q, I'm going to talk about all the work that Jeb Bush has done and continues to do for children across the nation. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Linehan. Senator Bostelman, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to talk a little bit more. Senator Lowe started on some of the tax credits in Nebraska. I'll try to go through a few more of those. Some other tax credits in Nebraska is Imagine NE, Nebraska Advantage, the New Markets Job and Growth Investment Tax Credit, the Rural Development Tax Credit, Nebraska Historic Tax Credit, the Nebraska Higher Blend Tax Credit, Early Childhood Tax Credit, Nebraska Earned Income Tax Credit, School Readiness Tax Credit, the tax credit for residencies in extremely blighted areas, tax credit for elderly or disabled, Quality Job Act tax credit, the Micro Enterprise Tax Credit, the Biodiesel Tax Credit, the credit for financial institutional tax credit, Beginning Farmer Tax Credit, credits for franchise taxes paid by financial institutions, stillborn child tax credit, renewable chemical production tax credit, the income tax credit for property taxes paid for general fund public costs. One thing, going back to the community college property tax credit, that's estimated to be $50 million under this tax credit that's claimed for the community colleges. Also, the school district property tax credit is $548 million. So there are other tax credits out there that people take advantage of. I am against motion 822 to bracket. I am supportive of LB 753. I know Senator Hughes had talked about an amendment. I think, my understanding, I need to look it a little bit more, but I think that amendment is beneficial to the bill. And I'd like to see that amendment get put on it as well. But with that, I would give any time that Senator Linehan would like to have, be more than to yield that to her.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Linehan, 2 minutes, 50 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Mr. Bossman. So I think if you can find this, it's red, white, and blue on your desk. It compares Nebraska to Florida. So Florida families have been enjoying school choice for over 20 years, while Nebraska remains, there's a typo here, now we remain the only state in school with no school choice. And here are some key findings. Between 2003 and 2022, Nebraska's 8th grade reading performance growth was -7. That puts Nebraska at 38th in the U.S. Florida and Arizona, both states with school choice programs that grew during those years, are in the top 10 for performance growth. During the same time, Florida closed their achievement gap. And this is very important. Florida closed their achievement gap between Black and white students by -11 points, whereas Nebraska's gap grew by 2. Both states closed the gap between white and Hispanic students, but Florida's gap closed by much more. Today, Hispanic students in Florida are a full year and a half ahead of Hispanic students in Nebraska in the 8th grade reading. Black students in Florida perform 11 points higher today, the rough equivalent of 1 school year. Florida's free and reduced lunch eligible students gained 7 points in 8th grade reading during this time, growth that puts Florida at number 3 in the country. Nebraska's free and reduced lunch eligible students lost 5 points, putting Nebraska at 37th. At a time when Florida's scores increased and surpassed Nebraska's scores, particularly for the historically disadvantaged groups,
1 minute.
Participation in the state's tax credit scholarship grew. This is about students and children and low-income students, and I am not trying to detract from public schools. Matter of fact, I haven't talked for 3 or 4 years. Ever when Superintendent Logan came to Omaha, I called her, I told her I support her, I'd do whatever I could to help her. I have not talked about her schools since then. But we have a problem in Nebraska, and we can't keep telling ourselves that every child is doing as well as they could in every school. We need to give these children, especially low-income children, children of color, opportunities to succeed that they don't have today.
On my time to Senator Linehan, but I just thought it might be good to give everyone my opinion here. I am opposed, of course, to the bracket motion and do support both the amendment and the underlying bill. I really want to thank Senator Hughes and Senator DeKay and a few others that worked together with Senator Linehan to make what we think were some important modifications to the bill through that amendment. And I truly appreciate Senator Linehan's willingness to work with us. And I also want to echo the comments of Senator Breezy. I too have gotten a lot of emails from public schools. I've met with a lot of superintendents and others. The fact that this scholarship program is happening has nothing to do with taking away from public schools. It's completely unrelated. You could argue that it's taking other tax dollars, but it's not taking anything away from public schools. In fact, we're funding public schools at a higher amount. A large portion of that, of course, is going to go back to the property taxpayers, but we are doing more to help public schools, and we will continue to do more to help public schools as we move down the road. I think the accountability measures that are being brought into the amendment are important changes, and we'll continue to monitor this as we move forward. But I think it's a great step forward. Senator Lenahan's worked on this from the beginning, and I appreciate her efforts, and I'm going to yield the remainder of my time to Senator Lenahan since I've warmed up the mic for her.
Thank you, Senator Jacobson. Senator Linehan, that's 3 minutes, 25 seconds.
Thank you, Senator Jacobson, and thank you, Mr. President. I could have stories here of children. One of the groups in Omaha, so I don't know, it's been 10 years ago, maybe 10 years ago, maybe longer. There was 3 schools in Omaha that were going to close, little elementary schools, because they were in eastern part of the city and they couldn't stay open. And there were a group of individuals who said, that's not right. Those are the schools where we need these schools for those children. So a group of individuals have kept those schools open for the last several years. They are 3 Catholic churches. Most of the students in those schools are not Catholic. Most of them, I want to say, above 80%. One of them might be above 92%, are free and reduced lunch children. There is no way they would be in those schools without scholarships. But they never have enough room, guys. They don't have rooms. Their buildings are big enough, but they have the room, I'm sorry, as far as physical room, but they can't raise the funding. There's some kind of thought, and I've talked to people on the floor, well, everybody that needs a scholarship is getting one already. That's just not true. They turn down kids every year. Every scholarship granting organization, we have one in Omaha now, Omaha Scholarship Granting Organization, they turn down children every year. So we have kids, now let's talk about kids who get bullied, because I'm experiencing this right now in my own family. How would you like now, none of my grandchildren would, thankfully, because my children are lucky, I've been lucky, none of my grandchildren would qualify. Well, that's not true. Maybe some, depending on their dad, is in the National Guard, but they're very happy in Aurora Public Schools. But financially, none of my grandchildren would apply for this program. But if I had a child or a grandchild that I was sending to school every day in tears because they hated it, because they were being bullied, what would you do? Because I don't think any of us in this body are in this situation. I have no choice. It's against the law not to send them to school. I have to work to keep food on the table. So homeschooling's not an option. So I drop off my second grader, and I don't know why second graders are getting bullied, but I guess it's a thing nowadays. I drop off my second grader at school every morning in tears. And there's no option, because there's not enough scholarship money to go maybe 2 blocks the other way to a school that would be a better fit. My heart is all in on this, and I am willing to stay here all afternoon and tonight or whenever between now and final to answer any questions you have. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Linehan. Senator Von Gillard, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of LB 753 and against the bracket motion 822. I just want to speak to a couple of misconceptions about the Opportunity Scholarship. And I, like others, I'm sure, have received numerous emails from constituents and others around the state that are interested in this issue. Interestingly, some of them, in my district, I represent Elkhorn schools and Millard schools and a small piece of OPS. Millard and Elkhorn, I would say, are very high-performing schools, and some of those families really had difficulty understanding why this bill was so important. And I can see that challenge of understanding that because they're involved in high-performing school districts, so they're not as close to a scenario where kids don't have the same opportunity that their kids do, that they're not in districts that are performing to the same level that they are, and essentially are trapped in a school situation that they really have, as Senator Linehan said, have no choice to be in or out of. So it's been interesting to share information with each of them on a one-by-one basis and clarify that where I can. I do want to share specifically in Omaha. There's a ministry called CUES. It's CUES, the CUES school system, and there are 3 schools in the CUES system: Sacred Heart, All Saints, and Holy Name grade schools. It's really a terrific organization. If you want to look it up, it's cueschools.org, or just Google CUES Omaha and it'll come up. But just a couple of statistics that debunk some of the common myths about the Opportunity Scholarship Act. At the CUES, this is just in the CUES system, there are 527 students last year. 93% of those families received free or reduced lunch. 2 of the 3 schools are community CEP, community eligibility provision. 93% of those kids are children of color. If you pull up their website, there's photos of the kids, and they're black and brown kids primarily, and it's an amazing place. The kids do super well. I went down for a tour down there a number of years ago, walked into a classroom, and one of the kids was appointed to be my host, and I think it was a 3rd grader, stood up, walked over, shook me by the hand, introduced himself, and then introduced me to the rest of the classmates. And it's just it's a really a heartwarming place to visit. Here's an interesting statistic: 52% of the students and 85% of the students at Sacred Heart are not Catholic. So this myth that the Opportunity Scholarship Act and private schools discriminate is just simply not true. And I know that this is the case within other private schools and schools that would benefit from students who would be funded through the program. This is really compelling. 94% of CUES students graduate from high school on time. The CUES schools are right in the heart of the Omaha Public Schools District, and their graduation rate, I think the last graduation rate there was 78%, which obviously is disappointing, and certainly 94% from the CUES students is an outstanding graduation rate. So they're doing something right. 144 of those kids received scholarships out of 527. Of course, the Opportunity Scholarship would provide a means for even more kids to do there. Again, just another point, it is not a Catholic student or Catholic school to educate Catholic students. They're open to people of all religious backgrounds. Then one other myth, in sitting in on the revenue hearings, there was a lot of talk about special education. And I was really pleased, this always feels like a public versus private school debate, and it really shouldn't be that way. And the special education, thank you, Mr. President, special education scenario is really compelling because there were many of the schools that talked about their partnership with public education, public schools in their district. So the private schools were educating the special needs kids, but they were partnering with the public schools for some of the special education elements of that. And frankly, both of them testified that it was beneficial to their districts. There's some qualifications, restrictions about federal special ed funds following the student to a private school. That can't happen. So this partnership between the 2 organizations was very compelling, and it was refreshing to see that both the public and the private schools in those communities figured out a way to benefit those students, which again is all of our goal. With that, I yield the remainder of my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Blood, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do stand in opposition to the bracket motion, but I am still yet listening to the debate on LB 753. And with that, I would ask that Senator Linehan yield for some easy questions.
Senator Linehan, will you yield to some questions?
Certainly.
Senator Linehan, as I've been listening to the debate, I keep reflecting back on the bill, and I'm curious, and I mean this sincerely, how did you come up with the tiers? Why did you do the tiers the way that they are? Because I have a question about the second tier. What made you decide to do each one in the demographic that you did?
Actually, and she might be surprised by this or not remember, but last year when I was talking to Senator Day, she wanted, because I think she has a good grasp that there are a lot of kids on free and reduced lunch, and she wanted to make sure that we took care of the least of the free and reduced lunch students before we went to all free and reduced lunch students. So that's why I picked 100% poverty. And then we went back to the 185% poverty because that's free and reduced lunch. And then we went to the 213 because that is CHIP program. And then the military and the bullied and the special ed, those are just children who can get lost and their parents feel like they don't have support, and maybe a smaller school works. So that's how we prioritized.
And that was one of my concerns, because at the last round of debate, we kept hearing about harassment and bullying and sexual activity. And I was surprised to see IEP in the second tier as opposed to not in the first tier. So I hear you talking about money, but I'm talking about, when we talk about those that have issues, because that's what we keep hearing on the mic. And so if I hear you right, it's more about income first. And then, we got to be honest, some of the heartstrings that were pulled were in reference to bullying and kids with disabilities. That's my disconnect on this bill.
I've made a mistake.
Okay.
The
Fair
first
enough.
tier is students who've already in the program. I think it's a better way than the bill's written, who's already received a scholarship. But that gets confused with children who already have, but it has to be in this program.
All right.
So the first tier is we don't want to start a child in school and then not have money for them next year. So once you're in the program, you stay in the program.
You're in the program.
Okay. Then the second tier is 100% poverty and students denied option enrollment and students with IEPs and students who are experiencing bullying, harassment, hazing, assault, and students whose parents or guardian are serving in the armed services, National Guard, or were killed in duty. So they're in the second tier, only behind students who are already in the program.
I appreciate that. For me, it's kind of a disconnect, because I feel like it's almost more pressing if a child is being bullied than, so you hear where I'm coming from.
I do, and that's, they're at the top of the list, except I don't think we'd want to take it away from a student who's already happy in a school.
Right.
So hopefully there's enough funding for both.
All right. Fair enough. Thank you, Senator Linehan.
Thank you.
I appreciate it. So I have to be honest, and Senator Linehan knows this, I'm struggling with this bill. And I feel bad because I actually like Senator Linehan. And so this is the hardest part for me to be a senator, when I don't actually like legislation that they bring forward. But I'm going to continue to listen to the debate and see if a light bulb goes off for me. But I do appreciate Senator Linehan answering my questions, because I have been thinking about that since the last debate. So thank you, Senator Linehan.
Thank you, Senators. Senator Dungan, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I do rise today still in opposition to LB 753, and I suppose in favor of the motion 822, the bracket motion. I would reiterate, to start with, some of the comments I made on general file, which is that I understand the important nature of this bill to Senator Linehan, and I do appreciate sort of the general intention behind it, which I know is to help kids. And one thing we talked about all morning and early afternoon on the bill that we talked about earlier, which I don't intend to get into, is our shared desire to help children. And I genuinely believe that that is the intent behind this bill. And so I do thank Senator Linehan and others for their hard work on this. I remain concerned, however, for a number of reasons. I'll probably have enough time to talk about a few of those here today. One thing I do want to note is that the amendment that is here, I think, does make an effort to address some of the concerns that were brought up on general file, both things that were mentioned on the mic by individuals as well as things that were mentioned off the mic to me. But I do fear that the amendment that we're going to talk about later today doesn't go far enough to address a number of those concerns. One of those concerns I know that was brought up by a number of individuals was the overall cost of this program. I know that we're talking about $25 million and that it stays $25 million for a few years, but ultimately this escalator clause can kick in where, and if I remember correctly, if 90% of the funds are used, then it will escalate by a set amount until it caps out at about $100 million, I believe, annually. Based on my conversations with folks during the Revenue Committee hearing we had on this and also looking at the numbers, I believe it's very probable that the escalator clause is going to kick in. I don't see a world in which individuals who are savvy enough, both companies and people, to utilize this tax credit will not do it to its fullest extent. And so I do believe that we're going to find ourselves in a situation where ultimately that escalator clause is triggered. And in a time where we are having ongoing discussions about this package that we continue to talk about, both with regards to taxes, tax reductions rather, as well as new expenditures, I remain concerned that we are ultimately placing ourselves in a precarious position. And that precarious position is one where we are ultimately investing a number of dollars on various programs like education funding, which I've been very clear I do support overall increase in state aid to schools. Even if I have concerns about the particulars of that program, I do support the overall theme and theory of that. But we're increasing a number of expenditures while simultaneously decreasing our income. And what we saw, obviously, on the fiscal note that came out recently about the package with regard to income tax and corporate tax was that that's probably going to cost a little bit more than was anticipated. I'm eagerly looking forward to some of the other fiscal notes on that, and we're having conversations, I know, about what the ultimate cost is going to be for all this. But in a situation where we are investing money in a number of things and money that is going to exponentially grow to a relatively high sum of that $100 million, I want to ensure that the money that we're spending is being targeted in a way that is going to be beneficial. I absolutely believe that private schools have their place in our state. I know a number of individuals who went to private school. A number of people I know who are close to me graduated from private schools and enjoyed it. But I don't believe that it should be in the purview of our state to be essentially giving money, tax credits to folks who are donating to those private schools. They can exist, but I don't think they should be funded by the state. And I understand that there is a disagreement we've had consistently about whether or not this qualifies as state funding. I do intend, as I talk more on the microphone, to kind of go through my arguments and explanations as to why I believe this does, thank you, Mr. President, rise to the level of state funding. But I just think that if we're going to be doing that, we should make sure these are targeted, and we shouldn't be in the business of supporting those schools as a state. Studies have shown, and I quoted a lot of these on the general debate, and we'll get into it more, I'm sure, later too. Studies have shown time and time again that especially on wide scale, large scale programs that are statewide with vouchers and voucher-esque programs with tax credits, we have seen scores go down, and we've seen standard deviation decrease in both math and English scores when people have moved from public schools into private schools, specifically people of color and indigent folks who move from or take advantage of these voucher programs who move into private schools. We have seen a reduction in scores. And so if we are going to be spending our money, I want to make sure we're doing so responsibly, and I want to make sure we're getting our bang for that buck. And I think the best way to do that is going to be reinvesting in our public schools and allowing those who are already donating to scholarships for private schools to continue to do so. So colleagues, I'll continue to talk about this. I'm curious to hear more debate about the amendment, and I look forward to having this conversation for the next couple hours. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Dungan, thank you. And Senator Rabel, you are recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I stand in support of the bracket, and I have an amendment to LB 753, much along the lines of Senator Hughes' comments that she's raised with different concerns. But I know Senator Breezy made a great comment. There's no reason why we should think that we won't be funding public education. Well, the truth is we haven't, as a state, been funding public education. We're ranked 49th in the right down at the bottom of the barrel in terms of providing for public education in our state. That's why we're doing that transformative packet to really shift that burden away from local property taxes back to the state, which is a great idea. Very commendable idea. We have every reason not to trust the state of Nebraska. Historically, they have always underfunded their financial commitment for special education. So as much as we'd like to embrace this wonderful idea that we are going to be funding private education for kids of low income, modest means, Senator Lenahan was very clear, children of color. That is a very honorable goal, and I applaud that. And I certainly am really admire Senator Linehan for her hard work and labor on this. But there are some concerns with LB 753. And I have to tell you, for full disclosure, I am a product of private Catholic schools. Elementary school, Pius X High School, Creighton University, Georgetown University for my master's. But those were choices my parents made. And we all know that how fundamentally important public education is. It's the greatest equalizer in our society. So that is why we as a state, as communities, as local school districts fund that. So I just wanted to give just a couple of things. It does take away from funding for public education, and how does it do that? Okay, first of all, let's look at some of the numbers. So the number of students in public education, and these numbers come from our Nebraska Research Center, there are 328,721 kids in public education. Non-public schools, we have 36,656. In the public schools, those that qualify for free reduced lunches is 162,907. Just, more than a third of those students that go to public schools. Those that are in private schools, non-public schools that qualify for free and reduced luncheon, 5,779. But another number in the non-public schools are those children, 2,152 of them that are special ed students. But there was an asterisk by that says the non-public special education students are served by the public schools. So they may be attending the private school, but they're being served for their special education needs in a public school. So going back to how does that work? Well, okay, so we established that there are low-income kids that are qualified for free reduced luncheons in the non-public schools are 5,779. So we look at how many of those kids that are currently attending public school might transfer to a private school with this new opportunity open to them. And so working with some estimates, and they came up with, let's say 5,000 public school kids would transfer, that would reduce the Educational Opportunities Support Act, thank you, Mr. President, by about $11.8 million. $11.8 million that would impact it. So, Senator Hughes had some great ideas. I came up with this on one of the amendments to say that there should be restrictions. It shouldn't be allowed to keep growing and growing. And my restriction was saying that, you restrict it, except that no increase in the annual limit shall occur unless all public education funding obligations of the state are fully funded and, most importantly, dispersed. And so the next time on the mic, I'd like to ask Senator Linehan a few questions that I've already given her. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Albright, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of 753, and I want to thank Senator Linehan for her 7 years of diligent work on this particular topic. It only keeps getting better. And I understand that she is carrying it on the behalf of Governor Pillen. I'd like to just read a little story about Brandon's story. When my brother was younger, he was told by my dad that he wanted to be just like him. But my dad said, "No, I want you to have better." And growing up, my dad told us that the only way to have a better life than he had was through education. A high-quality education should be available to everyone because no matter what walk of life you come from, whether from a high-income family or a low-income family, education can provide you with the support to overcome the barriers placed on you by society and allow you to have a better future for yourself and your children. School choice is parents being able to decide what school to send you to and what type of education you receive. I'm grateful for my school and for my parents' willingness to work hard so that I can have a better life. You know, there's a lot of information that I know that when we get up here after listening to it for 8 hours, now we're back on 4 hours, but I think it's important to go back to the basics and let the public know what we're talking about here, since we are on select file, and how LB 753 would work. The Opportunity Scholarship Act in Nebraska is a tax credit scholarships. They're provided to expand school access to many Nebraska families who can't afford the best education setting for their children. The state would provide $25 million in total income tax credit to incentivize donations to scholarship granting organizations. And I would, in fact, be supportive of Senator Hughes's amendment. The proposed program would provide 100% state income tax credit for donations to scholarship granting organizations. Donations are capped at 50% of the individual's or the business state tax liability. Donations would be made to scholarship granting organizations, which then award scholarships to eligible children. And the best part is the program would give priority to students in families at 100% poverty level, as well as students with exceptional needs who have experienced bullying, they're in foster system, the military families, or they've been denied option enrollment. Why scholarship tax credits? Scholarship tax credit programs create new pools of funding so that children can receive scholarships to attend private schools of their choice. There are 25 scholarship tax programs operating across our country, and research has demonstrated that these programs are positive for student achievement. They save money for the state and local governments, and studies consistently demonstrate that public schools benefit from the existence of scholarship tax programs. 20 of the 21 studies show these programs improve the performance of nearby public schools. The nation's largest school choice program is a scholarship tax credit in Florida, which serves over 8,000 students. And I think it's important we have some myths that people talk about. And one of them is that public schools score higher on standardized tests. In 2022, Nebraska private schools scored on an average of 4 points higher than public schools. In 2022, the private school, the ACT average was 23.2, where the public school average is 19.5. Another one, only recently have court decisions supported school choice. The truth is, court decisions supporting school choice have gone back as far as 1925, where the Supreme Court of the United States ruled that it was unconstitutional to require students to attend public schools. In its decisions, the court upheld the right of the parents to make the educational decisions on behalf of their children while acknowledging the state's right to regulate education, even in the non-public schools. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Sanders, you're recognized.
Thank you and good evening, Mr. Speaker and colleagues. I stand in full support of LB 753, and I want to thank Senator Lanahan for introducing this bill. Today is an apt day to discuss LB 753. North Dakota's House of Representatives just passed school choice proposal today, sending it to the governor's desk. If it is signed by the governor of North Dakota, we will be the last state to adopt a school choice policy. I want to say that the Opportunity Scholarship Act is one of the best ways the state can support special needs education. I know we discussed this when we had debated LB 583, my TIOSA bill on behalf of the governor. Nebraska is making historic investment in special needs education, and LB 753 will help. We all know that school choice policies help parents find the ideal learning environment for the unique needs of their child. More and more parents are finding that the best place for their child with a disability is to have opportunities and choices. Even though our public schools often do a wonderful job educating our children with special needs, it is imperative for us to give parents a choice. If a private school would serve their child better, for parents with limited means, there is no choice. LB 583 would change that. As I said on general file, I want to emphasize that LB 583 prioritizes supporting children with disability. The bill creates 753, I'm going to correct myself. LB 753 prioritizes support children with disability. The bill creates a 5-tier program to determine who should be prioritized for opportunity scholarships. Students whose households income is below poverty and who have an individual education plan, also known as an IEP, are prioritized over all other first-time applicants for a scholarship. I do want to mention the 2 private schools that operate in Nebraska solely for those with these needs. Both schools, Madonna in Omaha and Villa Marie in Waverly, would qualify under this bill. So to close, I will support this bill because it will help low-income students with disabilities find a school that is perfect for them. I hope my colleagues will do so as well. Finally, we continue to hear that this bill will take away money from public schools. Again, this is not true. On the contrary, public schools would save money. It would have cost to educate that child. This is a proven fact, and that concept saves participating states anywhere from $13 million to $120 million every year. Again, thank you, Senator Lanahan, for introducing this bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Brandt, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to talk a little bit about property taxes. The last fiscal note, and everybody can look it up, has a calculation in here. And I'm going to read this and how this could impact public school funding. So, a reduction in general fund expenditures related to state aid to schools pursuant to the Tax Equity and Educational Opportunity Support Act, TEOSA, is possible, but the exact amount is indeterminate, as described below. Many students impacted by LB 753 AM 338 could be transfer students from public schools to private schools. The estimated number of students who could utilize scholarships and transfer from the public school system to the private school system is 5,000 students. We do not anticipate school district expenditures to decrease relative to the reduction in students. For expenditures relative to a school district to decrease, there would only need to be a reduction in the number of students in the public school system. But also the reduction would need to be concentrated at the building or even classroom level to reduce expenditures. However, for schools with more than 900 students, the basic funding component of needs is based on the average adjusted general fund operating expenditures per formula student times the number of formula students. Therefore, a reduction in the number of students impacts needs in the TEOSA formula. A reduction in the number of students also impacts the calculation for net option funding. Calculated based on the average cost per student, which will be higher with fewer students in the public schools. A change in the number of formula students can impact the overall needs of districts in varying amounts, depending upon which districts experience a change in the number of formula students. For example, if all of the estimated 5,000 students transfer from the 11 school districts with the highest enrollment, prorated by proportion of enrollment for those 11 districts, some districts receive an increase in TEOSA equalization aid, and some districts receive a decrease in TEOSA equalization aid, resulting in a net reduction in total TEOSA aid of $11.8 million. My point is this. most of these school districts, my school districts that receive fluctuations in TOSA aid or don't receive any TOSA aid, the cost of the school system never goes down. It goes up. That leaves your school board with one option, and that's to backfill with property taxes. So I guess if we're going to be amending things and fixing things on this bill, I would really like to make sure that the existing public schools are made whole by any impact that this may have on their public funding. And with that, I would give the rest of my time back to the chair.
Senator Linehan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Brandt. Would Senator Brandt yield for a question?
Senator Brandt, will you yield?
Yes, I would.
So Senator Brandt, do you have a lot of equalized schools in your district?
Two out of 14.
2 out of 14. And those schools would be?
Crete and Norris.
Okay. So thank you, Senator Brandt. Here's the situation with this fiscal note. For 5 or 6 years, whatever, they said again and again in the fiscal office it wouldn't save any general fund money. So when I tried to argue that we could actually save money with this program, everybody argued, nope, no savings. It's going to cost $25 million. It's going to cost $25 million. It's always going to cost $25 million. So you pick your poison here. The bill either costs $25 million or the bill only costs $25 million minus $11 million. So now we're only talking about $13 million. So it's fun to work a bill for 7 years because you learn that no matter what you do, there's something they don't like about it. Here's the situation. This is a package. We all know it's part of the package. And Senator Brandt understands the school formula very, very well. And he understands that we are going to give public schools another $300 million every year. And part of that is to pay for 80% of special ed. But Senator Brandt also knows, Senator Brandt, would you yield for a question?
Senator Brandt, will you yield?
Yes, I would.
So Senator Brandt, if we were just paying 80% of special ed and $1,500 per student, would it cost us $300 million a year if that's all we were doing with the new public school funding?
I guess my understanding is 300 million are those two things.
Why then, in the third year of the 300 million, are we leaving $600 outside the formula?
That is a great question.
But you know the answer. Don't you, Senator Brandt?
I can surmise what the answer is, but I'd be speaking out of
Yes,
turn.
because we're working on a package here, and everybody have to get votes for the whole package. And to get votes for the whole package, we have to make sure that the big equalized schools win too. And the reality is, many of them already get almost 80% of their special ed funding covered. Would you agree with that, Senator Brandt?
Yes, I would.
Yes. So we have to move some of the new funding outside of the formula, which means there's funding that is going to exceed the equalized schools' needs as we know them today. Correct, Senator Brandt?
I would be totally in favor of getting rid of the $600 kicker.
But then we couldn't get to 33, Senator Brandt.
We could try.
We've all decided that we've been up that mountain to get to. You've been here how long, Senator Brandt?
5 short years.
And how many in those 5 short years did you see us all struggle to get to 33?
Every year.
Yes. And what did we learn in those 5 years, Senator Brandt? If you try to pass just income taxes, can you get to 33?
Well, it depends what it looks like.
Did you ever vote for cloture on an income tax package standalone before this year?
I probably not, without knowing what else was coming up next.
Because what else do we have to put with income taxes to get to 33?
Oh, we've got to rescue property taxes.
Yes. Thank you, Senator Brandt. I'll yield the rest of my time back to the chair.
Senator Mosier, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support the Opportunity Scholarship Fund. I think that it's important for these low-income people to have the opportunity to have another school to attend. The amount of money that's going to be spent through this tax credit is somewhere around 1% of what we spend totally on public school aid. So it's not very big by comparison. Second of all, it doesn't come from the general budget, so it's not really competing with funds that we would spend on schools. And if you really want to talk about lost money and money not going to schools where it should, we should talk about TIF financing. TIF financing eliminates the tax payments on the improvements or the increased economic activity for 15 or 20 years. So the county doesn't get any money, the school doesn't get any money, the city doesn't get any money. And that's millions, way more than what we're talking about in this tax credit. I would yield the rest of my time to Senator Linehan if she'd like it.
Senator Linehan, 3:30.
Thank you, Senator Mosier, and thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to go back now, and I know Senator Raybould, so she's going to ask me some questions, but if she doesn't mind, I'm going to jump ahead a little bit. So she said there are 328,721 students in public schools, I think, and I could be corrected on this, but I think that's pre-K through 12, which is fine. 162,000 of them are on free and reduced lunch, which, if my math is right, and my sidekick here's Chairman Appropriations, who always checks my math because he knows I make mistakes sometimes, not here, but I think that means it's 49%. So I said 46% of the kids in school today are on free and reduced lunch, but I would agree there's probably fewer in private school and free and reduced lunch than in public schools. So in private school, there's 16%. So maybe considering numbers, that comes up to about 46% of children who are on free and reduced lunch in our school system. She is also right on the special ed funding. There are school systems, public school systems, that do a great job of working with private schools and making sure that students who have special needs, have an IEP, get help in help the students in private school. The fact is, and some do a better job than others. I'm not going to call out who's which, but they have to by law. If you live in a school district, that school district has to provide any child living in that school district with special ed. It's the federal law. It's been the federal law since sometime in the 70s. What we're doing this year in the package that improves this so very much, and Senator Wishart, I think maybe looking around the appropriation committee is working, so they're not here, but Senator Wishart and I have worked since we've both been here 7 years to get special ed up to 80%. The special ed going up to 80% will help all children in all schools, public and private, because finally the school districts, especially school districts that don't get any equalization aid, who are stuck with the whole, we're now at 42, 45% that we give to schools, but this gets very complicated. Anyway, we're going to be at 80%. A lot of schools, and like Senator Brandt and I were talking about, there's even some more for the highly equalized schools like Crete, like Lexington, like Omaha, like Lincoln. They will have more funding to help those kids with special needs. And we finally are going to help rural schools who haven't been getting enough help for special needs schools, special needs students, to have it. That's one of the biggest parts of this package, not this particular bill, but the package, is we're finally going to be helping children with special needs and giving the schools enough money to make sure that we're doing the right thing by those children. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator John Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Mr. President. So again, rise in I guess, support of the bracket motion and opposed to LB 753, and enjoying the conversation. And interesting that we've turned back to the conversation about the broader package and not the merits of the bill itself. And I know that, I mean, I appreciate the governor's interest in putting more money into to schools and making sure that we are increasing our allocation for special ed and making sure that more schools are getting equalized funding. I think that is a really good step in the right direction. I think that's a good idea on its own merits and stands alone, separate from this bill. Senator Breezy's bill that we fought about last week, I have some problems with that and some parts that I dislike less. But it's a idea that has its own merit and stands on its own. And Senator Linehan's income tax, corporate income tax and personal income tax package is its own bill with its own problems and merits that stand on its own. We filibustered that bill. I filibustered that bill and I proposed an amendment that would have taken the top bracket down to only 4.99% instead of 3.99%. And that, got about, 10 votes or something along those lines. But that was the crux of my opposition to that bill, was that I thought it took the top marginal rate down way too much. But that was my problem with that bill. My problem with that bill was not that it was part of a package with this bill, a package being a separate bill that's progressing through the legislative process on its own separately. And I understand I guess what you'd call it, realpolitik of forcing people to vote for things that they don't like by binding them together, saying if we don't pass this, you don't get that. The common way to do that, of course, is to put two things in a bill together, which has happened as well in these packages. We've seen some things that I think it was the income tax package had child care tax credits, which of course I'm supportive of, and other people that are like-minded with me are supportive of. And you put things in there in an attempt to entice people to hold their nose and vote for the bill because there's something that they like in there. And then, of course, people who don't particularly care about that vote for the bill, despite the fact that it has a child tax credit in it, or child care tax credit in it, because they want the corporate and personal income tax cut. But again, that's one bill, and it's on its own. And it's not, I don't know if it's, I'm not particularly, I guess I don't like this nature of this conversation where we are focused entirely on all of these bills as a package together. I understand what the conversation Senator Linehan and Senator Brandt just had about certain folks. And I remember conversation with Senator Friesen. This common conversation I had was that he and his friends, cohort at that time, were always in opposition to tax cuts for income tax cuts unless they got $1 for dollar property tax money. I get it. That was what they wanted to do. This seems to be a bit heavy-handed to be continually forcing all of these bills together and talking about them as one package that has to be taken at all or nothing and no changes, although we're contemplating a change here today, though a modest one, or while we're talking about it, I guess it's not on the board at this point. But I just think that when we're voting on these things, and some people will vote for things because they like that, and some people will vote against it, and bills may pass, they might not. But I don't know if it's a good idea to hold people hostage for this bill just so we could, because they want to make sure that they get property tax relief or they get increased funding for special ed in another package. If this is a good idea, it's a good idea. I don't like this idea, but a lot of other people do. So that's my 2 cents on, I guess, the nature of the conversation, but I'll push my light and talk about the substance of the bill again later.
Time, Senator. Senator Conrad, you are recognized to speak.
Perfect timing. Good evening, colleagues. Good evening, Nebraska. I rise in opposition to LB 753, but I am listening carefully to the debate, and I am looking carefully at the filed amendment and the updated fiscal note as well. Just wanted to echo kind of a general overview in terms of my thinking on this measure thus far is that from a general perspective, I just want to reiterate and reaffirm that Nebraska has one of the best public education systems in the country. I think it is a point of generational pride. You can see that by test scores, which are consistently at the top of those lists that we want to be at the top of those lists on. And that's despite the fact that we're at the bottom of some of those lists that we don't want to be at the bottom of when it comes to teacher pay or the level of state funding for our school system. So I do want to acknowledge how this piece fits into a much larger puzzle in regards to the historic commitment to improve and increase state support for special education and public education in general. And one piece that I really am trying to sort through is just kind of the fundamental component of what the fiscal impact might be, and not only in the short term, but in the longer term, which is something that I want to look very, very carefully at. The other point that I want to note is I think it's been said, and it deserves repeating, Senator Linehan and her supporters have worked tirelessly on this measure in good faith and with good intentions to try and provide additional opportunities for students to succeed in Nebraska, and looking carefully at program design that meets their understanding of the current legal framework. And I know that she has really dug deep into a variety of different cases to try and ensure that it meets muster. So a couple of pieces that I'm skeptical about, that I want to listen and think more about, would really just be, we've heard a lot on general file and on select file about Nebraska has a host or a laundry list of different tax credits. That's absolutely true. There is absolutely no question about that. To achieve different policy goals or policy gains through our revenue system, there's no question about that. However, one key component that's missing from that line of debate that I wanted to just tease out that I see to be distinguishable in context to this measure is that those other tax credits are permissible because they don't run afoul of a no aid provision in our state constitution. That's the hiccup. That's the part that I really do look at sincerely and diligently to figure out whether or not this program design could pass constitutional muster with a no aid provision like we have in Nebraska. And I know Senator Linehan has looked at other states' program design and existing case law from our sister states and from the Supreme Court. One thing that I'm really trying to drill down on and get a better understanding, and would appreciate anybody addressing on the mic or off the mic, happy to continue the conversations, but how the program design and the amendment.
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. May return some of the funds in the initial appropriation back to the general fund if underutilized. And to me, that seems to be a pretty clear appropriation. It has a lot of the same moving parts. And I don't think anybody would deny that we can't do a direct appropriation to private schools. And so what we can't do directly, we can't do indirectly. And I just want to make sure from a program design perspective, if people have other ideas or insights to add in regards to the no aid provision, that would be appreciated for the record and understanding of the measure. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Duncan, you are recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I still rise against LB 753 and in favor of the bracket motion. I think Senator Conrad hits the nail on the head with regards to some of the concerns that not just we have raised, but that we've heard from, I think, the larger legal community. I know there was a lot of talk and ripples that we heard when there was this law review article that was released prior to the initial debate on 753 on general file. And the nature of that article is sort of diving into whether or not 753 does in fact run afoul of our state constitution prohibition on the appropriation of general funds to a private school. I think we've talked about it a little bit already, and what's interesting about that is it's not as cut and dry as it sounds. I know that there's been some discussion both even earlier this evening and before about the cases that have been decided in other states and in Nebraska, but one of the things that we talked about previously that I want to highlight again for anybody who's paying attention now that maybe wasn't before or wasn't listening to the general file debate is that the vast majority of Supreme Court cases in both state and federal that are being quoted with regards to the legitimacy of laws such as this are not actually analyzing either this particular kind of tax credit, or maybe they're not making the decision under the same kind of analysis. And what do I mean by that? So the U.S. Supreme Court case that's often quoted is this, I think, 2011 Arizona case. And we talked about that. And that's the case that often gets quoted as saying that these are not public funds. And the decision in that case was not actually, the court's holding was not that this particular kind of scheme was constitutional. The holding in that case was that a regular old taxpayer did not have standing to bring a suit, I believe, regarding the tax credit scheme that had been established in the state of Arizona. And so the ultimate analysis that was reached is one of standing, which is whether or not an individual can even bring a case in the first place, not about whether or not the actual program in and of itself was valid. Because what the Supreme Court often does is they analyze it one step at a time. And if they reach a decision point where they say, we don't have to make the rest of this decision, they will not address the remaining of those issues, generally speaking. And so that case, in my opinion, and I've talked to others who are experts in that field, do not believe that that is dispositive as to whether or not these are actually general funds. In addition to that, even much more recently, the Kentucky Supreme Court analyzed a structure of a program that is very similar to what we have here in Nebraska, and they ultimately found that it was unconstitutional. And the decision essentially is one that hinges upon a very similar concern as to whether or not we are talking about state funds. And without getting into the entire diatribe about what exactly they said, I'm happy to find that opinion and send it to other people. The courts essentially found that because this is foregone revenue that but for this scheme would be in the general fund, that it essentially was trying to circumvent the gathering of general funds, and therefore these were general funds and public monies. And so to find this workaround to say that these aren't monies of the state that are being used for this, the court essentially said that doesn't matter. We do believe that these are a use of general funds. And so I want to say that it's not cut and dry. The courts have not spoken, and the concerns that I've raised and others have raised, along with folks who are experts in this and wrote that law review article, are not without merit. And I think that when we're considering creating a program like this, it's important to make sure that we analyze whether or not we believe it would be found constitutional. And so I do want to highlight that. It's possible as the evening goes on a little bit, we might get into more, thank you, Mr. President, we might get into more details about that. One other concern that I have that I kind of want to start getting into, and I apologize if I'm bouncing around, but we hear a lot that this money is going to go towards switchers, right? Switchers being people who are going from public schools to private schools. But the number one tier, so that the first priority of receipt for these funds are people who received these funds previously. So my concern is that as this pot of money grows, because it's being used, ultimately that money is going to go more and more to individuals who are in the private schools who'd already received this, ultimately capping out at $100 million that's going to folks who were already receiving this fund, effectively not going to any switchers whatsoever moving forward. So that's just a concern I have. We can continue talking about that, and I'm sure we'll talk more about the legal issues a little bit later. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senators, we will now stand at ease until 6 p.m. for dinner. When we return, we will resume the queue with Senators Raybold, DeBoer, Linehan, followed by others. We stand at ease.
Attention senators, the legislature is scheduled to reconvene in 5 minutes.
Senator Raybold, you are recognized to resume debate on LB 753 in the bracket motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, I have a number of questions. I was hoping Senator Linehan would have a chance to answer some of them.
Senator Linehan, would you yield to some questions?
Certainly.
Wonderful. You know, one of the things that Senator Hughes and I talked about are benchmarks. And I know that in her amendment that is with Senator Decay as well, they talked a lot about demographic statistics that would be gathered. But and I know you referenced Florida and the improvements in Florida, but can you tell me what are some of the performance measurements that we are going to be tracking? Because I didn't see any in the bill as listed.
Well, first off, thank you very much for the question. I think the most important thing we will track is to see if the program works, if parents are finding situations that help their children. I mean, big picture, if you have a child that's, I don't care what grade, kindergarten to 12th grade, and they're happy where they're at, you're a parent, you move a happy child, You'd almost do anything but move a happy child, right? So I think if parents choose this option and they don't stick with it, then we've got a problem. I think parents will be the measure of that. Also, the Department of Ed, they actually audit private schools. I didn't know this till last week, but there was a text sent out and it wasn't a kind text, and then we chase it back. So that the Department of Ed, they have to take tests and the Department of Ed audits them. So it's not like a secret.
Okay. And I was really trying to focus on the kids that are transferring from public schools, because you had a great handout on some of the comparisons in Florida, and it seems like they were able to track improvements in those kids that transferred through their programs. And that's, Senator Hughes had mentioned, well, that they can add other collection data to the amendment that I hope we talk about later on.
I would have to go back and talk to a lot of people to make those kinds of changes, and I can get you, I don't have it right here tonight, but I can get it for you, some of the people that are helping with this, of what information is already available. I know that I've seen scores and they've been in the papers, World Herald, Lincoln Journal Star have had papers from a lot of the private schools. So those scores are available.
Okay. And, another thing that Senator Hughes and Senator DeGay talked about is like capping it at a certain amount so it doesn't escalate, like in one of the examples that Senator Hughes talked about, $100 million a year. To make sure, like you said, the program is working.
Right.
And kids are happier and learning.
I think we capped it at 100 million, and after it can't grow more than 100 million. That was in the amendment that we filed, or the last amendment on general file.
So that there will be a cap.
Yes.
Okay. And then, I had flagged and in an amendment that's different than Senator DeGay's and Hughes, talking about, why are you allowing them to roll over that tax credit for 5 years? What was the reason behind that?
This is somewhat of an educated guess. I'm not perfectly sure, but I think on all tax credits, from my memory of working on revenue bills, that's the way credits work. It's just a standard practice on tax credits that they get to carry them forward 5 years.
1 minute.
Double check on that, but I think
Okay.
that's standard. From all the tax credits we've worked on, that's standard.
Okay, thank you. I know in my amendment, I said just 2 years because they are pretty substantial. If I'm a corporation and I donate $100,000 and say my corporation has a $200,000 tax liability, I can whack it down dollar for my $100,000 contribution down to $100,000 as my tax liability.
Well, with the exception, if you'd have to owe 200,000 to be able to use 100,000. It's capped at 50% of what you owe. So if you owed 100,000, you could donate 100,000, but you could only use the tax credit for 50,000. You can only use it for half of your tax liability. Everybody's capped at that.
Okay, I thought it said dollar for dollar, but I'll.
That's time, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senators Raybold and Linehan. Senator DeBoer, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. A couple of things I wanted to note. One is that the fiscal note does indicate that there would be some loss of TIOSA aid because of the loss of students. That makes sense. It's logical. Fewer students would mean that there was less TIOSA aid for schools. And in some circumstances, that loss of students would offset with a loss of, or a lesser cost for the schools. But in some cases, that wouldn't happen. If you were only grabbing one student here or one student there, you obviously wouldn't reduce the amount of costs that you had. So in some cases, the schools will have the same costs with less aid. So that's a thing to throw out there, and that's what you can see from the fiscal note. I am opposed to this bill. I have always been opposed to this bill because it's a fundamental principle of mine to not give 100% tax credits to a charitable organization of any type or another, putting it ahead of all other charitable organizations. And that's sort of a thing that I just don't think we ought to be doing, because there are many, many, many good charitable organizations that anyone could be giving to. And I'm not saying that this one isn't good. I think this one is good. And I think people should give to this charitable organization. I just don't think that this one should jump the line ahead to get 100% tax credits when there are things like food banks and juvenile cancer research and all manner of other charitable organizations that could also benefit from having a 100% tax credit. And I think we as a society have said, okay, we can't actually afford to give everyone 100% tax credit, because then everybody would do that for their charitable organization that they liked, and who would build the roads and bridges. So we cannot allow folks to direct all of their money. Therefore, we cannot let all charitable organizations get this 100% tax credit. And if we can't let all of them get 100% tax credit, we ought to do something else. We've decided that what that something else is making them deductible. So you get a portion of the money that you spent on charity sort of offset so that you don't pay taxes for that amount. And that works. And that has been in place. Well, actually, I have absolutely no idea how long that's been in place, but as long as I've been aware of things, that's been in place. So that tax deduction for charitable giving is an appropriate way to do things, and an appropriate way to encourage folks to give to worthy charitable organizations like scholarship granting organizations, which I think are worthy charitable organizations. I just don't think they should get 100% tax credit when other charitable organizations do not. It's kind of that simple for me. So that's what I have to say about that. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator DeBoer. Senator Linehan, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to go back to where we were before we broke for dinner, and there was a lot of questions about the constitutionality. So there are many, many court cases. One, I'm just going to read from here. On June 30, 2020, the U.S. Supreme Court ruled in Espinoza versus Montana Department of Revenue that the federal Constitution forbids states from excluding religious families and schools from educational choice programs through which government empowers families to choose private educational options for their children. The U.S. Constitution, wrote Chief Justice Roberts for a majority of the court, condemns discrimination against religious schools and the families whose children attend them. They are members of the community too, and their exclusion from Montana's scholarship program here is odious to our Constitution and cannot stand. The Supreme Court's holding was clear and unambiguous, and it applies to every state. While a state need not subsidize private education, once the state decides to, it cannot disqualify private schools. So that was one. Then there was another decision last year. There have been like 3 Supreme Court decisions. The reason this one definitely is constitutional is because, and I don't mean to be nitpicky, but I think I heard somebody say it's an appropriation. It's not an appropriation. It is a tax credit. The courts have held again and again, it's not state money, not money that we appropriate if we never collect the money. Then if we want to go further on the part of, and actually Senator Raybould read the First Amendment of our Constitution yesterday, and if you will read that, you'll see that when we wrote the Constitution originally, it actually states that we should provide and support education, religious education schools of. Then, and I think most of you will remember this from the general file, In the 1900s, there was a senator from Maine who was named Blaine, and he didn't like the Irish. And he ran all over the country having states pass Blaine amendments. Because early in the 1900s, most of the schools, where they might be public, they were very Protestant. And when the Catholics came and the Irish came, they started their own schools because they weren't Protestants. And Blaine wanted to make sure that those schools didn't get the money that were going to the Protestant schools. It is a very ugly history, and we still have it in our Constitution, and the Supreme Court has said those amendments that are over 100 years old, that none of us would defend today, are unconstitutional. Now we'll go to and I don't think I have it here, but whatever the law school students, let's remember they're students, did a law review article that questioned the constitutionality of this program. However, a professor, which I think is well known, if not well loved, I think he's well respected, Richard F. Duncan, wrote a paper, date on this 2020, Why School Choice is Necessary for Religious Liberty and Freedom of Belief.
1 minute.
University of Nebraska Law School. So I think if we're going to judge a professor who is highly regarded, who is teaching at the law school, I will take his thoughts more seriously than a law review article. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Linehan. Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening, colleagues. I rise indifferent to all of this. I'm just wondering if anybody would want more time to speak. I'd be happy to yield them time. I'm just taking time, so if somebody wants time, if Senator Linehan wants time, I'm happy to yield her time, or else I'll just go back to reading these articles, because we had those delightful visitors today. So would anybody like time? I'm looking around. No? Okay. All right. Protests fail to mar funeral. This is from April 2nd, 2006. Tribute Review, Greensburg, Pennsylvania. The Reverend James McCauley said the outpouring of love and patriotism from those who attended his son's funeral Saturday in Indiana County far outshone the protests of 7 people from Kansas. We drove down an avenue of flags, McCauley said, of the funeral procession for his son, Pennsylvania National Guard Sergeant First Class Randy McCauley. It was awesome. As for 7 protesters from Westboro Baptist Church in Kansas who traveled the country protesting funerals of soldiers and others as a way to spread their anti-gay message, McCauley said he told his family and friends to ignore them. We could hardly see them. There were so few, McCauley said. In the light of the support for Randy, they had to be embarrassed. Randy McCauley, 44, of Marion Center, a member of the National Guard's Company A, 110th Infantry, based in Indiana, died March 23rd in Iraq. He was shot while in combat patrol with his unit. McCauley, a father of 2 sons, worked as a mechanic for several garages in Indiana. He served in the U.S. Army from 1979 to 1983 and joined the Pennsylvania National Guard a year later. While his father is pastor of Bible Baptist Church in Indiana, the funeral was held at the Fundamental Baptist Church just outside of the borough because of the space needed to accommodate all of the mourners. James McCauley said the protesters from Westboro Baptist Church had no affiliation with his church. They called themselves Baptists. We're not related, James McCauley said. They're not of the same body that I am. The Westboro protesters chose McCauley's funeral to picket because of a law proposed in the Pennsylvania legislature that would ban such protests at funerals. We like to pick at them all, but we can't, said Shirley Phelps Roper of Westboro Baptist Church. Right now, we're focused a little bit on Pennsylvania because the Pennsylvania Taliban has something to hide, and they're trying to deplete the First Amendment and dismantle it. Church members protest funerals because they believe God is taking vengeance against Americans for the country's acceptance of homosexuals. They were here today to show their support of LB 574. Let's see here. Sarasota Herald Tribune, Florida, January 21st, 2006. The Sunday funeral service for a Sarasota soldier killed in Iraq could be turned into a spectacle of screaming protesters from an anti-gay group and the roaring Harley-Davidsons of a nationwide veterans organization. For the second time in a month, members of the Westboro Baptist Church, a Kansas-based group which claims the United States is being punished by God for being friendly to homosexuals, plan to protest the Southwest Florida. The group, whose website says the country should outlaw sodomy and impose the death penalty for offenders, protested the newly formed Gay-Straight Alliance at Port Charlotte High School last month. This time, Westboro is taking aim at the funeral of Army helicopter pilot Kyle Jackson, 28, who was killed January 13 when his helicopter was shot down by insurgents near Mosul, Iraq. Westboro claims to have held more than 22,000 anti-gay demonstrations since 1991. But in the past year, it has tried to connect its anti-gay rhetoric to the deaths of U.S. soldiers in Iraq, holding protests at more than 20 soldier funerals across the country. I'm probably about out of time, so I will yield the remainder. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator John Kavanaugh, you're recognized to speak, and this is your third time on the motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of the bracket motion opposed to LB 753, and I did take a little time to read AM 1253, which I think is an amendment that some folks have talked about early on here, and I had the opportunity to read through it, and there's some specification about how funds will be allocated if unspent by a scholarship granting organization, SGO. And it looks like it rolls over to the next year, but then has to be all spent that year. And if not spent, then can be distributed to other SGOs. And then they have to account for that allocation in their annual accounting. Let's see, each scholarship granting organization shall annually submit to the department no later than December 1st of each year an audited fiscal information report for its most recent fiscal year certified by an independent public accountant. So I think that the organizations who receive that overflow money has to account for that in their audit. And then the thing I guess I wanted to talk about is it's on page 3 of the amendment, and then it says by June 30th, 2027, and by June 30th each odd numbered year thereafter, the department shall electronically submit to the chairperson of the Appropriations Committee and of the Legislature, the chairperson of the Education Committee of the Legislature, and the chairperson of the Revenue Committee of the Legislature. The report shall include, but not be limited to, the following: a review of the progress of the Opportunity Scholarship Act, the number of students currently waitlisted or denied from receiving an educational scholarship, and the reason for the waitlist or denial. And so that was kind of the part that jumped out at me was we're trying to account for number of, basically demand is what it looks like, demand for scholarships, how many kids are out there wanting a scholarship, and why they didn't get it. And I guess I don't know, my reading of that would be that maybe somebody could be waitlisted because there's not enough money from that SGO, or maybe there's not enough money in SGOs overall, and they could be denied because they don't meet one of the qualification criteria. But I wondered if there was a willingness or a opportunity to add another criteria there, which is number of kids who received a scholarship, but a school refused to take them. And I think that'd be an interesting data point, but I would be interested in it because obviously one of the reasons I'm opposed to 753 is because it's about directing public money, and there's a lot of semantical arguments about whether it counts as an appropriation or in the legal sense, although there's an A bill that will follow this, and so that's an interesting conversation about, I don't know what do they call that, QED, which means thus it is demonstrated for some reason. But it seems like there's an A bill, which to me implies that there's an appropriation as part of this. But ultimately, my issue is not the semantical one, which is whether this is foregone revenue or if it is money that never touches the coffers and therefore is pure of this from the state perspective and is not an appropriation. But it is ultimately a structure. We're creating this whole structure. If there was no government involvement in this, we wouldn't be here. We wouldn't be talking about this tax credit. We wouldn't be doing all these things. And so fundamentally, my problem is that this is government funds in some way, either foregone, diverted, appropriated, being used for funding schools that can refuse to take these kids for whatever reason. So I don't know. I mean,
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, I mean, I like I said, I appreciate this attempt, this expansion and oversight. I think it is much needed if we are going to undertake a program like this. But I think if we go down that path, let's talk about it. Let's talk about what other things we might like to see in there. I mean, I've suggested previously I'd like to see, some kind of metrics on success, but I understand that's not getting in there. So one of the things I'd like to see is which kids are number of kids being denied by the school itself. They get a scholarship, school won't take them. And maybe what the reason is for that denial, things along those lines. So, I'll keep thinking on it. It's my last time talking on this. I'm sure I'll have another opportunity to talk on something else later. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator Dungan, you're recognized to speak. This is your third time on the bracket.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise again in opposition to LB 753, and I think we're having some interesting conversations as they pertain to the legal arguments. And I do think that at a certain point, the semantics become a little bit complicated or a little bit overly ridiculous. But I do think that when we start using legal terms like appropriation, it is important to make sure that we're talking about it correctly. And so when we generally think of an appropriation, I know a lot of people at home, think of an appropriation as money that's spent on something like coming directly out of the general fund coffer. But the Supreme Court, Nebraska Supreme Court, has defined for us what an appropriation is. And it's just a little bit broader, I think, than it's sometimes thought of. Specifically, an appropriation is defined as what says, quote, "To appropriate means to set apart or assign to a particular person or use in exclusion of others, to use or employ for a particular purpose or in a particular case." And so I think part of the argument that's been made by others with regards to whether or not this is an appropriation stems from the notion that this $25 million to start with, and ultimately potentially more, is a particular amount of money that is in the budget, that has its own line item, that is set aside. To appropriate means to set apart or assigned to a particular person or use in exclusion of others. Based on my reading of the budget that we've seen thus far and what we've talked about with this, I don't believe, and I genuinely might be wrong about this, but I don't believe that the $25 million that is being set aside specifically for the purpose of the scholarship tax credit is money that could potentially be used for anything else. And what I mean by that is it's not as though we have this budget we've established where $25 million is maybe going to go to the scholarship tax credit, but instead we decided to spend it that year on something else. And so therefore, oops, now we can't use it for the tax credits that we specifically said it was for. And so the fact that $25 million or whatever that amount is specifically set aside for that purpose and could not be used for an additional or other appropriation is what I think makes it fall under that definition of appropriation. So although it doesn't necessarily fall into the specific category of money that we're seeing coming out of our direct pocket, that's how I think the appropriation term applies. And so I just wanted to touch on that real quick because I think that we do need to get into the nitty-gritty of some of that terminology when we're talking about it. But I also would agree with Senator Kavanaugh that there are just some larger concerns, and those are larger concerns that have already been touched upon. And he talked about the fact that some people may not feel welcome at some of these schools. And in fact, he talked about the fact that some people may be denied entry. And I think that ties in directly with one of the conversations we have a lot with regards to 753, and that's this notion of bullying. The bill specifically contemplates somebody who's being bullied or is experiencing bullying as somebody who can be considered as a recipient of these funds. And that's a thing that we look at. I guess I have trouble believing that the bullying that exists in a public school setting simply doesn't exist in a private school setting. And that's not to say it's necessarily worse or better, but we live in a society where the pervasive, bigotries that exist and the systemic racism that exists and the systemic sexism that exists and the transphobia that exists and all those things, they don't just exist inside the walls of a public school. And so the idea that somebody is going to be bullied at a public school and then leave and go to a private school where now they're going to be safe and free from that bullying, I just don't understand the through line.
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. And this isn't hypothetical to me. I mean, I will admit that I was bullied in, middle school, high school. It's a thing that a lot of people experience. And mine was light compared to a lot of other individuals. I mean, I'm a cisgender heterosexual white guy, right? The bullying that I experienced is probably nowhere near the bullying that a number of other people experience. But when you start to talk about individuals who have experienced bullying because of maybe how they want to dress or how their hair looks or the clothes they wear, whatever that may be, I just want to be very hesitant in making the assumption that that's going to go away if they leave that public school. We should be doing things to fix a lot of our overarching issues as it pertains to bullying. We should be providing early mental health care for juveniles and youth to make sure they can deal with some of the issues that lead to them being bullies and being bullied and the PTSD that can come out of that depending on what you're dealing with. But I don't think the solution is necessarily what we're talking about here if what we're trying to address is bullying in the public schools. And so I just wanted to make that point, and I'll probably get back on the mic if we have a chance to talk on something else and move on to a couple of other issues. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Dungan. Senator Raybold, you're recognized to speak. This is your third time on the bracket motion.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I do want to point out that what I said was correct. So if you make that $100,000 contribution, you can take that full dollar for dollar donation, but it will only cover, say, if my tax liability is $200,000, it will reduce my tax liability by $100,000. It's a dollar for dollar, and it says it here. 50% of the income tax liability of such taxpayer for the tax year. So I'm a stickler on that, and I'd like to see it not be rolled over for every 5 years you can take the tax credit. I'd like to see this bill capped. Of course, I'd like to put in my kicker, no increase in the annual limit shall occur unless all public education funding obligation of the state is fully funded and dispersed. The other concern I had was on double dipping for the special education students. That special education student will be attending that non-public private school, but actually they are being provided the educational services through the public school. But however, in this programming, that individual special education student attending the private school would get that full credit. And I appreciate us working on this. But another example is if you make that $100,000 donation to the public school foundation, however, it will only allow you to take an income tax deduction, which would come out to about $6,640. So there's a huge difference in this. And because of that, I think there should be special annual reporting and, of course, performance measurements, as we talked about. My last item of business, I would actually like to call the question.
Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you're recognized to speak. And it's your third time on the motion, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. How much time do I have left?
4 minutes, 53 seconds.
Thank you. I was just looking over staff work product. Carol, this is not my official copy. It is just the copy that I have brought to browse of the index, the subject index. I still expect a signed copy of the subject index, but colleagues, the Nebraska Legislature subject index to bills and constitutional amendment resolutions introduced is available in the clerk's office. It is some scintillating reading. I actually grabbed this one for you, Senator Frederickson, so that you could have your own copy. I think if you're real nice and you ask real nice, Carol up front will sign it for you. And trust me, you want her signature. She has a nice signature. So I'm going to stop embarrassing Carol now, talking about the index, but I am a fan of it. I was going to ask if anybody, Senator Dungan wanted time, but looks like he's ensconced in a conversation. So I will go back to, oh, you want time? I will yield my time to Senator George Dungan.
Senator Dungan, that's 3 minutes, 35 seconds.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. I appreciate using my first name so I'm not confused with the other Senator Dungan in here, obviously. So that's good. We make sure we clarify. No, I appreciate that. And I was just having a conversation off the mic here with Senator Decay about some of the intentionality behind this. And I want to be very clear. I've said this when I first started talking, and I'll say it again. I absolutely think the intentions behind LB 753, at least amongst the folks that I've talked to in here and the people who have put forward this bill, is good. I think people in here want to try to help kids, and they want to try to create the best situation possible. But as I said, I would agree with Senator John Kavanaugh and others who have expressed concern about the government getting involved in utilizing our potential funds in such a way that could potentially, according to the fiscal note, as Senator Brandt pointed out, be detrimental to the fund when it comes to public schools. And I want to make sure that we do everything we can to support our public schools. I was just describing to him, and this isn't a secret, I spent a little bit of time down in Kansas. That's where I went to undergrad. And then I spent some time in DC for law school. And both of those experiences had really influential impacts on me when it comes to my belief about public education. People were constantly impressed with the public education system that I talked about here in Nebraska. And when I was in Kansas, that was around the same time that the public schools just shut down. The public schools were closed. They didn't have enough revenue, which I don't believe we're in that situation yet at this point, but they didn't have enough revenue to pay teachers. They didn't have enough revenue to fund books. And so schools were just not opening. And when they did open, they were open for 3 days a week at certain times because they didn't have enough funding for the schools. And then when I was in DC, I had the opportunity to actually go in and teach in some schools while I was in law school through a program where we teach constitutional rights to kids. And what was fantastic about that program is I taught at a DC public school, but I was also a fellow for the program and got to go into the private schools we taught in, as well as the charter schools that we taught in. So I had the unique experience of getting to actually go into public, religious, private, and charter schools and sort of judge what the difference was between those. And what we saw and what we ultimately determined, at least in my opinion, and folks I talked to in that system, was that there had been such resources diverted from the public school system over a long period of time that they found themselves in a situation where they were almost too deep in a hole to dig themselves out.
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. And the fact that they found themselves in this hole that was almost too deep to get yourself back out of is multitudinous and why they got there. I'm not going to go through the whole history of the DC public school system, but a lot of it does stem from when you start to deviate attention and care towards making the best public school system possible, and you put your attention and care onto other things like charter schools or private schools and trying to find ways to deviate dollars there, inevitably your public schools are going to start to go down in quality, whether it's because of attention or funding. And those public schools are what's supposed to be available to everybody. And I just want to make sure that here in Nebraska, we continue to have the strong public education system we do have, whether you're in rural Nebraska or urban Nebraska. Generally speaking, our public schools are well and above and beyond what you see in a lot of other states. And that's because we've focused so hard on keeping them well funded and well attended to. So thank you for the time, Senator Kavanaugh. And thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Dungan. Seeing no one else in the queue, Senator Hunt, you are recognized to close on the bracket motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd encourage your green vote on the bracket motion. This bill is bad, and we shouldn't use public funds for private education at schools that can discriminate against kids. I'd like to call the House and a roll call vote.
There's been a request to place the House under call. The question is, shall the House go under call? All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
18 ayes, 5 nays, place House under call.
The House is under call. Senators, please record your presence. Those unexcused senators outside the chamber, please return to the chamber and record your presence. All unauthorized personnel, please leave the floor. The House is under call. Senators Armendariz, Vargas, Dover, and McDonald, please return to the chamber and record your presence. The House is under call. unexcused senators are present. The question is the motion to bracket. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Request for a roll call vote. Mr. Clerk.
Senator Aguilar. Voting no. Senator Albright. Voting no. Senator Arch. Voting no. Senator Armendariz. Voting no. Senator Ballard. Senator Blood. Senator Boston. Senator Bostar. Not voting. Senator Bostelman. Voting no. Senator Brandt. Voting no. Senator Brewer. Voting no. Senator Breezy. Voting no. Senator John Kavanaugh. Voting yes. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh. Not voting. Senator Clements. Voting no. Senator Conrad. Voting yes. Senator Day. Senator DeBoer. Not voting. Senator DeKay. Voting no. Senator Dorn. Voting no. Senator Dover. Voting no. Senator Dungan. Voting yes. Senator Erdman. Voting no. Senator Frederickson. Not voting. Senator Holleran. Voting no. Senator Hansen. Voting no. Senator Hardin. Voting no. Senator Holdcroft. Voting no. Senator Hughes. Voting no. Senator Hunt. Not voting. Senator Ibach. Voting no. Senator Jacobson. Voting no. Senator Kauth. Voting no. Senator Linehan. Voting no. Senator Lippincott. Voting no. Senator Lowe. Voting no. Senator McDonald. Voting no. Senator McKinney. Voting no. Senator Mosier. Voting no. Senator Merman. Voting no. Senator Raybold. Not voting. Senator Reapy. Voting no. Senator Sanders. Voting no. Senator Slama. Voting no. Senator Vargas. Not voting. Senator Von Gillern. Voting no. Senator Walls. Not voting. Senator Wayne. Voting no. Senator Wishart. Vote is 3 ayes, 33 nays, Mr. President, on the motion to bracket.
The motion fails. Raise the call. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, Senator Michaela Kavanaugh move to reconsider the vote on MO 822.
Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, you're recognized to open.
Thank you, Mr. President. So why not reconsider? Oh, thank you. Why not reconsider? Article May 18th, 2017, from the Pew Research Center. Intermarriage in the U.S. 50 years after Loving versus Virginia, 1 in 6 newlyweds are married to someone of a different race or ethnicity. In 2015, 17% of all U.S. newlyweds had a spouse of a different race or ethnicity, marking more than a 5-fold increase since 1967, when 3% of newlyweds were intermarried, according to the Pew Research Center analysis of U.S. Census Bureau data. In that year, the U.S. Supreme Court, in the Loving versus Virginia case, ruled that marriage across racial lines was legal throughout the country. Until this ruling, interracial marriages were forbidden in many states. Something that's had legal standing for 50 years. We now know those things can go away, especially if we have people who aren't willing to stand up to hate. And more broadly, 1 in 10 married people in 2015, not just those who recently married, had a spouse of a different race or ethnicity. This translates into 11 million people who were intermarried. The growth in intermarriage has coincided with shifting societal norms, as Americans have become more accepting of marriages involving spouses of different races and ethnicities, even within their own families. The most dramatic increases in intermarriage have occurred among Black newlyweds. Since 1980, the share who married someone of a different race or ethnicity has more than tripled, from 5% to 18%. White newlyweds, too, have experienced a rapid increase in intermarriage, with rates raising from 4% to 11%. However, despite this increase, they remain the least likely of all major racial and ethnic groups to marry someone of a different race or ethnicity. Asian and Hispanic newlyweds are by far the most likely to intermarry in the U.S. About 3 in 10 Asian newlyweds, 29%, did so in 2015. And the share was 27% among recently married Hispanics. For these groups, intermarriage is even more prevalent among the U.S. born. 39% of U.S. born Hispanic newlyweds and almost half, 46% of U.S. born Asian newlyweds have a spouse of a different race or ethnicity. Among Blacks, intermarriage is twice as prevalent for male newlyweds as it is for their female counterparts. While about 1/4 of recently married Black men, 24%, have a spouse of a different race or ethnicity, this share is 12% among recently married Black women. There are dramatic gender differences among Asian newlyweds as well, though they run in opposite direction. Asian women are far more likely to intermarry than their male counterparts. In 2015, just over 1/3, 36% of newlywed Asian women had a spouse of a different race or ethnicity, compared with 21% of newlywed Asian men. In contrast, among white and Hispanic newlyweds, the shares who intermarry are similar for men and women. Some 12% of recently married white men and 10% of white women have a spouse of a different race or ethnicity, and among Hispanics, 26% of newly married men and 28% of women do. A more diverse population and shifting attitudes are contributing to the rise of intermarriage. The rapid increase in intermarriage rates from recently married whites and Blacks have played an important role in driving up the overall rate of intermarriage in the U.S. However, the growing share of the population that is Asian or Hispanic, combined with these groups' high rates of intermarriage, is further boosting U.S. intermarriage overall. Among all newlyweds, the share who are Hispanic has risen by 9 percentage points since 1980. And the share who are Asian has risen 4 points. Meanwhile, the share of newlyweds who are white has dropped by 15 points. Attitudes about intermarriage are changing as well. In just 7 years, the share of adults saying that the growing number of people marrying someone of a different race is good for society has risen 15 points to 39%, according to a new Pew Research survey conducted February 28th through March 12th, 2017. The decline in opposition to intermarriage in the longer term has been even more dramatic. A new Pew Research Center analysis of data from the General Social Survey has found in 1990, 63% of non-Black adults surveyed said they would be very or somewhat opposed to a close relative marrying a Black person. Today, the figure stands at 14%. Opposition to a close relative entering into an intermarriage with a spouse who is Hispanic or Asian has also declined markedly since 2000, when data regarding these groups first became available. The share of non-whites saying they would oppose having a family marry a white person has edged downward as well. In 1980, the rate of intermarriage did not differ markedly by educational attainment among newlyweds. Since that time, however, the modest intermarriage gap has emerged. In 2015, 14% of newlyweds with a high school diploma or less were married to someone of a different race or ethnicity, compared with 18% of those with some college and 19% of those with bachelor's degree or more. The educational gap is most striking among Hispanics, while almost half, 46% of Hispanic newlyweds with a bachelor's degree were intermarried in 2015. This share drops to 16% for those with high school diploma or less, a pattern driven partially, but not entirely, by the high share of immigrants among the less educated. Intermarriage is also slightly more common among Black newlyweds with a bachelor's degree, 21%, than those with some college, 17%, or a high school diploma or less, 15%. Among recently married Asians, however, the pattern is different. Intermarriage is far more common among those with some college, 39%, than those with either more education, 29%, or less education, 26%. Among white newlyweds, intermarriage rates are similar regardless of educational attainment. Other key findings. The most common racial or ethnic pairing among newlywed intermarried couples is one Hispanic and one white spouse, 42%. The next most common are one white and one Asian spouse, 15%, and one white and one multiracial spouse, 12%. Newlyweds living in metropolitan areas are more likely to be intermarried than those in non-metropolitan areas, 18% versus 11%. This pattern is driven entirely by whites. Hispanics and Asians are more likely to intermarry if they live in non-metro areas. The rates do not vary by place of residence for Blacks. Among Black newlyweds, the gender gap in intermarriage increases with education. For those with a high school diploma or less, 17% of men versus 10% of women are intermarried. While among those with a bachelor's degree, Black men are more than twice as likely as Black women to intermarry, 30% versus 13%. Among newlyweds, intermarriage is most common for those in their 30s, 18%. Even so, 13% of newlyweds ages 50 and older are married to someone of a different race or ethnicity. There is a sharp partisan divide in attitudes about interracial marriage. Roughly half, 49% of Democrats and independents who lean to the Democratic Party say the growing number of people of races marrying each other is good for society. Only 28% of Republicans share that view. I'm probably about out of time, so thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator Hansen has some guests under the south balcony. Alex Wallace and his son Lawrence, please stand and be recognized by the Nebraska Legislature. Senator Slama, you're recognized to speak. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. If anybody wants to get in the queue and yield me time, I would certainly take it as well. I think we have an hour left on this bill, so, but we'll have this vote, and then I think we have another motion, and then another motion to reconsider, so that's fine if nobody wants to yield time. Okay, so for 50 years, well, it's been more than 50 years now because this article is old. It's from 2017. Since 1967, the data is from 1967. Intermarriage in the U.S. 50 years after Loving versus Virginia. Everything for me is about LB 574, so I'm going to keep talking about LB 574. And at the start of this bill, when I talked about interracial marriage, I was talking about the possibility of those even existing is because people stood up against hate. People stood up and fought against hate. That's how that happened. And so many people in this body's lives are directly impacted by that. And you shouldn't have to be directly impacted by something to be able to understand it as a legislator. You shouldn't have to be directly impacted by Loving versus Virginia in 1967 to understand the significance of what LB 574 does and how harmful it is to a minority population, based on fear. Fear of the other. But colleagues, many of you have benefited from that. You have benefited. Your life has benefited from people standing up and fighting against hatred, fighting against demoralizing and dehumanizing something that is considered other. Yeah, I'm a white privileged lady. I've never denied that. And there are a lot of things that are problematic about me because of that. But calling out the fact that people stood up against hate to make sure that Loving versus Virginia became a reality is not that thing. It's just not. But yeah, I'm problematic. I'm a white privileged lady. And I have to learn. I have to learn how to do better every day. I have to learn how to do better every minute. I have to try really hard to not be problematic, and I'm still problematic. And I recognize that.
1 minute.
But calling out the fact that people in this body have directly been impacted in a positive way by Loving versus Virginia becoming a reality is not what makes me problematic. That's not it. So, I'm still going to stand up against hate. I'm still going to stand up for those people that won't stand up for themselves in this body. Others stood up for you so that your lives could exist the way that they do. And you're not willing to do the same for these kids, but I'm still going to stand up. When you need it, when somebody's trying to legislate away your identity, I'm still going to stand up for you.
That's your time, Senator. Senator Hunt, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. She just said it. Other people stood up for you so that you could live your life the way that you want, in a way that was controversial at one point. And this is just another one of those moments in the history of our country. And I think, I'm sure that all of us sleep fine at night with where we stand on this stuff, but a lot of you are really making a mistake. I do think that we should reconsider the motion to bracket. We need to bracket this bill because it gives public funds to private organizations that are allowed to discriminate against people like Senator Frederickson's family, like my family. It could be any of your families. And it's an improper use of public funds. And for trans kids in Nebraska, it can be hard to stay positive in the face of so much discrimination and prejudice, but you have to be encouraged to keep moving forward. There are so many people out there who love and support you, even if it doesn't feel like it in this state. You're part of a community of people who have faced similar struggles and who have found strength and resilience in the face of adversity through each other, through community, not through the law. The law and the system and the institution and the state and the government can't love you, can't care about you, but it also can't control you. Your identity is valid and real, no matter what anyone says, and you have the right to be true to yourself and express yourself in the way that feels most authentic to you, and there's no law that this legislature can pass that will change that. Try as they might, who you are inside is who you are. So don't let anyone else tell you who you are or what you should be. You are the only one who knows your truth, and it's up to you to own it. It can be scary. I can only imagine to come out and live openly as a trans person, especially if you're afraid of rejection afraid of being kicked out of your home, afraid of being targeted by your state legislature, afraid of violence in your community. This still happens in Nebraska. One of the most famous cases of violence against trans people in our country happened here in Nebraska to Brandon Tina. And just a few months ago, another brutal beating, a near murder, took place in Omaha of a trans drag queen who is still in intensive care. And it's because of the hatred normalized by this body that this violence is encouraged to continue on the streets. So you have to prioritize your safety and seek out supportive allies who can help you navigate the challenges you may face. And frankly, for a lot of these families, it might mean seeking out a more supportive state. Senator Kathleen Kauth, who introduced this bigoted bill that's legalizing discrimination against kids, normalizing discrimination and hatred against our LGBTQ family friends, brothers and sisters and neighbors of all ages. She stood up and said, well, if you're LGBTQ, if you're trans, if you're a trans kid, maybe this isn't the state for you. Maybe people who hate trans people will come move here now. Maybe people who don't want to live in a place with legalized abortion can come move here now. Colleagues, we're going that way. It's already happening. And what I say to any trans person or gay person or woman or anybody who loves any of these people who are under attack specifically by this legislature, if you've got to go, you've got to go. My son just texted me, and I'll talk about that on my next time on the mic. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Hunt. Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you're recognized to speak. This is your last time before your close.
Thank you, Mr. President. Apparently there's some compromise amendment. I don't know who it's compromising with. I don't know. I've been asked if we can get to the amendment. I don't know. I don't know what time we go to cloture on this. I don't really care. I don't really care if we get to the amendment. I don't know what the amendment does. But what the heck? I'll just pull my motion to reconsider. You all have fun.
Without objection, so ordered. Mr. Clerk, for items.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Hunt, I have MO 822 to recommit, MO 820 to IPP, and 824 to recommit, and 825 to bracket with an understanding you wish to withdraw those. Okay. In that case, Mr. President, next amendment, Senator John Kavanaugh moved to amend with AM 739.
Senator John Kavanaugh, you're recognized to open on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I guess I thought I was the second amendment up. I'm a little surprised. I'll pull that amendment at this point so we can get to the amendment that I thought we were getting to, and then I'll put that one back up. Thank you.
Mr. President, next amendment, AM 1233 from Senator Raybold.
Senator Raybold, you're recognized to open on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment is pretty simple. It pertains to AM 1233, and I don't know if people have it in front of them, but it specifically calls to the language on the second page, and it changes beginning January 1st, 2028 to beginning January 1st, 2024. Senator Hughes and Senator Decay and Senator Linehan crafted a very good amendment, and they were very clear that they wanted the scholarship granting organization shall annually submit to the department no later than December 1st of each year an audited financial information report. And so I don't think it was an oversight, but they wanted to recognize that these SGOs would take some time to get established. And so, but giving them 5 years lead time, I don't think was their intention on this bill to do that. And reviewing with all the parties involved, Senator Linehan, Senator Decay, and Senator Hughes, they all agree that 2024 is probably not the right year. It probably makes more sense to be 2025, but they could accept 2024. So for example, for a lot of the dioceses, the Catholic dioceses throughout the state of Nebraska, they already have a 501c3 set up that they could easily modify. In fact, if we pass this bill in our third and final round, they could already start setting up that SGO ready to launch and file officially with the state of Nebraska, the education department, to get it recognized. So it wouldn't be that much of a stretch to leave it at 2024. So I asked my colleagues, it's a very simple modification going from 2028 to 2024. That would be in sync with the annual reporting that was intended in the bill, in the amendment of 1233. And that is all I have.
Thank you, Senator Raybold. Senator Dungan, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise still in opposition, I guess, generally to LB 753 and AM 1233. I've not had much of a chance to review, and I got a chance to hear some of Senator Raybold's explanation of that. Obviously, today there's been a lot of moving parts and a lot of conversation, so I apologize for missing some of that. Would Senator Raybold be willing to yield to some legitimate questions about what this does?
Senator Raybold, would you yield to some questions?
Yes, I would be happy to, but I'm hoping that Senator Decay, who is just walking out, or Senator Hughes might be the more appropriate person to ask a question of, but you can fire away at me since it looks like I'm the only one here.
I guess the main question I have is, so the changing the year 2028 to 2024, that's speeding up which provision of the underlying bill?
It's on page 2. Oh, what? Oh, it's my amendment. Oh, whoa. Okay, great. Okay, I kind of want to backtrack. I thought we were dealing with 1253. I apologize.
No, that's okay. I was on 1233. I guess I would yield you the remainder of my time to talk about your amendment if you'd like that.
Thank you very much. It's late. I didn't think my amendment would be coming up so early either. Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Okay, so I love this amendment, and I didn't think we would be able to talk about it. So basically what this amendment does is restructure the priorities listed in LB 753, because, we've heard so many people speak tonight talking about how important it is to allow those students of low income, modest means to be able to have that opportunity to attend private school, Catholic school, a non-public school. And so basically, I just wanted to really restructure those levels of eligibility. And I know with Senator Linehan, I did mention that, the language that she has in LB 753 already includes previously received an educational scholarship. That's already listed in LB 753, so I chose to strike it because it's already listed as the major component of LB 753. So that's number one. I restructure it based on the actual income needs of those that would receive the most benefit of the program. The next thing that I do, and you've heard me talk about this before, is that I have reduced the amount of contributions from corporations, from individuals, and from trusts. considerably so that the tax credits are not as significant, at least initially, so that we can see, is this program really taking off, and is there merit and value to that? And the last thing I have is that in order for those annual increases that are projected to kick in, I have put that language in that that the number stays flat at that 25 million. And the only time it increases is if there is that, unless all public education funding obligation of the state is fully funded and dispersed. And so that was a pretty big thing. And the last thing, it was on page 10, just striking some of the language so that it says at least 90% of its revenue for education scholarships and no more than the 10% of its revenue shall be reserved for administrative costs, which I think it's still important to.
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President, to leave that language in. And the other thing I inserted was that it shall be reviewed and approved by the legislature. Any additional changes that are made to this, rather than leaving it up to the education committee, that any additional changes, particularly when it comes to funding going forward, must be approved by the legislature. So that is the real amendment that's up before us tonight. And I'd be happy to answer any questions if anyone has them. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Raybold. Senator Linehan, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I appreciate very much Senator Raybold's interest in this. I just kind of want to go through why I don't consider this a friendly amendment. So this program won't even start. There will be no students that will get scholarships until 24-25 school year. And then you have 25-26 school year. So you can't start measuring the program before it gets a chance to start. And I will give you another example that I think we'll all be aware of. 1107, which provides a income tax credit for property tax paid. We know that when it started, it was only 60%, and then it got to 70%, and it's still going up. Whenever you change laws like this, it takes a little bit of time for people to adjust and understand what the law is. It's very rare that this will, take off and everybody will jump in and we'll be going off. It will take some time to get it set up and going. I don't truly, and I'm not trying to be smart aleck here. I don't, and I've struggled with this since I've been here. Fully fund public education. I never understood a definition of that. I want to fully fund public schools. I think we've already got that headed in a direction. I did have a bill, I don't know, somebody told me it was unconstitutional. I don't know if it's going to be in the education package, where I said we couldn't move up and down the levers. I think that we shouldn't move up and down the levers. So I think that's already covered. And I do believe if the program is as successful as I hope it is, and it gets to 35 million, overhead should drop to 5%. I don't, and I know Senator Raybold and I just have an honest disagreement on this. I want the money to go to scholarships, not to overhead, not to fancy CEO salaries, not to salaries for benefits. I think people that are in this business, their hearts have to be in it. And yes, you need to pay people a living wage, but they also, their hearts and souls have to be in this. So I think 10% until you get to 35, and especially until you get the program up and running. But once they get to 35 million, that overhead cost can drop to 5%. So I'd appreciate, even though I do very much appreciate Senator Raybold's help and her thoughts on this, and I know that she will be here for another 7 years, and she will watch over this program and make sure it works right. I don't think we need this amendment on the bill tonight. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Linehan. No one else in the queue. Senator Raybold, you're recognized to close on AM 1233.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do want to just correct one thing. The language in the amendment says, unless all public education funding obligations of the state are fully funded and dispersed. And I know that when we talked about the transformative educational funding program, just to make sure that that obligation to the trust funding that they're setting up is fully funded. And any other additional fundings, particularly when it comes to special education. I know that that is one that the state has historically underfunded or not funded sufficiently to that, and which is another reason why our property taxes can be as high as they are. So I think for those reasons, I think it is a good complement. I know we talked about putting in severe caps and restrictions going forward. I think in the next amendment being introduced by Senator Linehan, that has been worked on by Senator Decay and Hughes, is a very good amendment that adds some more parameters or guardrails on the funding. And I thank Senator Linehan for her comments.
Thank you, Senator Raybold. Members, the question is the adoption of AM 1233. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
7 ayes, 28 nays on adoption of the amendment.
The amendment is not adopted. Mr. Clerk, for items.
Mr. President, next amendment, Senator Linehan would move to offer AM 1253.
Senator Linehan, you're recognized to open on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. And for this, I'm going to ask Senator Hughes and Senator Decay, they're both here. This is their amendment that they worked on, and I appreciate, and it is a friendly amendment. Senator Hughes, could you?
Senator Hughes, will you yield to some questions?
Yes, I will.
Senator Hughes, could you quickly kind of explain what your part of the amendment is?
Yes. My piece of that amendment was that we wouldn't inadvertently create a tax shelter where tax credits could grow without corresponding growth in scholarships given out for low-income kids as they are intended to support. AM 1253 requires that SGOs shall not carry forward more than 25% of its net revenue from one year to the next, and that any amount carried forward has to be expended for educational scholarship. If these carry forward dollars are not expended for scholarships within an SGO, they can transfer to another SGO in need. And if no SGO can utilize these funds, then the money is returned to the general fund of the state of Nebraska.
Thank you, Senator Hughes. Senator Decay, could you be kind enough to explain your part of the amendment?
Senator Decay, would you yield to a question?
Yes, I will. My part of the amendment was, my primary concern was to address this bill to make sure that we do have a reevaluation process going forward in 3 years to make sure that there aren't, to see what the benefits and what the detrimental effects would be to public and private schools, and make sure the money is spent in the right way, and make sure that through the reevaluation process that the students receiving this would be in compliance with the criteria that it's set out to set up.
Thank you, Senator Decay. So I appreciate, and actually Senator Jacobson was involved in this and many others that I probably am forgetting to mention right now, but I do really appreciate the collaboration on this. I think it makes the bill better. And I feel good that we have the first freshman class of senators involved in this, because
They will have ownership of this program going forward. And I think it's important that we have people here that are involved in this that can make sure it works and works well going into the future. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Linehan. Mr. Clerk, for an amendment.
Mr. President, Senator Raybold moved to amend with FA 41.
Senator Raybold, you're recognized to open on your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think I did discuss this topic before by mistake, but it really works with 1253 and Senator Dickey and Senator Hughes, their work on some of the changes they made to 753. And it really just changes that date beginning January 1st, 2028 to January 1st, 2024. For some of the reasons I already stated, that there are a number of nonprofit organizations out there, such as the diocese in the state of Nebraska, that are already set up for 501c3, that they would be the most likely organization to become a SGO, and they would be readily able to get that established this year, or most likely in 2024, to be able to start their programming going and getting it set up. And so I think it was an inadvertent mistake that they put in the date of 2028 for it to start, which would be 5 years from now, which I understand the need for the SGOs to get up and running, but since some of these organizations have been operating funding, scholarship funding of their own for many, many, many years to help those students have access to scholarship funding, they're well accustomed to being able to get it set up quicker. And so my amendment is a very simple one, changing it from January 1st, 2028 to January 1st, 2024. And I asked for people's support on this, and I'm hoping that Senator Hughes, would you be willing to take a question?
Senator Hughes, will you yield to a question?
Yes, I will.
So Senator Hughes, are you okay with this adjustment to the amendment that you and Senator Dickey have worked on?
And for the date change for when we start tracking this is for the overflow, right?
Yes.
Yeah. And I'm sorry, he was talking. What was your exact date? I know you did talk to me before, but.
So we talked, instead of January, the language currently in the amendment reads beginning January 1st, 2028, to change it to January 1st, 2021, because further down in section 11, you say each scholarship granting organization shall annually submit to the department no later than December 1st of each year an audited financial information report for its most recent fiscal year certified by an independent public accountant, which is very good. But you didn't want that to start January 1st in 2028. You wanted, as soon as it's established, the NGO or the SGOs are established, that's when they should be reporting.
Yes, we need to start reporting right away, right?
Right, as soon as they get established. And the other question, if I may ask, we also talked about, and it's not in my amendment here, but we talked about at the very end, the information that you would like to gather. And we talked about, do you want to talk about that process?
Sure. Well, we talked, and this is a little bit what Barry brought to the table, but basically, it's a biennium, and it reports to members of the appropriations, the education, and the revenue committees. And it's written that the report shall include, but not be limited to, a review of the progress of the Opportunity Scholarship Act, the number of students currently waitlisted or denied from receiving an education scholarship, and the reason for waitlisting or denial, the dollar amount of education scholarships given by the scholarship granting organization, and then the demographic information of students that receive education scholarships. And it says including but not limited to income level, grade level, geographic location. And I mentioned prior that something Senator McKinney requested was race information. And because we're saying demographic and we're saying it's not limited to, this leaves that open for that committee to get that information that they would. So.
And thank you. And would you consider being open to adding at a future date performance measurements of the students that actually are beneficiaries of these scholarships and how they're performing academically.
I think whatever we can add that gives visibility to how this because the intent, we just want to make sure it's following the intent of the bill, right? So, yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Senator. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Raybold. Senator John Kavanaugh, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. Did you introduce me slowly so I could take time to walk over here? That was very kind of you. So I think I'm in favor of FA 41. I appreciate Senator Raybold's eagle eyes in terms of identifying an issue and bringing a solution on the floor. It's she's a senator after my own heart. So I remain opposed to LB 753. AM 1253 is the one we've been talking about most of the day because we started out the evening. We started out the conversation on this bill talking about this amendment, and now it's here. And you just heard Senator Linehan explaining it. And so my feelings about the amendment, AM 1253 and FA 2441, are that I like that we're starting to put in a reporting requirement. I think that's really important. I think if we're gonna do something like is contemplated under LB 753, that we should collect data about it. We should look at it with clear eyes and be objective to determine whether or not it is achieving the objectives that we are claiming or hoping that it will. And so the review requirement has first a progress report on the Opportunity Scholarship will be submitted to the legislature every year by June 30th, 2027 and June 30th each odd number year thereafter. And then that it will include the number of students currently on the wait list or denied from receiving an education scholarship and the reason for the wait list or denial. So I read that part earlier and I said, I think that those are good. That's good information. And I'd like to see us maybe beef that up a little bit. I'd like to see us look and say, which kids got a scholarship, but maybe couldn't get into a school denied them entry for whatever, and what the reason is. So, number of kids, we have number of kids on the wait list, currently on the wait list or denied from receiving an education scholarship and the reason for the wait list or denial. We could add number of kids on the wait list or denied from receiving a scholarship or denied entry to a school and the reason for the wait list or denial from the scholarship or denial from the school. I think you could add that, and that would capture some more information. I think an additional category about kids who have stopped or left the program, stopped going to a private school, stopped accepting the scholarship, returned to public school, and the reason for that. Just capture some more of that data that it will be instructive as to what is going on. Because if one of the arguments for this bill is that kids are getting bullied and then they go to a private school and they decide to leave that because they were bullied there, I think that would be instructive information for whether we should continue the program, whether we should continue to expand the program, those sorts of things. And so I do appreciate the increase in oversight, the data collection. I just think that there's more of an opportunity for data collection that is presented by this amendment. There's also the demographic information receiving of students receiving educational scholarships, including but not limited to income level, grade level, and geographic location. I think that's good data to collect. I would like to see maybe some more information in that, but I would just note that it does have the including but not limited to language there. I guess just the question is who.
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. Who is the one making the determination about what is to be included beyond those three things? Is it the legislature when we ask for that report? Is it the scholarship granting organizations themselves when they make their report? Is it the department the Department of Education, who I think receives the report and then transmits it to us. So I think that's a question when you have some ambiguity in the law, but you hope that it covers other things. I mean, I guess it's never good to hope. I mean, it's always good to hope. It's not good to hope that the law covers something. You should be explicit in it. But I get it. I understand that we don't know exactly everything we want to capture. And so some of these are ideas that if this bill does pass, maybe those are things we should come back and look at next year, next 2 years, sometime along the line to, expand the oversight aspect of this bill. But like
That's
I said,
your time,
thank you,
Senator.
Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator Dungan, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I agree. It is always good to hope. I think that we need a little bit of hope here today. I still rise opposed to LB 753. I believe in tentative support of AM 1253, and I'm also kind of trying to understand FA 41 a little bit more. When this bill passed from general file to select file, I know there were a lot of conversations that were happening about modifications that would have to get made in order for support to sort of exist beyond select file. And I'm not the individuals who were a part of that conversation. I've been pretty clear with my opposition to LB 753 through the entire way through, but I did talk to some folks about what their hesitations were. And I'm not going to get into those conversations or name names. That's not what I'm here to do. But I will say that when I was waiting to see what an amendment to LB 753 would look like, I was anticipating substantially more with regards to some of the safeguards that were going to be built into LB 753, and perhaps also some additional caps that we'd see on the overall amount. One of the concerns that I've expressed, and I think others have expressed time and time again, is the $25 million to start with is a very, very high amount, and then the ultimate escalator to $100 million, while still capped. I understand it stops at that $100 million, which was a concession, and I appreciate that. I still believe it's too high, given the effect that's going to have on our general fund, and we continue as a legislature to talk about the package that we are constantly trying to make work. And yet again, I remain concerned that we are not being good stewards of our financial situation. And so I want to make sure that we are good with regards to our expenditures versus our income. And so when I was waiting for this amendment, I was anticipating maybe a reduction of the 25 million down. I was maybe anticipating a cap that we could have seen. And so I was a little bit surprised to see that those weren't included, as it was my understanding those were at least part of the conversation of what was happening. That being said, I do think credit where credit is due is important to give. And I do think that AM 1253 is a good faith effort to address at least some of the concerns that were brought up by individuals early on the general debate. One of those that I would agree with others is very important that we try to do is some sort of reporting and some sort of look back. One of the major concerns we've talked about time and time again about programs like this is not just who these scholarships go to, but it's how these scholarships are affecting actual educational outcome. And so I do agree that it's important to collect the data that we're talking about here with regards to who these scholarships are going to. I absolutely think it's important for this to include race, given that that's been such an integral component in what's been discussed with regards to why some folks are supportive of this. And I want to make sure that that's something we're collecting data on in terms of the demographic these are going to, because I think it's important to understand that we're being supportive and not exclusive with money that's being given out by the state. But I would also like to, I think down the line, along the lines of what Senator Raybould was talking about, address a few other things. If we're talking about reporting, I would be very curious to see who is denied from getting these scholarships versus just who's getting them. I know that that information might be slightly more difficult to ascertain, but if this money is going to SGOs and these SGOs are then giving out scholarships to schools to utilize for students, I think it's going to be really important that we know who's not getting these scholarships. I want to make sure we understand exactly who's benefiting from this, who's not benefiting from this. And I think that's something that later on we can start collecting more information about. And it's something I would have liked to see in these reporting requirements. Thank you, Mr. President, but I understand they're not there. The other thing is, and I'm just going to be frank with this, the 25% that ultimately goes back to another SGO or the general fund. I understand the idea behind that. I don't see that as an actual safeguard in any of the spending that we're running into. I don't think that that's ultimately going to be a problem. I remain unconvinced that there's going to be an issue where people are not utilizing this tax credit. I think this is slightly different than what we're talking about with other tax credits that have not been fully utilized, like the property tax credit fund and things like that. I think this is absolutely going to be taken advantage of right off the bat. And I think we're going to see vast use of this very, very quickly. And so I don't believe that the component with regards to the kickback to the general fund is much of a concession, although I do think it's better than what was originally contained in LB 753. So I will be in support of AM 1253 with hope that as time moves forward, if this bill passes, we can continue to have conversations about what information should be gathered. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Duncan. Senator Raybold, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would, Senator Hughes, would you like, may I yield you some time?
Senator Hughes, will you yield?
I would.
And that is 4 minutes, 40 seconds.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Senator Raybold. So we got a little discombobulated there. That's a big word. Okay, so on this amendment, already in the original bill is some annual reporting mechanisms that's listed there. This amendment does two things. It, again, monitors this from filling up with money, not giving out scholarships. And we've talked about this, anything in 25% excess or over will be turned either to another SGO if they have need, or will go back to the state. That piece of it does need to, that in this amendment starts in 2028. And that is for the original opportunity scholarship starts in 2024. And we need a few years to let that, the SGOs develop and build and yes, at that point, they can maybe fill up more compared to the scholarships given out. But then after 4 years, now, well, it's kind of more 3 years, but then we go in and say anything in a year that hasn't been given out or gone to another SGO in need, anything over 25% carryover has to come back to the state. But we don't want that to start immediately the first year this begins, because it's just, I think Senator DeKay said it best, it needs time to percolate and get moving. So, so therefore, Senator Raybold's amendment of the date change does not work here. But I just want to remind everybody that there is reporting mechanisms in the original bill. And then with this amendment is just a little bit deeper dive into how the Opportunity Scholarship Grant Act is working. And that's where we're getting into that demographic data and data of what kids are getting scholarship, and if kids are getting turned away from scholarship, that that is just a little bit deeper dive. But the other reporting will start with the Opportunity Scholarship Act from when it goes into effect. So I hope that clarifies. So yes on the amendment of 1253, no on the 41. Okay, thank you. I yield my time.
Senator Raybold.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. You know, we've had a really good discussion, and I think the point is well noted that we are all in agreement that we want to make sure that there are appropriate reporting mechanisms in place. I think we all feel very good about those reporting mechanisms in place. And so at this point in time, I would like to just withdraw my FA 41 amendment.
FA 41 is withdrawn. Returning to discussion on AM 1253, Michaela Cavanaugh, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am concerned about AM 1253. It came up really quickly. It was filed on April 10th. So we only had 3 days, and I'm very concerned that we're not standing at ease or having a recess so that we can really have a conversation about this.
On the last bill, we had an amendment come up because Senator Hunt and I withdrew our motions so that the amendment could get up, just like we did with this one. That one was filed on March 23rd, and we had complete chaos. And we had to have people leave the floor and stand at ease and suspend the filibuster time clock. And I just think that if we're going to be consistent, that we should be doing the same thing on AM 1253. And there is actually no mechanism for us to stand at ease. It's just at the whims of the speaker. But I am asking that the speaker have us stand at ease so that we can get this worked out appropriately and have it then withdrawn, or have people vote against it and have it fail. And then we can negotiate some more between select and final, because everybody knows, always let the hostage taker take you to a second location. It's going to work out great. It's going to work out great. So this has only been available to us for 3 days, and the last bill and the last amendment on that bill had been available to us for a couple of weeks. And I just am really, really concerned. And we have about the same amount of time left on this bill. So for consistency's sake, I really think we should stand at ease and then have some chaos, and then go back to our procedures and have a short recess so that we can all have no idea what's going on, and have the speaker take a bunch of people into a room, not know who's in that room, have him come back, nobody tell us what's going on, have everybody keep being confused, and then move the bill forward. I think that's the best course of action at this point in time for consistency's sake. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator Linehan, you are recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I'm going to go back to some of the constitutional questions. So, and I have all this in writing if somebody wants it, but I know you're all like me. You get so much paper you don't know what to do with, but there's these books back here if anybody would like them. So the Nebraska Supreme Court has repeatedly held that state constitution permits aid to students, and any benefit to a school is incidental. In the Father Flanagan's Boys Home versus Department of Social Services in 1998, the Nebraska Supreme Court permitted the state to contract with private schools to educate children with special needs. The fact that non-public institution derives a benefit from a contract does not transform payments for contracted services into an appropriation of public funds prescribed by an article in the Nebraska Constitution. Then you can go back to Cunningham, and I'm going to mess up this name, Luke Jaharms, I'm guessing. In 1989, the Nebraska Supreme Court found that lending textbooks to private schools is lawful because it merely makes available to all children the benefits of a general program to lend school books free of charge. Then, way back in 1982, the state versus BOAC versus school district. It's BOAC versus school district, sorry. I'm not a lawyer. I'm sorry. The Nebraska Supreme Court held that any benefit to a private school that came from busing is incidental and not a violation of the state's constitution. The ultimate beneficiary of a student aid program is the student, not the school. Arguing otherwise makes much sense as concluding that the ultimate beneficiary of food programs is a grocery store. I can go back to the Supreme Court cases. We've had constitutional experts that have worked these issues from all over the country, work on this bill, look in this bill. There is no constitutional problem. And I'm not going to pull other people into this, but the state already contracts with other private institutions. We contract with CHI. We contract with Boys Town. We contract with all kinds because they are the best fit for the student that we're trying to find services for. All we're doing with this program is letting parents who otherwise could not afford it find the best fit for their student. And I'm all in on the fact that it needs to be watched, and the fact that it shouldn't be abused. And just like other couple things, I'm trying to think quickly now of other things I've heard. And Senator Walls suggested I should say something. It's in the bill. I think, see if I can find it. It's on page 8. So this is for the contributor. Prior to making a contribution to a scholarship granting organization, any taxpayer desiring to claim a tax credit under the Opportunity Scholarship Act shall notify the scholarship granting organization of the taxpayer's intent to make the contribution and the amount to be claimed as tax credit. Upon receiving each notification, the scholarship granting organization shall notify the department of the intended tax credit amount. If the department determines that the intended tax credit amount is in the notification would exceed the limit specified in the bill, which we all know is 25 million, they shall notify
1 minute.
the taxpayer that they can't use the credit. So this is got all kinds of fences around it. It's capped at 25 million. And then I'm going to go to worrying about whether we'll hear their problems. Now, really, guys, we're all senators, 49 of us. I think most of our constituents, if they have a problem and somebody's not following the rules, their child didn't get accepted to a school that should have got accepted to a school, we will get a phone call. We don't really, I've been here 7 years, we hear from people if there are problems. We don't depend, we get lots of reports. I sit on 2 or 3 committees between the revenue and the appropriators and the executive board, and we look at all the tax reports. It's usually in August or September. We don't really want to be here. We look at them.
That's your time, Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Linehan. Senator Decay, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be very brief with this. Senator Dungan brought up some points, and that is my part of this amendment 1253, that we do reevaluate once we get on track and once we get into the groove of how this scholarship is going to work. It will be an ongoing process. That's my intent, that we do reevaluate every year to see where we are with it, who's benefiting, who's not benefiting from it, and how much money is being used. So it will be an ongoing process once we get going, that it will be looked at on a yearly basis. So thank you.
Thank you, Senator Decay. Senator John Kavanaugh, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Lieutenant Governor. You could have talked a little slower that time. It gave me some more time to get up here. My understanding is we're at cloture on this in, let's see, what is it, for 7 minutes. That's my understanding. So I'll talk, and then I think somebody else will talk after me, and I think we'll be done. So we took, Senator Raybould has withdrawn her amendment since last time, so I don't have to make a decision on that. But like I said before, I do think, in spite of the fact that this amendment hasn't been out there very long, it's not very long, not a very long amendment. I hadn't read it before we started the debate today, but I have read it since then. And as I've said a few times today, adopting this amendment doesn't change my position on the underlying bill, though I do think we should adopt this amendment. So, and again, it has, because of the reporting requirement, and I would like to see us, foster or bolster up that reporting requirement. And then there's the other part that I think Senator Hughes talked about, where the money kind of can get shifted to places where there's maybe some more need when somebody has more than they have. What's the saying, from each according to his ability to each according to his need? Is that saying? I'm looking at my row mate. It's that somebody says that. I don't know who it is. So I think that reallocation, in the grand scheme of the bill, I don't have a problem with that. I did have some questions early on about the part where this kind of, the money will if unutilized after a period of time, will roll back into the general fund. I know we don't have a lot of time to talk about this anymore, but that raises concerns for me just about the general scheme, but it, again, doesn't change my fundamental problems with the bill that I don't think we should be directing government funds in any capacity towards institutions that don't have to take the kids, that the kids can still get denied despite the fact they have the money. So I don't think it'd be probably fair, I guess, to go down that path at this point, since we don't have time for any rebuttal conversation. But I think I'll support the amendment and be opposed to the bill. And of course, when we do get to cloture, I would be a no vote on cloture. But if we get past cloture, like I said, I'd probably vote for the amendment and still against the bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator DeBoer, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was wondering if Senator Linehan would yield to a couple of questions.
Senator Linehan, will you yield to some questions?
Certainly.
Senator Linehan, the amount in this program in the first year is 25 million, is that right?
Correct.
And about...
It's capped at 25 million. We don't know if that it will get there, but that's where it can't get any bigger than that.
Okay. And how many students, I mean, what's the average sort of scholarship that students get on this program?
The number I used was $5,000 because for grade school students, in some grade schools, it would be less than that, but high school students would be more than that. And it depends, you know, and it also depends. I'm most familiar with the Catholic schools. I think other schools can be more or less, but that's a number that I think can be average.
So then what does that make? 5,000?
Yes.
5,000 of these scholarships. Is that more heavily generally high school, grade school? Does it tend to go one direction or another?
I expect it will be more used in grade school, at least in the beginning, because it's just easier, I think, with grade school kids. Schools have cultures, and if you've got a grade school kid that's in one culture and they're happy, you know, I think they leave them there. I think when there's a lot of students who change even from, they may go, my children all went to public elementary and then 3 of the 4 went to private high school. So I think you could have, I know others that went to private, a lot go to private
elementary.
Thank you. Thank you. Private elementary and then switch to public high school. And a lot of that reason, I was just telling somebody that asked me tonight, St. Patrick's in Elkhorn, most of those people, I think the tuition there is $4,000 a year, which is pretty hefty. But most of those people are in a situation that can, but I do know there's one family with 7 children who they can cut that, but they can't afford private high school.
So what is generally, what amount of money is usually the tuition in those, let's say, private grade schools?
I think the tuition in grade schools averages all the way from less than $2,000 a year to probably $4,500 a year.
And how else, because it costs more than that to educate a child.
It does.
So how else are those schools paid for currently?
Donations, fundraisers. I mean, I think fish fries are often run by the schools and they're a huge contributor to school expenses.
And so people are currently donating to these organizations right now?
Yes. Well, there are several, I shouldn't say, I don't know exact number, I'm sorry, but I could get those numbers, but there are thousands of kids in at least Omaha area that are on scholarships that are raised through fundraisers, dinners, auctions, all the private contributions.
Okay, thank you, Senator Linehan. I first want to say, you know, for folks watching out there, I think that these are really good organizations, and I hope that you all will consider donating to them because education is so important. And then I will say, kind of a broken record here, what I said before, which is that while I find these really important organizations and I find supporting them really important, I also think that they should not be given a step ahead against other kinds of charitable donations. These are really great programs. I hope people will donate to them. I do not think that we should be giving a dollar for dollar tax credit to them. Senator Linehan knows that. That's sort of always been my position here, because I don't want them to skip the line ahead of all other charitable organizations. I'm glad that they're doing well so far, but they could be doing better. So donate to them, but I do not think that this is the appropriate way to handle those donations with respect to tax policy. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator DeBoer. Mr. Clerk, you have a motion on the desk.
I do, Mr. President. Senator Linehan would move to invoke cloture pursuant to Rule 7, Section 10.
Senator Linehan, for what purpose do you rise?
Call the House, a roll call vote in regular order.
There has been a request to place the House under call. The question is, shall the House go under call? All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
32 ayes, 4 nays, place House under call.
The House is under call. Senators, please record your presence. Those unexcused senators outside the chamber, please return to the chamber and record your presence. All unauthorized personnel, please leave the floor. The House is under call. All unexcused senators are present. Members, the first vote is the motion to invoke cloture. There's been a request for a roll call vote. Mr. Clerk.
Senator Aguilar, voting yes. Senator Albright, voting yes. Senator Arch, voting yes. Senator Armendariz, voting yes. Senator Ballard, voting yes. Senator Blood, Senator Boston, voting yes. Senator Bostar, voting no. Senator Bostelman, voting yes. Senator Brandt, not voting. Senator Brewer, voting yes. Senator Breezy, voting yes. Senator John Kavanaugh, voting no. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, voting no. Senator Clements, voting yes. Senator Conrad, voting no. Senator Day, Senator DeBoer, voting no. Senator DeKay, voting yes. Senator Dorn, not voting. Senator Dover, voting yes. Senator Dungan, voting no. Senator Erdman, voting yes. Senator Frederickson, voting no. Senator Holleran, voting yes. Senator Hansen, voting yes. Senator Hardin, voting yes. Senator Holdcroft, voting yes. Senator Hughes, voting yes. Senator Hunt, voting no. Senator Ibaugh, voting yes. Senator Jacobson, voting yes. Senator Kauth, voting yes. Senator Linehan, voting yes. Senator Lippincott, voting yes. Senator Lowe, voting yes. Senator McDonald, voting yes. Senator McKinney, voting yes. Senator Mosier, voting yes. Senator Merman, voting yes. Senator Raybold, Voting yes, Senator Reapy. Voting yes, Senator Sanders. Voting yes, Senator Slama. Voting yes, Senator Vargas. Not voting, Senator Von Gillern. Voting yes, Senator Walls. Not voting, Senator Wayne. Voting yes, Senator Wishart. Voting no. Vote is 34 ayes, 9 nays. Mr. President.
The motion to invoke cloture is adopted. Members, the question is the adoption of AM 1253. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
41 ayes, no nays on adoption of the amendment.
The amendment is adopted. The next vote is on the advancement of LB 753 to ENR for engrossing. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, nay. Request for a record vote, machine vote. All those in favor vote aye. All those opposed vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
Voting aye, Senators Aguilar, Albright, Arch, Armendariz, Ballard, Boston, Bostelman, Brewer, Breezy, Clements, Decay, Dover, Erdman, Holleran, Hanson, Hardin, Holcroft, Hughes, Ibach, Jacobson, Kauth, Linehan, Lippincott, Lowe, McDonald, McKinney, Mosier, Merman, Reapy, Sanders, Slama, Von Gillern. Wayne. Voting no, Senators Bostar, John Kavanaugh, Michaela Kavanaugh, Conrad, DeBoer, Dungan, Frederickson, Hunt, Raybold, Walls, Wishart. Not voting, Senators Brandt, Dorn, and Vargas. 33 ayes, 11 nays, 3 present, not voting, Mr. President.
LB 753 advances for ENR engrossing. The call is raised. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, next bill, Legislative Bill 753A, introduced by Senator Linehan. It's a bill for enacting new appropriations, appropriate funds to aid in the carrying out of provisions of Legislative Bill 753. The bill is read for the first time on January 28th of this year, placed directly on general file.
Senator Linehan, you're recognized to open on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would appreciate your green vote on the A bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, you're recognized to speak.
Thanks, Mr. President. Thank you. Sorry. Getting a little informal. I haven't even had a chance to look at this A bill, but so I guess other people can look at it while I'm talking. And I'm wondering if we have any motions filed on this A bill. No, so that's probably something I will be doing. We can only take 30 minutes on an A bill, so I guess I'll take the 30 minutes that I can take on the A bill. And yeah, if anybody wants to be kind enough to draft a motion for me that I can sign while I'm talking, because I'm the only one in the queue. So otherwise I will just draft it while I'm talking, which I can also do, I guess. Senator Ernie Chambers used to draft motions while he talked, but he would like actually talk. Oh, someone got in the queue, so I can actually do that. Thank you. But so he would draft motions while he talked, and he would not talk about what he was drafting while he was doing it. And I can type and talk at the same time. I don't know why I can type and talk at the same time, but I cannot write and talk at the same time. It is not, I don't know why. It's like the same information coming out through my hands, but the mechanism of my hands is different. And I think I can somehow just think more easily with typing. But I don't have a way to type a motion to bracket until April 14th. And so I have to handwrite it and then sign it. But yeah, so I'm just standing up here talking about LB 753A because that's what I'm doing. I'm talking about everything all of the time, 24/7. And it is just as fun for me as it is for all of you. So don't worry, I am equally frustrated with myself. Okay, here we go. Took me a while to type to get into here. LB 753A, a bill for an act relating to an appropriation to appropriate funds to aid in carrying out the provision of Legislative Bill 753, 108th legislation to be enacted. Oh, so it's not, okay, wait, gotta go to the next page, sorry. Okay. There is hereby appropriated $248,031 from the general fund for FY 23-24 and $42,442 from the general fund for 24-25 from the Department of Revenue for Program 102 to aid in carrying out the provisions of Legislative Bill 753, 108th Legislature, First Session 2023. The total expenditures for permanent and temporary salaries and per diems from funds appropriated in this section shall not exceed $30,400 in 23-24 and $30,900 24-25. What? What are we paying for? What is the state paying for in this bill? I guess I need to go and look at the fiscal note of the underlying bill, which probably was updated when the bill moved to select, although it might not have been changed because I don't think anything changed about the bill originally. Now some things changed. I have no idea what changed because it all happened so fast and we didn't stand at ease and have more confusion over it, and we didn't then take a bizarre impromptu recess so that none of us could know what was going on, and then not communicate it at all. So I am as clear on what amendment was just added to 753 as I am clear as to what happened at the end of debate on 574, which, to clarify for everyone at home, is I have no idea. Apparently, if you belong to the right political party and you want to legislate discrimination, all rules go out the window and we just do whatever. We just don't care about the institution anymore.
That's your time, Senator. You're next in the queue.
Fantastic. Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. So okay, there's a committee statement. There's the fiscal note from the original bill. There's a fiscal note filed on April 4th on this bill. Maybe it gives us a little bit more detail. Interestingly, the A bill does not have in it the revenue loss, which I understand because it's the appropriation. But if you look at the fiscal note, we're not just talking about appropriating $248,031 this year and $42,442 next year. We are also looking at a revenue deficit of $25 million. Great. But we can't feed kids. We can't feed kids at school, and we can't feed kids that are SNAP eligible because we refuse to maintain the increased eligibility, but we can get them educated in a private school with a $25 million deficit. Perfect sense. We can't do childcare subsidy increases. We can't do SNAP eligibility increases. We can't do TANF eligibility increase. We can't do TANF payment increase.
with our 130 plus million rainy day fund that we're just going to allow the appropriations committee to pilfer for pet projects that are just cronyism. That we can do, but we can't actually give direct cash assistance, which is the intention of the TANF fund. We can't do that. Instead, we can create new programs for pet projects of senators. That we can do. But I will not vote for this because, again, I didn't vote for the underlying bill either because I'm going to financially benefit from this when I start my scholarship program with Senator Hunt for LGBTQ youth to go to schools that will be loving and encouraging of them for who they are. So it's not appropriate for me. It would be a conflict of interest for me to vote for LB 753 because I do ultimately intend to financially benefit from this bill once it is enacted with the scholarship program. And by benefit, I mean that Senator Hunt and I will be able to draw down an administrative fee of, is it 10%? I think it's 10% that we get for administering the $25 million program. And that's what, 10% of 25 million? Is that 2.5 million? So I'm not going to vote for it. That wouldn't be appropriate because I'm going to financially benefit from it when I create my own scholarship fund for the LGBTQ youth of Nebraska. So I'm very excited about that. Thank you all for that opportunity. It's going to be a great business endeavor for Senator Hunt and myself. And it's going to be really good for those trans kids that you are trying to eradicate from existence. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator John Kavanaugh, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I probably won't vote for this, but I don't think it's going to need my vote, I guess. But although I do remember Senator Flood, now Congressman Flood, told me when he first got here that even if you're against a bill, you should vote for an A bill because if you've done something, basically the state has already obligated to do something, and so it's the right thing to do to pay for it. So I don't know, maybe I should, although I know this A bill is just for staffing in terms of internally in the department. I think it's $240 some thousand the first year and then 40 some thousand staffing the next year. So I'll take the time that this bill is being discussed to think about what I'm going to do. I guess it's interesting. I hadn't weighed this yet. I'm trying to remember what I've done in the past on A bills, on bills I have voted against. Probably did vote for him back when Senator Flood was here because I probably remembered that. He mentioned that to me and I thought, well, he seemed like an institutionalist and supported the full faith and credit of the state of Nebraska and the legislative prerogative and preserving the integrity of this body. So I kind of, at that point, certainly respected his opinion about how this place should function. And I know you all really like him now that he's in Congress. And I think some of you were frustrated with him when he was here because he was one of the people who did vote different ways. He broke with the pack and voted against certain bills. He voted for some stuff that I did, and he voted against some stuff when I was fighting it. And so we ended up being on the same side of a few things, and we had a few fights. So I appreciate that about him, that he wasn't always certain which side he was going to be on. And I'm hopeful that as people around here get a little bit more seasoning, they'll break out of their box and be more willing to break from the pack and vote, different ways. One way of describing it would be say, vote your conscience. Vote how you actually feel about something and not just kind of go along. So that's, I don't know. So I'm thinking about where I'm going to be at on this. I just wanted to make sure that we had an interlude from the other Senator Kavanaugh as we consider this bill. But I will take my time in the next 20 or so minutes and think about where I'm going to be at on this. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Mr. Clerk, for an item.
Mr. President, a priority motion. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh move to bracket legislative bill 753A until June 1st.
Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, you're recognized to open.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, Senator Kavanaugh, you can vote for the bracket motion because you're just putting this off until June 1st. So we're still in session. You can vote for the bracket motion. There you go. And that's not voting against the bill. It's voting to bracket it until another date. And it's a good point that like we've already committed. So voting for the A bill is probably something that we should do. I kind of take that approach many times with a committee amendment, is that there's been times that there's been committee amendments, and former Senator Geist, mayoral candidate, she had the committee priority bill for transportation, which she was the chair of and abandoned. Last week, you might remember. So when she did that, she had this committee priority bill and there was a committee amendment. And even though I oppose the bill, I still think that it's important for the amendments, because the committee amendments to have, if a bill in committee is going to move out, I usually vote for the committee amendment, even if I'm voting against the bill, because it's a committee amendment. So, yeah, so I get that. I get having a philosophy around an A bill because we've committed ourselves. And sometimes, a lot of times, a committee amendment has like technical cleanups in addition to maybe amending other bills into it, which this year is, I don't think a Christmas tree is the right term because they're so massive. Maybe more like a Festivus pole because they're massive, but also just like there's lots of airing of grievances. Yeah. But again, I'm not going to vote for this because I feel it would be inappropriate. Since I'm intending to start a scholarship fund with Senator Hunt, it's going to be our new business. Yeah. We've been workshopping some names. We haven't settled on one yet, but I know whatever we come up with will be fabulous. And after today, I kind of feel like it should be Britney Spears themed, because that lady is fierce and doesn't let anybody get her down. So this is a $25 million bill that the A bill is going to authorize the staff. That's going to make sure that we don't collect $25 million in tax revenue, that 2.5 of it is going to go directly to Senator Hunt and I's pockets. So thank you, I guess. But actually, that money is more than it would cost to maintain SNAP eligibility at its current rate. SNAP eligibility at its current rate would be less than half of what would go into our pockets for the administrative fee of this bill. Yeah. And maintaining that eligibility will feed 10,000 Nebraskans. And without maintaining that eligibility, 10,000 Nebraskans who currently have access to the SNAP program will lose access to it. But some of you all have a philosophical block with giving low-income people access to food. And those same people want to give those same children access to private education, not food. No, not food, but a private education. Not food with that private education either, because we're not going to do universal school meals. Not food through a SNAP program. But I'm sure they will really appreciate that private education when they are hungry. I'm sure that's going to be great for them. It's really going to benefit those kids, because we all know that kids learn really well when they are hungry, when they have housing insecurity, when they're sleeping in a car in the dead of winter in Nebraska because their parents have been evicted, because they can't afford their rent, and we refuse to take federal funding for rental assistance.
but at least they'll have that private education, and Senator Megan Hunt and Michaela Cavanaugh will have our new business venture. Gosh, this place is weird. It's weird for somebody, not me, but for people who like think in a very like logical, pragmatic way, trying to make sense out of how the people within this body function and the mental gymnastics you all do to get yourselves to where you need to be for the votes that you're voting on. Whew. I mean, I am mentally exhausted, but I can't even imagine how those of you that don't support the bill, but just worked on whatever that amendment was, and then you're going to vote for this, but then you're going to vote against food for kids because, like, it's a journey. It's a journey. I'd like a mind map of it, actually. That would be kind of interesting. Have any of you mind mapped your journey of hating poor people? Actively working against them? Maybe you should. Maybe there'll be a journey of self-discovery. Yeah. How much time do I have left?
3 minutes, 30 seconds.
Ooh, great. What else can I talk about? Mind mapping your journey. Certainly going to look into that. Workshop some names for the new scholarship fund that is specifically for LGBTQ youth, and making sure that they are getting the education that they want. I will say, and I haven't talked to Senator Hunt about this, but probably some of the money that at least my income, she can decide with her income, might go to making sure that those kids get fed, since this body won't do it. We could work on that. We could work on that, on feeding children. This place is so weird. I just looked at the HHS bill that's on the agenda, and it has an amendment. It's not a committee amendment, but it's an amendment with 15 bills in it, and which calls into question a lot of things. Primarily, even when it's a committee amendment, germaneness is kind of a thing, but when it is just a senator's amendment with 15 bills in it on the floor, there is not the assumption of germaneness. So that's going to be an interesting conversation tomorrow, just telepathing for you all. What we can look forward to is talking through 15 different bills that are 227, which was also a TV show. And they're good bills. I mean, from what I can tell, most of them, I think I voted for most of them out of committee. They're good bills. It's not that. It's just like germaneness, whatever. Rules. Let's just stand at ease. It's fine. Arbitrarily. If I just say stand at ease, are we standing at ease? Is that how it works? Because nobody knows how it works. At ease. Abracadabra. At ease. Stand at ease. No? Okay. I'm tired.
1 minute.
I missed seeing my family today, my kids for sure, but I also missed seeing some other family that was visiting in town, and I'm really bummed about that. But I hope to see them tomorrow. If they're watching, I hope I get to see you tomorrow because I miss you and I'm happy that you were here. And I hope you had a good evening. And I'm sorry I missed it because I love you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Senator Hunt, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I haven't seen my kid since Monday, and it's because I leave before he wakes up, and then he rides his bike to school, and then by the time I get home, he's asleep. So I know how you feel, Michaela. What we do, though, is text, and I like to show him some of the dumber, people are not going to like that I said that, but some of the dumber emails that I get that are anti-trans. But first I want to say that I rise in support of the bracket motion. I rise in opposition to LB 753A because I'm going to be opposing anything that is funding LB 753. What that amendment, or not amendment, what that A bill does, it says that there's hereby appropriated $248,031, 31, not 30 or 32, from the general fund for fiscal year 2023-24 and $42,442 from the general fund for fiscal year 24-25 to the Department of Revenue for Program 102 to aid in carrying out the provisions of Legislative Bill 753, 108th Legislature, First Session 2023. Total expenditures for permanent and temporary salaries and per diems from funds appropriated in this section shall not exceed $30,400 for fiscal year 2023-24 or for fiscal year 24-25. And as we started debating this bill, I sent my son a screenshot via text of one of the emails I've gotten. And the subject line is transgenders in all caps. And it says, there's a lot of misspellings. It says, I'm just going to read it as it's meant to be read. How can a child know about gender? I wanted to be a boy when I was in 7th grade to play football. What did I know at the age of 12? What a mistake I would have made. And Ash responded, I'm glad they didn't make that mistake, and I'm also glad I didn't make a similar mistake. And he goes, also, gender isn't something you know about in the sense that you learn about it, but it's something you feel for yourself. And of course, you can learn about other people's experiences and feelings and see if they align with your feelings about your own gender. Boom, there you go. And I said, I wish that you had been listening to our debate today. He has not listened to any of this debate. I checked in with his mental health, pretty often I ask him, are you doing okay? A lot of people ask me if my kid is doing okay. And he continues to say, yeah, I'm fine. Is everything okay at school? Anyone saying anything to you? No. No one bullies him. No one says anything to him except you guys, except the adults that I work with are the only people bullying him. So he's doing fine. Looking at this section, we also, you all should have received a letter from a group of Nebraska medical experts and healthcare professionals. I'm going to estimate here. I'm not sure how many people have signed it, but let me quickly guess here. That'd be 10, 20, 30, 40, probably about 150 doctors, MDs, APRNs, MD, RN, all of them MDs, RNs, and APRNs.
1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. President. And they say, we are a group of Nebraska medical experts and healthcare professionals representing multiple specialties united in opposing LB 574, the Let Them Grow Act, because it will severely limit our ability to provide compassionate and safe medical care and will cause irreparable harm to our patients. LB 574 directly contradicts the overwhelming consensus of every reputable medical professional society, including the American Academy of Pediatrics, the American Medical Association, the Endocrine Society, the American College of Obstetrics and Gynecology, the American Academy of Family Physicians, the American Psychiatric Association, the American Psychological Association, and the American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry. They go on, gender-affirming care is never provided without the full informed consent of the patient and their parents or legal guardians who have the right and duty to input into the medical care of a minor. It is always done cautiously and in consultation with one or more mental health professionals. As healthcare professionals, we have a duty to treat. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Michaela Cavanaugh, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Just was catching up on the text messages about my kids. And if they're still up or not, then I'll probably get some text messages with goofy emojis, which I love. And then one of them will say who it is that has taken their dad's phone to text me. I like to text them back little, like those sticker emojis that you can have that are like an avatar. Because they have no idea how to get those. And so they're always thrilled when I do that because it's silly. I haven't started setting them GIFs yet because I feel like then I'm raising the expectation of what they will want me to send to them when I'm texting them when I'm not at home. And I'm just, I want to save that for like when they're having a really bad day, then I'm going to come up with some really cute GIF. It'll probably be one of like a cat hanging on a tree and actually swinging and it'll say, hang in there. Classic cat hanging on a tree. Hang in there. Maybe one of dogs playing poker, but like live action dogs playing poker. I love things with animals doing human things. Like there's a car commercial. I think I don't know, maybe Outback. I wonder how pet insurance would feel about this, but it's dogs driving cars. And it is the cutest thing. And it's like a family of maybe golden retrievers. I can't remember now. It was like a Super Bowl commercial a couple of years ago and it's super, super cute. I just really like those. One of my favorite movies, it's not animals doing human things, but it's animals talking animals. And it is still one of my favorite movies, Babe. And the sequel, Babe, Pig in the City. I love that. Not just because the voiceover actress last name is Kavanaugh. I think her name is actually Colleen Kavanaugh that does the voice of Babe. And I have a sister, Colleen. That's not why. It's a fantastic, like feel good, cute, sweet movie about Babe and the farmer. And then Babe, the sequel, Babe Goes to the City. And there's like an animal hotel. Gosh, now I don't remember everything about Babe Pig in the City. I'm going to have to watch that. I hope I can convince my kids to watch that because that'll be one of our movie nights if I can convince them. They sometimes have very strong feelings about what they want to see. We recently watched Moana. I think that was last week's movie was Moana, and I love Moana. And my youngest got a turtle that's on a string from Goodwill like the week before. So he's named it Tamatoa after the sea turtle that has the Maui's hook in his back, and he's shiny. I'm shiny. And so my youngest has been singing the shiny song and pulling his little Tykes turtle and calling it Tamatoa and singing the shiny song. I'm shiny. And it's really sweet. It's really sweet. So I thought I'd just talk about that for a few minutes because or I could go back to the fact that we are like refusing to feed children. Mix it up. Talk about some nice things, then remind you all how you're heartless and you don't want to feed kids. Cool. All right. Thanks.
Thank you, Senator Kavanaugh. Mr. Clerk, you have a motion on your desk.
Mr. President, Senator Linehan moved to invoke cloture pursuant to Rule 7, Section 10.
Senator Linehan, for what purpose do you rise?
Call the House, roll call vote, regular order.
There's been a request to place the House under call. The question is, shall the House go under call? All those in favor, vote aye. All those opposed, vote nay. Record, Mr. Clerk.
26 ayes, 1 nay, Mr. President, to place the House under call.
The House is under call. Senators, please record your presence. Those unexcused senators outside the chamber, please return to the chamber and record your presence. All unauthorized personnel, please leave the floor. The House is under call. All unexcused senators are present. Members, the first vote is the motion to invoke cloture. There's been a request for a roll call vote, regular order. Mr. Clerk.
Senator Aguilar, Senator Albright, voting yes. Senator Arch, voting yes. Senator Armendariz, voting yes. Senator Ballard, voting yes. Senator Blood, Senator Boston, voting yes. Senator Bostar, voting yes. Senator Bostelman, voting yes. Senator Brandt, voting yes. Senator Brewer, voting yes. Senator Breezy, voting yes. Senator John Kavanaugh, voting yes. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, not voting. Senator Clements, voting yes. Senator Conrad, voting yes. Senator Day, Senator DeBoer, not voting. Senator DeKay, voting yes. Senator Dorn, voting yes. Senator Dover, voting yes. Senator Dungan, not voting. Senator Erdman, voting yes. Senator Frederickson, voting yes. Senator Holleran, voting yes. Senator Hansen, voting yes. Senator Hardin, voting yes. Senator Holdcroft, voting yes. Senator Hughes, voting yes. Senator Hunt, voting no. Senator Ibaugh, voting yes. Senator Jacobson, voting yes. Senator Kauth, voting yes. Senator Linehan, voting yes. Senator Lippincott, voting yes. Senator Lowe, voting yes. Senator McDonald, voting yes. Senator McKinney, voting yes. Senator Mosier, voting yes. Senator Merman, voting yes. Senator Raybold, Senator Reapy, voting yes. Senator Sanders, voting yes. Senator Slama, voting yes. Senator Vargas, Senator Von Gillern, voting yes. Senator Walls, voting yes. Senator Wayne, voting yes. Senator Wishart, voting yes. Senator DeBoer, voting yes. Vote is 41 ayes, 1 nay, Mr. President.
The motion to invoke cloture is adopted. The next vote is on the bracket motion. All those in favor, vote aye. All those opposed, vote nay. Request for a roll call vote. Mr. Clerk.
Senator Aguilar, Senator Albright, voting no. Senator Arch, voting no. Senator Armendariz, voting no. Senator Ballard, voting no. Senator Blood, Senator Boston, voting no. Senator Bostar, voting no. Senator Bostelman, voting no. Senator Brandt, voting no. Senator Brewer, voting no. Senator Breezy, voting no. Senator John Kavanaugh, voting yes. Senator Michaela Kavanaugh, voting yes. Senator Clements, voting no. Senator Conrad, voting no. Senator Day, Senator DeBoer, voting no. Senator DeKay, voting no. Senator Dorn, voting no. Senator Dover, voting no. Senator Dungan, voting no. Senator Erdman, voting no. Senator Frederickson, voting no. Senator Holleran, voting no. Senator Hansen, voting no. Senator Hardin, voting no. Senator Holdcroft, voting no. Senator Hughes, voting no. Senator Hunt, voting yes. Senator Ibaugh, voting no. Senator Jacobson, voting no. Senator Kauth, voting no. Senator Linehan, voting no. Senator Lippincott, voting no. Senator Lowe, voting no. Senator McDonald, voting no. Senator McKinney, voting no. Senator Mosier, voting no. Senator Merman, Voting no, Senator Raybold. Senator Reapy. Voting no, Senator Sanders. Voting no, Senator Slama. Voting no, Senator Vargas. Senator Von Gillern. Voting no, Senator Walls. Voting no, Senator Wayne. Voting no, Senator Wishart. Voting no. Vote is 3 ayes, 41 nays, Mr. President.
The bracket motion fails. The next vote, roll call requested on the vote to advance LB 753A to ENR initial. Mr. Clerk.
Senator Aguilar. Senator Albright. Voting yes, Senator Arch. Voting yes, Senator Armendariz. Voting yes, Senator Ballard. Voting yes, Senator Blood. Senator Bosson. Voting yes, Senator Bostar. Voting yes, Senator Bostelman. Voting yes, Senator Brandt. Voting yes, Senator Brewer. Voting yes, Senator Breezy. Voting yes, Senator John Kavanaugh. Voting yes, Senator Michaela Kavanaugh. Voting no, Senator Clements. Voting yes, Senator Conrad. Voting yes, Senator Day. Senator DeBoer. Voting yes, Senator DeKay. Voting yes, Senator Dorn. Voting yes, Senator Dover. Voting yes, Senator Dungan. Voting yes, Senator Erdman. Voting yes, Senator Frederickson. Voting yes, Senator Holleran. Voting yes, Senator Hansen. Voting yes, Senator Hardin. Voting yes, Senator Holcroft. Voting yes, Senator Hughes. Voting yes, Senator Hunt. Voting no, Senator Ibach. Voting yes, Senator Jacobson. Voting yes, Senator Kauth. Voting yes, Senator Linehan. Voting yes, Senator Lippincott. Voting yes, Senator Lowe. Voting yes, Senator McDonald. Voting yes, Senator McKinney. Voting yes, Senator Mosier. Voting yes, Senator Merman. Voting yes, Senator Raybold. Senator Reapy. Voting yes, Senator Sanders. Voting yes, Senator Slama. Voting yes, Senator Vargas. Senator Von Gillern. Voting yes, Senator Walls. Voting yes, Senator Wayne. Voting yes, Senator Wishart. Voting yes. Vote is 42 ayes, 2 nays, Mr. President, on advancement of the bill.
The bill is advanced. Raise the call. Mr. Clerk for items.
Mr. President, your Committee on Enrollment and Review reports Legislative Bill 103 is correctly engrossed and placed on final reading. Additionally, your Committee on Enrollment and Review reports Legislative Bill 138 and 683 as correctly engrossed and placed on final reading. Amendments to be printed, Senator Hansen to LB 227. Name add, Senator DeKay to LB 138, Senator Holcroft to 254 and 606, Senator Walls 647, Senator Ballard 736, Senator DeKay LR 88. Mr. President, priority motion. Senator Conrad moved to adjourn the body until Friday, April 14th at 9:00 a.m.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, nay. We are adjourned.